The room behind her eyes. You can't escape what your mind remembers. By Arthur Blackwood. Copyright 2025 Arthur Blackwood. All rights reserved. Prologue. She wakes before the scream reaches her. It's not a sound in the real world. It never is. It blooms from somewhere behind her eyes. Sharp, bright, and too familiar, like a nail dragged across glass. Claire sits upright in the darkness of her New York apartment, breath locked high in her chest, fingers clutching the sheets as if they're the only solid thing left. The room around her is silent. Her mind is not. There it is again, the faint outline of the other room. Not this bedroom. Not any room she has ever lived in. A narrow space, lit by a sickly yellow bulb, wallpaper peeling in strips. A smell she can't place but always recognizes. And in the far corner, the same small shape, knees pulled to the chest, head bowed. The little girl doesn't move. She never moves. Claire rubs her eyes hard, trying to scatter the image. It clings to her vision like an afterimage burned into the retina. She swings her legs off the bed and listens. Outside, New York hums its sleepless hum. A taxi horn, distant music. A couple arguing somewhere 2 floors below. Everything ordinary. Everything real. Her heart doesn't believe any of it. There's a wet stain on her palm. Sweat, she tells herself. Just sweat. But she knows the truth. Every time she sees that room, she comes back shaking harder, breathing faster, losing more and more minutes. Minutes she can't explain. She reaches for her phone. 3:17 a.m. The same hour it always happens. Claire gets up, turns on the light, and freezes. There, on her desk, lies a sheet of paper. She doesn't remember leaving anything there. A sketch, hastily drawn in dark pencil strokes. The lines are frantic, almost trembling. It's the room. The same narrow walls. The same peeling wallpaper. And the little girl in the corner, her face still hidden. But tonight there's something new. Behind the girl, barely visible, a figure stands in the doorway. Tall, still, watching. Claire's throat tightens. She flips the page over, hoping for an explanation, a signature, a reminder, anything. The back is blank, except for a single fingerprint smudged in graphite. Not hers. She drops the drawing as if it burns. The page flutters to the floor, landing face up. The figure in the sketch seems to lean a fraction closer. Claire steps back, pulse hammering, and blinks hard, trying to steady the shaking behind her eyes. But the room is still there. The girl is still there. And now, so is he. Tonight, Claire realizes something she has tried for months to avoid. The room isn't following her. It's opening from the inside. Chapter 1. The Missing Minute. Claire arrived at the office earlier than usual, hoping the noise of the city would scrape away whatever lingered from the night. It didn't. The sketch still pulsed behind her ribs like a second heartbeat. Manhattan was gray and damp, the kind of morning where every building looked half asleep. She climbed the stairs to the 6th floor of the architecture firm and paused before the glass door. Her reflection stared back at her. Pale skin, hair tied in a messy knot, shadows under the eyes sharp enough to bruise. "You look fine," she murmured. A lie spoken quietly enough sometimes felt like truth. The office smelled of cold coffee and fresh paper. Only 2 people were in. A junior intern typing nervously, and Jonathan Ridge, who sat hunched over his monitor, headphones on. His desk was neat, symmetrical. Hers looked like a storm had passed through. "Morning," she said. Jonathan pulled off one headphone. "You're early. Everything okay?" "Deadlines," she answered too quickly. "Thought I'd get ahead." He studied her for half a second longer than polite. "You sure that's it?" She forced a smile. "Positive." He nodded, but the look lingered. Claire sat, opened her laptop, and tried to dive into the facade layout for a midtown renovation project. She stared at the design for several minutes, but the lines on the screen began to shift. The rectangular shapes pulsed softly, her mind trying to morph them into the room she'd seen hours before. Not here. Not now. She blinked hard. The line settled. Her phone buzzed. A voicemail. Odd. No missed call. She slipped on her earbuds and pressed play. Static, muffled breathing, then a faint whisper. "Don't open the door." Claire yanked the earbuds out. Her pulse thudded in her temples. She replayed it on speaker this time. The voicemail was blank. Empty. Silent. As if the previous sound had been her imagination leaking into the recording. But she knew what she heard. A voice she almost recognized. Not quite hers. Not quite someone else's. A door behind her clicked. Jonathan leaned in. "Tom wants you in the conference room. Something about the Williamsburg project." "Right." She managed. As they walked down the hallway, Jonathan lowered his voice. "You okay? You're jumpy. Didn't sleep well. You haven't slept well in weeks." She didn't answer. Inside the conference room, Tom Weller, the project lead, paced in front of a blueprint pinned to the wall. His shirt was wrinkled, his tone already impatient. "Claire, this is all wrong." She blinked. "What is?" "The east elevation. It doesn't match the load-bearing grid." He tapped the blueprint with a pen. "This is yours, right?" "Yes." "Then why does it look like you designed it at 3 a.m. after a bottle of gin?" Jonathan stepped forward. "Tom, I can take a look." "No." Claire fixes her own mistakes. Tom crosses arms. "I need a corrected version by the end of the day." "But that design hasn't been modified since last week," Claire replied. "It was approved." Tom squinted at her. "This is the version you sent at midnight. Check the timestamp." Claire's stomach tightened. Midnight? She had been asleep? No, trapped in a half-dream state again. Jonathan looked at her gently. "Maybe you worked on it and forgot?" She felt heat rush to her face. "I would remember." Tom sighed. "End of day, Claire. Don't make me chase you." He left the room. Jonathan lingered. "Hey," he said softly. "If something's going on, you can tell me." She forced another smile. "I'm fine." He didn't believe her, but he let it go. At lunch, Claire escaped the office and walked toward Union Square, hoping fresh air would reset her brain. It didn't. Her head felt full of fog. Thick, humming pressure behind her forehead. She crossed the street to the subway entrance, descending into the echoing cold beneath the city. The station was half full. Commuters, students, a man playing guitar poorly, a homeless woman muttering to herself. Claire stood near the yellow safety line, gripping the metal railing as the screech of an incoming train echoed through the tunnel. That's when she saw him, the man from her dreams, the one from the room. He stood across the platform, motionless, coat hanging loose on his frame, his posture rigid, as if he were anchored to the floor. His face was partially in shadow, but she could see the eyes, unblinking, hollow, fixed directly on her. Her breath shortened. No, this can't be real. The mind fills in shapes. It plays tricks, but this was no trick. The station's fluorescent lights flickered, and for a split second, he seemed to shift closer. A bright gust of wind slammed her as the train arrived. She held the railing tighter. The crowd surged around her. When the train stopped and the doors hissed open, she glanced back at the opposite platform. He was gone. Her skin prickled. Maybe he had simply walked away. But the platform was empty. Completely. Claire stepped onto the train, her pulse still uneven. She grabbed a pole, closed her eyes, and inhaled deeply. One stop later, she opened them again. The car was different. Too different. The seats had change pattern. The lights were dimmer. And the passengers she had seen one stop ago were no longer there. She frowned, confused. Had she stepped onto the wrong train? She checked the signs. Same line, same direction. A cold wave washed through her. A man sitting at the far end of the carriage turned his face toward her. She couldn't see his features, just a faint outline, the rigid posture, the slight tilt of the head. She blinked. The train screeched violently. Lights flickered. For a moment the whole car went dark. Her heart stopped. She whispered, "Please don't." When the lights returned, the man was gone, but the pole she was holding felt warm, as if someone else's hand had just been there. A sudden, sickening wave of vertigo gripped her. The lights flickered again, just once. And then everything snapped back into sharp focus. Passengers, normal faces, noise, movement. Had she imagined the empty car? Imagined the man? A woman next to her glanced up. "You okay? You look like you're about to pass out." "I'm fine," Claire croaked. "You sure?" She nodded and forced herself to stand still as the train rattled forward. When it reached 14th Street, she stepped out, needing air. Her hands trembled. She checked her watch. 12:24. Then she checked her phone. 12:25. But the phone's home screen displayed something else. Sleep mode exited. Last active 12:24. Her stomach dropped. She hadn't activated sleep mode. She hadn't touched the phone. And the missing minute, exactly 1 minute, sat between the timestamps like a dark gap. She whispered, "Not again." A cold draft drifted along the platform. She glanced to her left. A long corridor stretched behind an authorized personnel-only door that stood slightly ajar. She had never noticed that door before. Her breath fogged the air, though the station wasn't cold enough for that. Something moved inside the corridor. Something slow. Something waiting. Claire turned away and hurried up the stairs, forcing herself not to look back. The fog behind her eyes thickened. The hum in her head deepened. Tonight, she knew, the room would return. And this time, she feared the door inside it might not stay closed. Chapter 2. The Room That Isn't There. The first thing Claire did when she got back to her apartment was lock the door twice. Not because she thought someone was following her. She told herself that, at least, but because it was a small, mechanical ritual that made the world feel solid. Deadbolt, chain. 2 clicks, 1 slide. Metal in place. Reality anchored. She leaned her forehead against the door for a moment, listening. The apartment was quiet. Too quiet. No pipes hissing. No neighbors arguing. No television murmuring through the walls. The kind of silence that made any sudden sound feel like a jump scare. She exhaled slowly and turned on the lights. The living room was as she had left it that morning. Couch slightly sagging. Coffee table littered with magazines and a stack of drawings from previous projects. A half-dead plant in the corner. The city globe behind the windows, smeared in the glass like wet paint. Her eyes moved to the desk. The sketch from the night before lay exactly where she dropped it. Claire approached it cautiously, as if expecting the lines to rearrange themselves while she watched. They hadn't. The narrow room, the peeling wallpaper, the small figure of the girl in the corner, face hidden. And behind her, the tall shape in the doorway, barely more than a silhouette. She picked up the page by one corner, trying not to touch the graphite fingerprint on the back. "Did I draw you?" she whispered. The question hung in the air, absurd and heavy. She was an architect. She sketched for a living. She knew her own hand. The pressure, the habit of darkening corners, the tiny imperfections in her lines. But this drawing felt off. The strokes were harsher, more desperate, as if someone had raced against their own fear to get the image out. Her own fear, maybe. She dropped her bag on the couch and pulled a ruler from a drawer. Placing along the floor lines in the sketch, she measured the proportions. Roughly 4 meters long, maybe 2.5 wide. Narrow, like a hallway someone had tried to pretend was a room. Those measurements scratched at something in the back of her mind. She turned away, went to the kitchen, and put water on for tea she knew she wouldn't drink. Hands busy. Mind busy. That was the plan. Her phone buzzed on the counter. Unknown number. For a moment she considered letting it ring out. Then the thought of another voicemail, like the one from this morning, made her feel even worse. She answered. "Hello." Static. Then a tiny delay, as if the voice had to travel through something thick and reluctant to reach her. Claire. A woman's voice. Controlled, professional. "Yes." "Who's this?" "This is Dr. Evelyn Karr's office. I'm calling to confirm your appointment for tomorrow at 9 a.m. Claire frowned. "My what?" "Your consultation," the voice continued, unbothered. "For sleep disturbances. We have you scheduled for an initial evaluation and interview. Does that still work for you?" "I didn't make any appointment." A small pause. She could hear keys tapping on a keyboard. We have your name, number, and insurance on file. Referred by a J. Ridge. Jonathan. Of course. Heat flared in her chest. Irritation. Shame. Something else underneath. I didn't agree to that, she said. You're free to cancel if you like, the woman replied. But Dr. Karr is currently booking 6 weeks out for new patients. If you'd like to keep the slot, I just need a confirmation. Claire stared at the sketch on the desk. The room that didn't exist. The one that kept pulling her under. The missing minutes. The man on the platform. The warm metal pole. Is it only talking? She asked. No machines. No overnight monitoring. Tomorrow is just a consultation. The voice said. No procedures. You discuss symptoms, history, and decide together how to proceed. Claire swallowed. Mentally, she saw Tom's irritated face. The mutated blueprint. The midnight timestamp she didn't remember creating. The way her hand had trembled on the subway. Fine, she said. I'll be there. Perfect. We're on 38th between 9th and 10th. I'll text you the address. See you tomorrow, Ms. Moreno. The call ended. Claire put the phone down carefully, as if afraid it might bite. Jonathan, she muttered. You idiot. Except the anger didn't stick. Underneath it was a thin thread of gratitude that she didn't want to pull on too hard. The kettle whistled sharply, making her jump. She turned off the stove and poured water into a mug, then left it untouched on the counter. Her hands needed something else to do. She went back to the sketch. 4 meters by 2.5. Narrow. Cramped. Her brain quietly started drafting a basic floor plan around it, out of habit. Where was the room in relation to a hallway? A window? A door? Was it a dead end? Or did it connect to something else? On the page, the door stood centered at the near end of the room. The wallpaper peeled most around the left side. The light bulb hung a little off the symmetry line. As she studied it, something cold settled behind her sternum. She recognized the proportions. Claire crossed the room in 3 long strides and pulled open a drawer where she kept her building plan from housing inspections and landlord mail. She flipped through them quickly, garbage, outdated forms, until she found a floor plan for her apartment. Unit 6B. She spread it on the desk, smoothing out beside the sketch. Her apartment was a simple layout. Living room, small kitchen, bathroom, bedroom, a narrow hallway connecting them. She had measured herself when she'd moved in, checking every angle, every wall. She always did. It was her job to know space. But halfway down the hallway corridor, between the bathroom and her bedroom wall, there was a blank rectangle where the plan showed something. A note, scribbled in the landlord's sloppy handwriting. Storage, not in use. Dimensions, 4 meters by 2.5. Her mouth went dry. That's not right, she whispered. There was no door in her hallway. No sign of a storage space. She walked it every day. She'd painted one of those walls herself. If there had been a door there, she would have noticed, unless it was sealed. Her heart rate climbed. The hum behind her eyes thickened. Before she could think herself out of it, Claire grabbed a tape measure and a pencil and stepped into the hallway. The walls were dull off-white, a shade that looked like resignation. One frame print hung crooked over the area the plan indicated. She adjusted it without thinking, then stopped. She pressed her ear to the wall. Nothing. No movement. No voices. Only the faint ambient noise of the building. She measured the length of the hallway from the bathroom door to the beginning of the bedroom door frame. Then she measured again, this time counted what the floor plan said should be the depth of the mysterious storage room. The numbers aligned almost perfectly. Whoever had drawn this plan hadn't made a mistake. Something was behind that wall. Her heartbeat thundered in her ears. Stop, she told herself softly. This is ridiculous. You're tired. You've been losing time. Your brain is pattern hunting. She hauled herself back into the living room, dropping the tape measure on the coffee table. The room spun a little. She sat down hard on the couch. Her phone buzzed again. A text from an unknown number. The clinic's address. As promised, right below it, another message appeared. No contact name. No number. Just a gray bubble with 3 words. Don't trust her. Claire stared at the message. Her fingers hovered over the screen to see the number. There was none. The message blinked once, as if refreshing. Then the screen flickered and the text vanished, replaced by her usual home screen. No notification. No recent message history. She checked 3 times, then a 4th. Nothing. She set the phone down very carefully. "Okay," she whispered. "Okay, that's fine." The hum behind her eyes intensified, as if someone were slowly turning up the volume on a frequency only she could hear. She needed to do something normal. She opened her laptop, forced herself to focus on work. The east elevation Tom had berated her for. The drawing was already open from earlier, her midnight version still active. She zoomed in on the section he'd pointed at. What she saw made her stomach twist. At first glance, it was just poor drafting. A grid slightly misaligned, a portion of interior space overlapping where it shouldn't, lines crossing that were supposed to stay separate. But when she zoomed further, isolating the odd rectangle that threw everything off, the shape looked disturbingly familiar. 4 meters by 2.5. She checked the dimensions. They matched. She enlarged the plan on the screen until that rectangle took up almost the entire monitor. Her hand, without permission, reached for a pencil and began tracing the shape on a notepad next to the laptop. A door here, a light source there, a corner where someone might. She stopped, realizing she was recreating the room from the sketch almost perfectly. Her midnight version of the project blueprint included a space that hadn't been in the approved plan. A small, narrow room tucked between the load-bearing grid and an existing corridor. Unnecessary, inefficient, wrong, but very real. Her mouse hovered over the digital lines, checking timestamp metadata. The file had been modified at 12:02 a.m., saved at 12:06 a.m. At 12:08, according to her phone records, she had called her own number. She didn't remember doing that either. Her breath came shorter. She got up and crossed the room, putting as much distance between herself and the laptop as the apartment allowed. Her gaze fell on the framed print in the hallway again, the one covering the segment of wall where the storage room should be. The hum in her skull turned into a low, insistent throb. She removed the frame. Behind it, the wall looked perfectly normal. Same paint, same slight unevenness in texture. She pressed her fingers against it, testing for hollowness. There was a difference. Subtle. You'd never notice it if you weren't listening for it. But under her touch, the sound was just a fraction deeper than the rest of the wall, like there was more space behind it. Or a void. She stepped back, heart racing. "Stop," she said aloud. "You're scaring yourself." That was the worst part. She didn't need anyone else to terrorize her. She was doing an excellent job on her own. Her phone rang again, startling her so much she almost dropped the frame. "Claire?" Jonathan's voice. Real. Present. Warm. She closed her eyes briefly. "Yeah. You home?" "Obviously. Just checking." A pause. "You ran out of the office pretty fast. Tom thinks you're going to quit." "I'm not." "Good. Because then he'd make me take your project, and I like you too much to forgive that." A reluctant smile tugged at her mouth. "You're not that lucky." His tone shifted, softer. "Listen, I'm sorry I gave your name to that doctor without asking. It was a crappy move." She sat on the arm of the couch, staring at the open plan on the desk. "You think I'm going crazy." "I think you're not sleeping. You're losing time, and you almost stepped off the curb in front of a cab last week and didn't notice it until I yanked you back." "I was distracted." "You were gone," he said. The word landed like a weight, just for a few seconds. "But you weren't there, and you didn't remember it afterward." She squeezed the bridge of her nose. "I don't want someone poking around in my brain. This Dr. Karr is supposed to be good. She helped my cousin after his accident. Just talk to her. You don't have to sign up for anything." Claire hesitated. "Do you ever feel like reality is editing itself when you're not paying attention?" "That's specific," he said slowly. "Is that what's happening?" She looked at the patch of wall, at the sketched room on the desk, at the laptop frozen on the distorted blueprint. "I don't know what's happening." Then let someone whose job is literally what's happened to my brain take a look, he said. You don't have to tell Tom. You don't have to tell anyone else. You can even hate me the whole time you're sitting in the waiting room. Just don't ignore this, Claire. She rested her head against the back of the couch, eyes on the ceiling. The hum in her skull throbbed once, twice, like a slow knock. What if she tells me there's nothing wrong? Claire asked quietly. What if she says this is all me? Then maybe it is, Jonathan replied, and maybe that's still something you can work with. And if she tells me there's something seriously wrong, then at least you'll have a name for it. She let out a shaky breath. You always sound reasonable. It's annoying. It's my one redeeming quality. Not true. You also make excellent coffee. I knew it, he said. You do notice my talents. The small exchange loosened something in her chest, a knot she hadn't realized she'd been holding all day. Thanks, she said softly. Anytime. Text me after your appointment tomorrow. Just a thumbs up or something. So I know you didn't run away halfway through. I don't run away. Sure, he said. You just leave the building without saying goodbye and ignore your phone for 6 hours. She glanced at the laptop clock. 8:12 p.m. Had it really been 6 hours? Fine, she said. I'll text you. Good. And Claire? Yeah. If you start seeing gaps or if you lose time again, call me. Even if it's nothing. Even if it's stupid. Call. Or show up at my place. Just don't stay in your own head with this, okay? She swallowed past a sudden tightness in her throat. Okay. They hung up. The apartment seemed even quieter now that his voice was gone. The hum in her skull subsided a little, as if soothed by the contact with something normal. She busied herself with small tasks. The tea she never drank. Dishes she barely dirted. Emails she skimmed without absorbing. Eventually, fatigue dragged at her eyelids. By the time she checked the clock again, it was past midnight. She stood in the doorway of her bedroom, staring at the bed as if it were a trap. If she didn't sleep, the room couldn't come back. That was how it worked last week. She'd stayed awake 2 nights in a row, jittery and raw, and the room had stayed away. But the third night, she had blacked out sitting on the couch with her eyes open, television on, lamp blazing, and she'd woken up inside the room anyway. She flicked the light switch on and off, testing it. The bedroom lamp obeyed, casting ordinary shadows across the walls. Just one night, she whispered. You can get through one more night. She lay down without undressing, as if being fully clothed would give her an advantage if she needed to what? Run? Fight a hallucination? Ridiculous. She left the bedside lamp on. Her phone lay face down on the nightstand. She flipped it over, checked the time, 12:31, and forced herself to breathe in rhythm with the ticking of the cheap wall clock. In. 2, 3, 4. Out. 2, 3, 4. You are here, she told herself. In your bed, in your apartment, on the 6th floor of a very real building. There is no sealed room. There is no man at the end of the corridor. There is no... Her thoughts blurred. Her body sank. The hum behind her eyes swelled, turning into a slow, dragging pull, like being reeled in by an invisible hook. No, she thought. Not yet. Not. The world tipped. For a moment there was nothing. Then there was a smell. Damp. Old. Like someone had been left to rot in a sealed box for years. It filled her nose, thick and cloying, making her gag. She opened her eyes. She was standing. Her bare feet touched cold, cracked linoleum. The room stretched out in front of her, narrow and yellow-lit, just as in the drawing. The wallpaper peeled in long, curling strips. The ceiling bulb swung slightly, though there was no draft. In the far corner, the small figure sat, knees drawn to chest, arms wrapped tightly around them. A little girl in a thin, faded dress, bare feet, dark hair hanging in a curtain over her face. "Hey!" Claire whispered, though she hadn't meant to speak. Her voice sounded wrong here, too loud, too heavy. The girl did not react. Claire tried to step back and felt her shoulders press against something solid. A door! Her door! She turned slowly. The door behind her was closed, heavy, swollen with age. No handle on this side. Just a blank, unyielding surface. As if it had been built to keep things in, not out. Her throat tightened. This isn't real. This isn't real. But the cold under her feet felt painfully real. The air scraped at her lungs. Her own pulse pounded in her ears, too loud. She looked back at the girl. "Who are you?" she asked, voice shaking. "Why do I keep seeing you?" The girl's shoulders twitched. Not much. Just enough to tell Claire that she wasn't a statue, not a frozen picture. A living thing. A presence. Claire's skin prickled. She took a small, cautious step forward. The floor creaked underneath her. The sound was wrong, too delayed, like it had to travel further than normal to reach her. With each step she took, the bulb above her dimmed slightly, the corners of the room stretching darker, deeper. She stopped. "Please," she whispered, "just look at me." The girl raised her head. Just a fraction. It was enough. What Claire saw underneath the curtain of hair was not a full face. Not eyes. Not yet. Just a thin sliver of pale skin, the edge of a cheek, the hint of a lower lip pressed too tight. Her own lip, her own cheekbone, her own jaw. The hum in her skull turned into a scream. "Wake up," she told herself desperately. "Wake up, wake up, wake up." The bulb overhead flickered violently. From behind her, at the door, she felt it. A shift in the air, a presence straightening its spine, something tall unfolding to its full height. Slow, patient, Claire's breath hitched. She didn't turn. She couldn't. The girl in the corner lifted her head another inch, and Claire finally saw one eye. It was wide, glassy with terror. The pupil blown huge, swallowing most of the iris. Her iris. Light snapped once, then twice. The last thing Claire heard before everything went dark was a voice, close to her ear, too close to be anyone's but her own. "Don't open it." Then the floor dropped out from under her. She woke in her bed, gasping, lungs seared with cold. The lamp was still on. Her phone on the nightstand buzzed. Screen lighting up. Alarm. 3:17 a.m. She hadn't set any alarm. Her hands shook as she reached the phone. A new voicemail icon flashed at the top of the screen. She pressed play with numb fingers. Static, and under it, faint but unmistakable, her own voice. Don't trust her. Don't open the door. Chapter 3. The Stranger in the Subway. The voicemail played in her head long after she stopped hearing it. Her own voice, layered under static, twisted by some digital distortion that made it sound a few seconds too late to belong to her. Don't trust her. Don't open the door. She had listened to it 3 times in the darkness, phone clutched in her hand like a talisman. After the third replay, the file had glitched, froze on the timestamp, then booted her back to the home screen. When she checked again, the voicemail was gone. No history, no icon, no trace. Morning light crawled under her blinds hours later, thin and gray. Claire's body felt as if it had been dropped from a height. Everything sore, nerves buzzing from overuse. When the alarm she actually remembered setting went off at 7:30, she was already awake. She showered on autopilot. The tiles blurred in front of her. Water hammered against the back of her skull like the tapping of a patient finger. In the mirror, she looked worse than the day before. The skin under her eyes had taken on a faint purplish hue, like bruises fading in reverse. Appointment, coffee, subway, clinic, she told her reflection, naming the steps like instructions to a malfunctioning machine. That's all you have to do. She dressed slowly. Black jeans, dark sweater, a coat heavy enough to feel like armor. When she passed the hallway, the empty patch of wall with a storage room should be tugged at her peripheral vision. She didn't look directly at it. On the way out, she hesitated, keys in hand, gaze falling on the sketch still on her desk. The room, the girl, the tall shape behind her. She slid the drawing into a folder and shoved it into her bag. If she was going to sit in front of a sleep specialist and talk about how her own brain had become a haunted house, she might as well bring blueprints. The subway entrance yawned like a mouth at the corner of her block. The air that wafted up was metallic and stale, laced with the sour sweat smell of rush hour. Claire hesitated at the top of the stairs. The memory of yesterday's trip through the tunnels, the empty car, the wrong pattern on the seats, the warm metal under her hand, rose like bile. Part of her wanted to call a cab, even walk across town, anything to avoid going back underground. That was how it started for some people. She knew. Avoidance. One small fear after another, slowly carving the city into a map of no-go zones until there was nowhere left. Not today, she muttered, and forced herself to descend. The station was packed, bodies pressed together into a slow-moving organism. Commuters stared at their phones as if the glowing screens were the only thing holding them here, in this moment, in this version of reality. A train roared by on the express track, a gust of wind pushing the crowd back from the edge. Claire found a place near one of the pillars, away from the most obvious crush. The ads plastered along the walls swam in front of her. Streaming services insurance, a new thriller with a generic screaming face. Her mind kept snagging on numbers. Departure times, platform signs, the digital station clock. 8:26. She checked her phone. 8:23. Same gap as yesterday. A few minutes off, as if someone had nudged one of the clocks and forgotten to tell the other. The PA system crackled. Downtown local train, approaching on track 2. The voice glitched halfway through the sentence, stuttered, then repeated the same words with a slightly different inflection. No one else seemed to notice. Either that or New York had trained them not to. A child started crying somewhere in the crowd. The sound sawed at her nerves. She closed her eyes, just for a second. When she opened them, he was there, across the tracks, on the opposite platform. Same place as before. Same posture. Spine straight, arms at his sides, head tilted a fraction as if he were cataloging her every micro-movement. His coat was dark and long, but not enough detail for her to make out style or era. His face was shadowed, but the eyes were wrong. They looked like holes punched through the world. Claire's breath caught. People moved around him, past him, through her line of sight, but no one bumped him, no one glanced his way. It was as if he occupied a slightly different layer of the station. "Hey!" she whispered. The word evaporated in the roar of an incoming train. The wind hit first, hot and dirty. The train screamed into the station, brakes shrieking. For a dizzying moment, steel and light and faces blurred together. When the cars clattered past the point where he stood, the stranger was blocked from view. She leaned forward, trying to keep his approximate location in mind. 1 car, 2, 3. The train slowed, the blur of windows decelerating into discrete frames. Her reflection appeared briefly in one, then another. The same pale face, the same 2 wide eyes, multiplied and fractured. Between those reflections, just for a heartbeat, she saw his face in the glass. No longer on the opposite platform, not behind the train, in the window's surface, as if he were standing directly behind her. Close, too close. Her reflection's eyes were wide, mouth slightly open. His stood just over her shoulder, taller by half a head. Features indistinct but undeniably there. A long, narrow face. Skin too smooth, no clear lines where light should have fallen. A suggestion of a nose, a shadow where a mouth should be. An impression, not a person. Then the train stopped. Doors hissed open. And there was only her reflection again, alone this time. "Ma'am," someone said behind her. "You getting on?" She blinked, stepping back. A man with a briefcase squeezed past, giving her a wary glance. She realized she'd been standing too close to the yellow line, toes almost over it. "Yeah," she muttered. "Yeah, sorry." She let herself be carried into the car by the crush of bodies. Inside, it was standing room only. Her hand closed around a pole that was, blessedly, cool to the touch. The moment she wrapped her fingers around it, a flash of memory rose, warmth like skin, a hand under hers. She jerked her hand away, then forced herself to grip the pole again, harder. "This is reality," she told herself under her breath. "This is a train to 34th. There is no—" The car lurched forward. Lights flickered. Not the full blackout from before, just a stutter, a momentary dimming, like someone dragging a hand over the sun. No one reacted. No tightening of shoulders, no curses, no uneasy laughs. They all stood in their private silences, eyes on screens, faces slack. Claire's gaze caught on a teenage girl directly across from her, leaning against the opposite pole. The girl's earbuds dangled loose. She wasn't looking at her phone. She was staring at Claire. More precisely, at something just over Claire's shoulder. Her face had the stiff, pale look of forced stillness. Claire turned her head slowly. There was no one behind her, just the closed doors, the smeared darkness of the tunnel beyond. When she looked back at the girl, their eyes met. For a half-second they shared something raw and sharp, recognition, maybe, or mutual fear. Then the girl blinked hard, as if waking from a nightmare, shoved her earbuds back in, and stared at the floor. Claire swallowed. She checked the digital display above the doors, the little red dot marking their path along the line. The sequence of stops felt wrong. They had boarded at 23rd. Next should be 14th, then West 4th. The display showed nothing, just a red line unbroken. Her palms dampened against the metal. She dug her phone out of her bag, forcing herself to anchor in something measurable. Time, messages, reality. 8:32. A new text from Jonathan blinked on the screen. Jonathan, remember, don't let the nice brain lady hypnotize you into joining a cult. Jonathan, text after, or I call the cops and confess to crimes I didn't commit to distract them. She exhaled a breath that was almost a laugh. Her thumbs hovered over the keyboard. Claire, if she's leading a cult, the brochures suck. Claire, I'll text. She hit send. When she glanced up, the display above the doors had snapped back to normal. Next stop, 14th Street. Had she misread it before? Had there even been a blank line? Or had her brain simply slipped for a heartbeat? The train slowed, pulling into station. As it did, her gaze was drawn inexorably to the far end of the car, to the door between cars. Through the narrow rectangular window, in that door, she saw him, not inside the next carriage. Not exactly. He was framed in a glass like a photograph, full length, standing in some other, darker space beyond. His face was still indistinct, but closer now, close enough that she could see the suggestion of cheekbones, the impression of eyes. He didn't move, didn't sway with the train, didn't shift his weight, just watched. Claire's lungs forgot how to work. The train stopped. Doors slid open. People pushed past her. The movement broke her line of sight for a moment. When she looked back at the window between cars, it was empty. No shadow. No man. Just the dim interior of the next carriage. A man in a suit brushed her shoulder. You getting off here? Yes, she said automatically, though this wasn't her stop. The clinic was nearer 34th. But something in her wanted open space, sky, anything that wasn't this metal tube of wrongness. She stepped onto platform at 14th Street and let the crowd carry her away from the car. As the train doors slid shut behind her, there was a flash of movement in the glass. For a fraction of a second, she thought she saw her own face in a reflection, but younger, hair shorter, eyes even wider. Then the train was gone, dragging the image into the tunnel. The platform felt colder than it should have. Claire stood back from the edge, heart still tripping over itself. The digital clock above the stairs read 8:38. She checked her phone. 8:38. For once, both clocks agreed. She took a breath, then another, focused on details. The grime on the tiles, the way someone had scratched initials into the metal support beam beside her, the rhythmic drip of water from somewhere up near the ceiling. Her gaze drifted down the platform. There, about 20 yards away, was the authorized personnel only door she'd noticed yesterday. Metal, dull with age, a small square window blacked out from the other side. The sign bolted to it was warped, one corner pulling away from the surface. Today, the door was fully closed. No crack, no hint of a corridor beyond. Claire knew perfectly well she should ignore it. Go upstairs. Catch the next train. Get to the appointment. Talk to Dr. Karr. Pretend to be a rational human being whose concept of inside and outside hadn't started to bleed. Instead, she found herself walking toward it. Each step felt like it echoed twice. Once under her foot, one somewhere inside her skull. Up close, The door looked even more unremarkable. A standard MTA installation, handle secured by a chunky lock, paint chipped at the edges. The kind of thing people saw every day and never really saw. She put her hand on the metal. It was cold, solid, nothing strange, nothing pulsing. Just a door. She pressed her ear against it. For a moment, all she heard was the low mechanical hum of the station. Footfalls reverberating through the concrete, the distant thunder of another train. Then, under that, she heard something else. Not clearly, not words, just cadence. A whisper, the suggestion of a child's voice, speaking too fast for her to make out syllables, as if a recording were being played on loop just beyond the metal. Her heart jerked. "Hello," she said. "Is someone in there?" She knew how insane that sounded the moment it left her mouth. No one answered, but the whispering stopped. Something tapped, once, against the other side of the door. Light, deliberate, like a fingernail. Claire took a sharp step back. Pulse hammering. 3 feet away. The sound of a throat clearing made her flinch. A transit worker stood nearby, holding a trash grabber and a half-full bag. His orange vest was dirty, his expression unimpressed. "You don't want to be messing with that," he said. Sorry. I just thought I heard." "You didn't." His tone was flat, certain. She took him in quickly. Gray stubble, dark crescents under the eyes, a name tag half torn off. "How do you know what I heard?" she asked, sharper than she'd intended. He looked at the door, then at her. His gaze lingered on her face a second too long, as if comparing it to something. "Because that door's welded shut," he said. "Been like that since before I transferred here. Nothing behind it but dust and rats." "Right," she said. "Of course." He shifted the trash bag to his other hand. "You look like you're about to faint. You need a medic?" "I'm fine," she lied. "Just lack of sleep." He grunted, the universal noise of older men acknowledging a problem they had no intention of solving. But he didn't walk away. "You ever see anybody going in or out?" she asked, nodding at the door, trying to sound casual. "No one goes in." He tilted his head. "But sometimes people stop, like you, put their ear to the metal, startle when I talk to them." A thread of ice slid down her spine. "How often?" "Often enough." He shrugged. "Full moon, maybe." He was trying to make a joke. The smile didn't reach his eyes. "How long have you worked this station?" she asked. He squinted at her, suspicious now. "Why you asking?" "I'm an architect," she lied easily. "I'm just interested in old structural spaces. The plans say there's a corridor behind there. Storage. Plans are old too," he said. "Half the stuff they show got sealed years ago. Trust me, lady, if they open that one up, I'll be the first to complain. More square footage to sweep." She almost smiled. "Look, take some advice," he added, lowering his voice slightly. "Don't stare at doors that don't open. The city's got plenty that do." The phrase lodged somewhere deep. Doors that don't open. The door in the room. The one behind her back. No handle. No exit. She exhaled. "I'll keep that in mind." He nodded once and moved on, grabbing an empty coffee cup with his tool as he went. Claire glanced at the station clock. 8:44. Her appointment with Dr. Karr was at 9. She could still make it if she caught the next train. She forced herself to turn away from the welded door and walked to the opposite end of the platform. Her legs felt unsteady, as if they belonged to someone who had just stepped off a spinning ride. When the next train arrived, she boarded without looking at her reflection in the glass. This time, the car was ordinary, too bright, too loud. She clung to those imperfections like proof. The clinic was in a narrow mid-rise building squeezed between a discount electronics store and a shuttered bar. From the street, it looked unassuming. A glass door, a small brass plaque with car neurology and sleep medicine etched into it. Claire stood on the sidewalk for a few seconds before going in. Don't trust her. The words ghosted across her mind with the same cadence as in the voicemail, her own voice warning her from inside the static. "Maybe I don't," she murmured, "but I'm still going to see her." Inside, the clinic's lobby was quiet and overlit. walls painted a soothing but vaguely sickly green. A bowl of individually wrapped mints sat on a reception counter, next to a stack of glossy pamphlets about insomnia, apnea, parasomnias. The woman behind the desk looked up with a practiced smile. "Good morning. Can I help you?" "Claire Moreno, 9 o'clock appointment." Her own voice sounded dull to her ears, as if someone had turned down its saturation. The receptionist typed something into her computer. "Got you. First time here. There's a bit of paperwork." She slid a clipboard across. "Insurance, consent forms, some basic history. Dr. Karr will see you right after." Claire took the clipboard and sat in one of the plastic chairs along the wall. The form swam. She filled in name, address, insurance details, emergency contact, her pen hovering for a moment over that last one before she finally wrote Jonathan Ridge and his number. Symptoms: difficulty falling asleep, difficulty staying asleep, restless legs, night terrors, sleepwalking, other, please specify. In the blank line, she wrote blackouts, missing time, recurrent room. She stared at the words. In this setting, in this fluorescent light, they looked ridiculous, like something a teenager would scribble as a joke. A small TV mounted in the corner of the lobby played a muted morning news show. The scrolling headlines at the bottom of the screen jittered in her peripheral vision. For a second they seemed to rearrange themselves into sentences she couldn't quite read. She squeezed her eyes shut, then opened them again. The words resolved back into politics, traffic, weather. The receptionist called her name. "You're all set. Dr. Karr is ready for you." Claire handed back the clipboard and followed a short hallway to an open door. Inside, the consultation room felt more like a therapist's office than a medical clinic. 2 armchairs facing each other, a small table with tissues, a tall bookshelf filled with thick volumes whose titles mix neurology with psychology and sleep science. No examination table, no intimidating machines. The woman who rose to greet her was in her 40s, hair pulled back into a neat twist, dark-framed glasses perched low on a narrow nose. Her suit was simple, dark. Her eyes, behind the lenses, were sharp and very awake. "Ms. Moreno," she said, "I'm Dr. Karr." Her voice was lower than Claire expected. Calm, precise. They shook hands. Dr. Karr's grip was firm, her skin cool. "Please," she said, gesturing to one of the chairs. "Sit wherever you're comfortable." Comfortable felt like a distant concept, but Claire sat. Dr. Karr took the other chair, folding one leg over the other, notepad balanced on her knee. She glanced briefly at the clipboard on her lap, then back at Claire. "So," she said, "you're losing time." It wasn't a question. Under the table. Claire's fingers tightened around the strap of her bag, feeling the crisp edge of the sketch folder against her palm. She swallowed, the ghost of her own warning still humming at the back of her skull. Don't trust her. Don't open the door. "Yes," Claire said. "I think I am." "Good," Dr. Karr replied. The word landed wrong. Claire's muscles tensed. "Good?" she echoed. "It means we have something concrete to talk about," Dr. Karr said, unbothered. "Losing time. Recurrent images. Voices that sound like your own. Those are all very specific. Vague sleeplessness is much harder." Her pen hovered over the blank page of her notepad. "Tell me," she said softly, "when was the first time you noticed the missing minutes?" Chapter 4. The noise behind the wall. The question lingered in the room like a hell breath. When was the first time you noticed the missing minutes? Claire didn't answer immediately. She watched Dr. Karr instead, watched the doctor's stillness, the careful openness of her posture, the way her gaze never drifted. Nothing predatory, nothing overtly strange. And yet something inside Claire's chest trembled, warning her of what exactly? Danger? Manipulation? Or simply the fear of discovering something she couldn't take back? She wet her lips. A few weeks ago, maybe longer. Dr. Karr nodded once. "Take your time. Think back. Your memory may resist at first. That's common. Resist." The word plucked a tense note in Claire's mind. She forced herself to continue. The first time I was sure something was wrong, it was a Monday morning. I woke up sitting on my couch, still in my work clothes. The TV was on, tuned to a news channel with no volume. The lamp was on too. I don't remember turning either on. Do you have a history of sleepwalking? No. Any medications? Stressors? Trauma's resurfacing. Claire froze. Trauma. Her hand tightened around the strap of her bag. Why would you ask that? Because unexplained time loss often comes with emotional triggers. Dr. Karr said calmly. Sometimes conscious, sometimes buried. Buried. Another word that hit too close. She forced a shrug. Nothing major. Dr. Karr didn't challenge the lie. She simply wrote something in her notes. Tell me about the recurring room, the doctor said. Describe it exactly. Claire hesitated, then pulled the folder from her bag and handed it over. I drew it. Or, I think I did. Dr. Karr studied the sketch for a long time, her face unreadable. Then she placed it gently on the table between them. How long have you been seeing this? It started as flashes, seconds, then longer. I think I'm inside it now when I black out. You think? I don't always wake where I fell asleep, Claire said, pulse quickening. And the room feels closer, like it's not a dream, more like a place I've been before. Dr. Karr tapped her pen lightly against her knee, just once, a subtle, rhythmic gesture meant to soothe or pace the patient. Claire wasn't sure which. And the girl, Dr. Karr asked. Claire's throat tightened. I don't want to talk about her yet. That's fine, the doctor said smoothly. We'll get there. Claire hated how the woman said we, as if they were partners in some slow excavation. Dr. Karr set her notepad aside. I'd like to run a few cognitive checks, but I don't want to overwhelm you on your first visit. For now, tell me, why today? What made you come in? Claire let out a shaky breath. Because everything feels like it's slipping, she whispered. And something is following me. Dr. Karr didn't blink. Following you how? In the subway. In reflections. On the other side of things. Do you see a specific person? Or a shape? A man, Claire said. Tall. Still. Watching me. Have you spoken to him? Has he approached you? No. He never moves. Never? Dr. Karr repeated softly. Not at all. Claire nearly said he doesn't need to, but the words died in her throat. Instead, she shook her head. The doctor wrote something else. Then she closed the notepad entirely. All right, she said. Here's what I propose. We schedule a monitored sleep study for later this week. Not overnight, just a controlled rest cycle. You won't be asleep long enough to reach full paralysis. We'll observe what happens when your brain transitions. It might help us understand the time loss and the imagery. Claire stiffened. And if I see the room again, then we'll see what your brain is doing during it. And the girl, Claire murmured. Dr. Karr's gaze softened by a fraction. If your mind is protecting you from something, I'd rather you not face it alone. The hum behind Claire's eyes pulsed. Don't trust her. She swallowed. I'll think about it. That's perfectly acceptable, Dr. Karr said. You don't have to decide today. As Claire stood to leave, Dr. Karr added, Ms. Moreno, one more thing. Claire paused in the doorway. When you hear the voices during these episodes, are they always your own? Claire felt a chill run down her spine. Slow, precise, cold. She forced a breath. Yes. Good. Dr. Karr said, If that changes, call me immediately. Outside, the city felt too bright. Too loud. Too fast. Claire walked 3 blocks before realizing she had no idea where she was going. Her feet simply moved, pushing her deeper into Midtown like she could outrun the lingering echo of Dr. Karr's voice. By the time she reached her apartment, her nerves were frayed and buzzing. She unlocked the door, stepped inside. The moment she closed it, a small, sharp sound snapped through the silence. Tap. Inside the wall. Claire went still. Another tap, this time lower, near the baseboard. A soft, deliberate sound, like someone testing each inch for weak spots. She took a step back. Not real, she whispered. The wall answered. Tap, 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 tap. Not random. A rhythm. She swallowed hard and forced herself to approach. Her palm hovered above the patch of wall, where the sealed storage room should be. She didn't touch it. Couldn't. Her fingertips tingled as if the air itself warned her away. The tapping stopped. Silence crept into the room, thick and listening. Claire exhaled slowly, chest tight. Then, scratch. A long, dragging scrape from the other side of the wall. She stumbled back, hit the opposite hallway wall, breath catching. Something moved behind the plaster. Something small. Something slow. Her phone buzzed abruptly, making her flinch. A text from Jonathan. Jonathan, how'd it go? You alive? Her hands shook so badly she typed with both thumbs. Claire, there's something inside my wall. The typing indicator blinked, then stopped, then blinked again. She waited. Finally, Jonathan, I'm coming over. Don't move. Claire stared at her phone. The wall behind her throbbed like a held breath. She whispered to no one, I'm not sure I can. Chapter 5. The sketch she doesn't remember drawing. Jonathan arrived in under 10 minutes. Record time for a man who usually needed 20 just to find his keys. Claire heard him before she saw him. Hurried footsteps in the hallway. The sharp jingle of keys hitting each other. A curse under his breath. He knocked once. Claire, it's me. She opened the door. The look he gave her made her stomach tighten. Concern sharpened into something like fear. You're pale, he said. Paler than usual, and you live in perpetual winter. Funny, she muttered, stepping aside. He entered and immediately scanned the apartment like he expected someone to pop out from behind a chair. Where's the thing? The wall creature? Your text was not very specific. Claire swallowed. Hallway. He walked to the hallway entrance, stopped, listened. I don't hear anything. It stopped when I texted you. Of course it did, he said under his breath. She wasn't sure if he meant that as comfort or confirmation of her unraveling. Jonathan crouched, pressing his ear to the baseboard. Nothing, not even pipes. You sure it wasn't a mouse? It wasn't a mouse, she said stiffly. Raccoon? Rogue pigeon? Demonic squirrel? She shot him a look. He straightened. Okay, not an animal. Tell me exactly what you heard. It didn't sound random, Claire whispered. It tapped, like it was thinking, testing. She pointed to the patch of wall. Right there, where the plans say there's a storage space. Jonathan crossed his arms. This again. It exists, she insisted, at least on paper. And maybe they sealed it because it's full of asbestos and disappointment, he said. Old buildings are weird, not haunted. She flinched at the word. Claire, he softened, I know you're scared, but walls don't tap in rhythms. Not unless someone's. He paused. She stiffened. Unless someone's what? Unless someone's inside, he said quietly. Her breath caught. Jonathan, I'm not saying that's what's happening, he rushed. But if it were, if there was someone back there, you wouldn't hear soft taps. You'd hear shouting, scraping. They'd try to get out. She wasn't comforted. Jonathan ran a hand through his hair. Look, if it makes you feel better, I'll knock. Before she could stop him, he rapped his knuckles on the wall. Knock, knock, knock. Silence. Claire held her breath. Jonathan smiled weakly. See? Nothing. Tap. One small, deliberate tap answered. Jonathan froze. His eyes widened a fraction. Okay, that was weird. Claire whispered. It's been doing that. Could be pipes. He said automatically. Old heating lines. Maybe. Tap, tap. Jonathan flinched. Nope. No, pipes don't do Morse code. Claire's pulse hammered so loudly she felt it in her teeth. Jonathan stepped back from the wall. Okay, he said, inhaling shakily. Okay, we're not dealing with whatever that is right now. We focus. How is the doctor? The shift of topic jarred her. Strange. Strange how? She knew things I didn't tell her. Asked about my recurrent room before I brought it up, and when I asked how she knew, she deflected. Jonathan frowned. That's not great. And she wants to do a controlled sleep test. Well, that makes sense. She wants to see what my brain does inside the room. Jonathan paused. Inside, Claire nodded. He opened his mouth to say something, but stopped when he froze mid-motion, gaze sliding past her shoulder. Claire, what's that? Her stomach dropped. What's what? You didn't have that up this morning. He pointed. She turned. On her kitchen counter lay a sheet of paper. Crisp. White. Wrong. A sketch. Another one. She approached slowly, breath tight in her throat. This drawing wasn't the room. It was the hallway. Her hallway, drawn from the perspective of someone standing inside the sealed storage room, looking outward, the angle perfectly aligned with the exact opposite side of the wall. The drawing showed her hallway, dimmed by cross-hatching, her frame print, her bedroom door, and in the foreground, a hand pressed against the inside of the wall, long fingers, thin, palm smeared with graphite shadows. Claire's heart lurched. Jonathan whispered, Claire, did you draw this? No. Did someone come in? No. How did it get here? I don't know. She sank onto a chair, trembling. Jonathan circled the counter like the drawing might attack him. He didn't touch it. Okay, he said finally. Okay, I don't know what to tell you except this is not a normal level weird. This is advanced level weird. Claire pressed her palms into her temples. I can't keep losing time like this, John. You're not losing time now, he said quietly. And for what it's worth, you're not alone. She closed her eyes. You don't believe me. He took a breath. I didn't, this morning. But that, he pointed at the sketch, is enough for me to stop being a skeptic for at least the next 12 hours. Claire let out a broken laugh. Jonathan hesitated, then moved closer, lowering his voice. What does it want, Claire? She swallowed. I don't know. Then we figured out. Together. Before she could answer, something thudded softly inside the wall. Not a tap, not a scratch. A knock. Solid. Human. Jonathan stumbled back. Claire stood frozen. A second knock followed. Then, a voice. Faint, muffled, childlike. From behind the wall, a whisper, sliding to the plaster. Let me out. Chapter 6. Sleep Clinic. The voice didn't come again. Not after the first trembling let me out. Not after Claire and Jonathan pressed themselves back against the far wall, like children hiding from a monster under the bed. Silence flooded the hallway, heavy and unnatural, as if the building itself were holding its breath. Jonathan was the first to move. He raised both hands slowly, palms out. Okay. We're leaving this wall alone. Forever. We never speak to walls again. New rule. Claire couldn't speak. Her throat had closed up around something cold. The child's voice, small, broken awake, still echoed under her ribs. Jonathan reached for her elbow. Claire. Hey, look at me. She forced her eyes up. You're going to the sleep test, he said quietly. Tonight, if possible. I don't care what Dr. Karr wants or doesn't want. You're not staying here alone with... He gestured helplessly at the wall. That. Claire swallowed. You heard it too. Jonathan's face flickered. Yeah, I heard it. Then it's real. He hesitated, just for a second, but long enough. Claire stepped back, heart sinking. You think I imagined it? No, Claire, listen. You hesitated. I hesitated because the alternative is worse, he snapped. Either you imagined it or something is in your wall. Neither is exactly a comforting option. She looked away, pulse rising. Jonathan rubbed a hand down his face. Let's just get you ready. You have your folder? Your ID? The sketch? All of this is evidence, right? Evidence, she echoed hollowly. Evidence of what? Her mind unraveling? Or something else? Something that watched her from the edges of rooms and reflections. Something that tapped in coded rhythms and drew its own view of her hallway? She grabbed her coat, bag, folder. Jonathan hovered close, as if the walls might try to reach for her again. At the door, she paused. Her gaze pulled, against her will, toward the sealed patch of drywall. toward the exact place where the voice had come from. The air near it felt colder. The silence felt interested. Jonathan touched her arm gently. Come on, before the building decides to introduce us to another roommate. They left. Claire locked the door. Twice. This time she didn't look back. The sleep clinic felt different at night. Claire arrived at 8:49 p.m., 11 minutes early, though the cold air outside had frozen time into something slow and thick. Jonathan insisted on waiting in the lobby, claiming he would pretend to read a magazine while actually eavesdropping on everything. She didn't argue. Inside, the receptionist from the morning was gone, replaced by a man in pale scrubs scrolling silently on a tablet. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead with a faint, insect-like whine. Name? He asked without looking up. Claire Moreno. He tapped a few lines on the screen. Dr. Karr is expecting you. Third door on the left. Thank you. He didn't reply. Claire walked down the narrow hallway, her shoes making too much noise on the polished floor. The clinic smelled different at night. Less antiseptic, more stale, like the air had been held for too long. Dr. Karr's door was half open. Claire knocked lightly. Come in, came the calm voice. She entered. The consultation room was dimmer now, one lamp instead of overhead lighting. Dr. Karr stood beside a rolling cart filled with wires, sensors, and a compact EEG headpiece. Good evening, the doctor said. You came. Should I not have? Claire asked. Dr. Karr smiled faintly. You should be here if you feel unsafe in your environment. And you do. A chill crawled up Claire's spine. How do you? I see it in your posture. Shoulders too rigid. Eyes tracking shadows. Stress responses don't lie. Claire didn't sit right away. I heard something in my wall. Something? A voice, Claire whispered. Dr. Karr studied her carefully. Child or adult? Child. The doctor's eyebrow twitched, an almost imperceptible sign of interest. And you believe the voice was external? Claire hesitated. If it wasn't, then I'm losing it. You're not losing anything, Dr. Karr said. You're experiencing a dissonance between your perceptions and your environment that is treatable. Is it? Claire murmured. Dr. Karr gestured to the reclining chair in the center of the room. Tonight, we'll attempt a wake-rest cycle. 10 to 12 minutes of controlled micro-sleep. You won't reach full REM, but you may reach hypnagogia, the threshold where your episodes begin. Claire bristled. Episodes. That's what they are. Sharp transitions, abrupt mental shifts, dissociated breaks. Claire's chest tightened. You think this is all in my head. I think your mind is working overtime, the doctor said carefully. But whether the trigger is internal or external is something we will examine. External. The word echoed like a strange, impossible hope. Dr. Karr lifted the EEG headpiece. May I? Claire nodded. The doctor placed a mesh cap over Claire's hair, tightening the straps gently. Electrodes rested against her scalp. Cool, soft points of contact. Try to relax, Dr. Karr said, her voice lowering. Breathe normally. You won't be unconscious, only drifting. I'll be monitoring the entire time. Nothing can harm you here. Nothing can harm you. Claire had heard those words before, from someone else, somewhere distant, someone whose voice blurred with memory like smudged ink. She lay back in the reclining chair. Dr. Karr dimmed the lights until only a soft amber glow remained. A machine hummed to life. Claire's heartbeat thudded in her ears. Her eyelids grew heavy. Her breathing slowed. Good, Dr. Karr murmured. Stay with your breath. If you feel yourself slipping, don't fight it. Observe it. Observe it. The words drifted with her into the dark. Claire's thoughts began to smear. Sound stretched. The room tilted in slow, syrupy motions. Something moved in the dark space behind her eyes, soft, like fabric brushing against her mind. She heard a faint tap. Her fingers twitched. Then another tap-tap, perfectly spaced. Her chest tightened. Dr. Karr? She whispered, barely audible. Yes, Claire? The doctor's voice floated from somewhere to her right. I hear something. That's normal. You're entering the threshold. No, it's not normal, Claire breathed. It's the same tapping from my wall. Silence. Then, describe it. Claire's eyelids fluttered. Her body felt heavy, pinned to the chair. It's close, she whispered. Behind something. Waiting. The tapping grew louder, sharper, closer. Claire's breath hitched. It's in the room. No, Dr. Karr said calmly. There's nothing in the room except us. The tapping stopped. For a heartbeat, Claire was suspended in absolute, wrong silence. Bang! The wall behind her chair shook violently. Claire's eyes shot open. Dr. Karr didn't move. The room looked the same, calm, dimly lit, undisturbed. Claire, Dr. Karr said quietly, I didn't hear anything. Claire trembled. It hit the wall. Your brain hit the transition point. You're blending waking perception with internal imagery. No, Claire choked out. Someone hit the wall. Hard. Dr. Karr leaned closer, voice steady. Claire, your readings didn't spike. Nothing external happened. Claire's breath stuttered. Her head felt heavy, too heavy, and when she blinked, the room dimmed a shade too much, like someone had dialed reality down one notch. She blinked again, and she wasn't in the clinic. Not fully. The narrow room flickered around the edges of her sight, like a double exposure. Walls peeling, bulbs swinging, corner darkening. The corner. The girl's head lifted. Claire. Dr. Karr's voice snapped like a whip. Stay here. With me. Claire, where are you? Her heart slammed against her ribs. 2 rooms. One over the other. Reality layered like thin paper. I can't stay, Claire whispered. The clinic dissolved. The other room surged forward like a tidal wave. The bulb overhead buzzed. A cold draft crawled under her skin. The walls creaked, and then something whispered from the dark, a breath against her left ear. You're back. Claire screamed. The world snapped. She jerked violently awake in the clinic chair, gasping, drenched in cold sweat. Dr. Karr hovered inches from her, gripping her shoulders. Claire, focus. Look at me. You're here. You're safe. Claire sobbed once, a sharp, animal sound. The doctor didn't flinch. She only said one thing, voice low and steady. Claire, you crossed the threshold faster than anyone I've ever seen. Claire shook her head wildly. No, I wasn't dreaming. I was there. Something was... Dr. Karr tightened her grip. Claire, she said, we need to talk about the girl. Claire's blood ran cold. Dr. Karr's eyes didn't blink as she whispered, because I've seen her too. Chapter 7. The locked door. The word hung in the air so sharply that Claire wasn't sure she'd heard them or imagined them. I've seen her too. Dr. Karr didn't look away. Her expression didn't shift. Her voice didn't waver. She said it with the same calm precision she used for clinical instructions, as if confessing to a shared hallucination were as normal as confirming an appointment time. Claire's entire body went cold. You're lying, she whispered. You're testing me or trying to steer me into some diagnosis. The doctor shook her head once. No, I am not lying. Claire's pulse thundered in her ears. How could you possibly have seen her? You don't even know what she looks like. Dr. Karr rose slowly, crossed the room to a tall filing cabinet, and slid open a drawer near the bottom. She removed a thin folder. No name on the tab. No label. She held it out. Look. Claire stared at it, but didn't reach for it. What is that? A patient file, Dr. Karr said. From years ago. A child referred for dissociative episodes and recurring visual hallucinations. Hallucinations, Claire echoed. So you think that's what I'm having? I didn't say that. Dr. Karr set the file on the table between them. Read the last page. Claire's fingers trembled as she lifted the folder. The paper was old, edges softened, slight yellowing, faint smell of dust. She flipped through the notes. Clinical assessments. Sleep logs. Behavior reports. On the last page, clipped to the back cover, was a drawing, a crude one, childlike, a narrow room, peeling walls, a single bulb, a corner, and a girl sitting with her arms around her knees. Claire's stomach twisted. This could be anything. Any room, any child. Keep looking, Dr. Karr said. Claire's eyes drifted downward. A figure stood in the doorway of the drawing room, taller than the girl, darker, featureless, the same shape she had seen in her own sketches. Her breath stuttered. This is impossible, she whispered. Who drew this? A 7-year-old, Dr. Karr said softly. I treated her when I was still in residency. Claire's chest tightened. Where is she now? Gone. Claire froze. Gone as in moved? Or... Gone, the doctor repeated. The family vanished before the child could complete treatment. The apartment was cleared. No forwarding address. No explanation. They simply disappeared. Cold sweat broke across Claire's skin. And what, she whispered, did the child say about the room? Very little. Dr. Karr said she could never enter it fully. She only saw it through cracks, through walls, through reflections. Claire felt like she was sinking. Reflections? Yes. And the figure? Claire's voice was barely audible. Dr. Karr's jaw tightened. She said, he lived behind the door. Claire's stomach dropped. What door? Dr. Karr's eyes met hers with alarming precision. The one you keep seeing. Claire stumbled back a step, hitting the edge of the reclining chair. No, this isn't real. You're manipulating me. This is some kind of psychological trap. If I wanted to manipulate you, Dr. Karr said evenly, I would have chosen something simpler than a shared apparition. Claire shook her head. Why tell me now? Because you crossed into that room tonight, the doctor said. Even briefly. Most patients hover at the threshold. You stepped inside. That changes everything. Claire wrapped her arms around herself, shaking. I want to go home. Dr. Karr nodded. You can, but I need you to be careful. Careful of what? The door. Claire swallowed. It isn't real. Oh, it's real, Dr. Karr whispered. Just not for everyone. Claire stepped toward the door of the consultation room. Ms. Moreno, Dr. Karr called after her, voice low but firm. Listen to me. Doors, real or imaginary, don't open unless something on the other side wants out. Claire's hand froze on the handle. Don't let it open, Dr. Karr said. Not yet. Claire stumbled into the hallway. The lights felt too bright, the air too thin. Her heart wouldn't slow. Jonathan lunged to his feet the moment he saw her emerge. Claire? What happened? You look like you just saw... I need to leave, she gasped. He caught her shoulders. Hey, slow down. What did she do? Claire shook her head violently. Later. Just let's go. Now. Jonathan grabbed her coat, shoved it around her shoulders, and guided her out of the clinic. They didn't speak until they were halfway down the block. Claire finally stopped walking, breath coming in sharp, short bursts. Jonathan stepped in front of her. Claire, look at me. She did, and something in her expression made his face harden with fear. Jesus, he whispered. What did she say? Claire wiped cold sweat from her temple. She showed me a drawing. Okay. From a child she treated years ago. Jonathan frowned. And it was the same room, Claire said, voice cracking. Jonathan, it was the exact same room. Down to the corner. Down to the figure in the doorway. Jonathan stared at her, then shook his head. Coincidence. Stop, Claire hissed. Don't do that. Don't rationalize it. You heard the wall. You saw the sketch. You know something is wrong. Jonathan backed off a step, hands raised. Okay. You're right. I'm sorry. He paused. Did she explain what it is? Claire swallowed. She said there was a door. Jonathan paled. What kind of door? The one I see before the room. The one from your dreams? Not dreams, Claire whispered. Not dreams anymore. Jonathan exhaled slowly. And what did she mean by don't let it open? Claire shivered. I don't know. Jonathan glanced behind her, scanning the street. Okay, we're not going back to your place. Not tonight. You're staying at my apartment. No. Yes, he corrected, already flagging down a cab. I am not letting you sleep alone with whatever is trying to reach through your walls. The cab stopped. Jonathan held the door open for her. Claire stepped inside. As Jonathan circled to the other side, the glass window beside her flickered faintly, just a glitch from the passing streetlights, she told herself. But behind her faint reflection, in that half-second distortion, she saw movement, a tall shape, standing exactly where she'd been one heartbeat before, watching, waiting. She jerked her head around. Nothing there. Jonathan slid into the seat beside her and shut the door. It's okay, he said quietly. I've got you. Claire nodded, but her throat felt tight, her skin too cold. As the cab pulled away from the curb, Claire couldn't stop replaying Dr. Karr's last words, echoing like a low, patient knock on the other side of her skull. Doors don't open unless something on the other side wants out. Chapter 8. Voices on the answering machine. Jonathan's apartment was a converted loft above a shuttered bookstore. High ceilings, exposed brick, the faint lingering smell of old paper. Usually it felt warm, cluttered, safe. Tonight it felt like a place where sound could hide. Claire stepped inside and immediately scanned the corners. Jonathan locked the door behind them, double-checking the bolt the way she always did at home. You want tea? Whiskey? A sedative? Holy water? He asked. Just quiet, Claire murmured. He nodded and switched off the overhead lights, leaving only a small lamp glowing near the couch. Claire sank onto it, pulling her knees up, trying to make her body small enough to stop shaking. Jonathan sat across from her in an armchair, elbows on his knees, watching her carefully. Tell me everything, he said. She didn't want to, not because she didn't trust him, but because saying the words out loud might make them real in a way she couldn't take back. Dr. Karr knew the room, Claire whispered finally. She had a drawing of it from another patient, a child. Jonathan swallowed. And she thinks the girl in your room is connected. She said she's seen her. He stiffened. That's not reassuring. No. Jonathan rubbed his face. What does she think this is? Sleep paralysis? Dissociation? Trauma flashback? Claire shook her head slowly. She didn't say. She didn't even pretend it's purely psychological. She treated it like something that exists whether or not you believe in it. Jonathan exhaled hard. Silence pressed between them. Then Claire's phone buzzed. She flinched violently. Jonathan frowned. It's okay. It's just your phone. But she didn't move to pick it up. The screen lit the table with a sickly glow. New voicemail. No missed call. Jonathan's eyebrows pulled together. Don't answer it. Claire's breath trembled. I have to. Claire. But she was already reaching for it. Her thumb hovered over play. Wait, Jonathan said, grabbing her wrist gently. At least put it on speaker, so I can hear it too. She nodded, breath shallow, and tapped play. Static flooded the room first. Thick, wet, suffocating. Then something beneath it. Breathing. Labored. Close. And then Claire. Her name, whispered in a voice that sounded exactly like her own, but younger. Softer. Terrified. Jonathan's eyes widened. Another whisper followed, trembling. Don't trust her. She opened the door. The audio fragmented, warping into a shriek of distortion, like a tape mangled by a machine. Claire's stomach twisted. That's the same voice. From before. Jonathan swallowed hard. That was you, Claire. But not you now. The message continued, shifting. A faint tapping in the background. Rhythmic. Urgent. Then, beneath the static, a third voice. Not Claire's. Not the child's. A slow, deep whisper. Stay awake. The message cut abruptly. The voicemail icon vanished. Just like before. Claire stared at the dark screen, her breathing sharp and uneven. Jonathan whispered, Okay. That wasn't your imagination. That was recorded. That was on your phone. Claire's head throbbed. It said she opened the door. Who is she? Jonathan asked. Dr. Karr? I don't know. Jonathan stood suddenly and began pacing, running his hands through his hair. We should call someone. Police? Tech guy? Hacker? Priest? I don't know. Someone who can explain how a phone records things that didn't happen. Claire didn't answer, because something in the voicemail replayed in her mind like a cold finger against her spine. She opened the door. A memory flickered. No, not a memory. A sensation, like the swing of a heavy hinge in the dark. A breath of cold air. A child's cry. Her own voice calling. She pressed a hand to her forehead. I think I'm remembering something. Jonathan stopped pacing. Remembering what? I don't know yet. Claire's fingers dug into her temples. But it's not from last night. Or this week. It's older. Buried. Jonathan sat next to her, carefully. Is this something from your childhood? Claire opened her mouth. No sound came out. Her heartbeat sped up so violently she thought she might faint. Jonathan's phone buzzed and, sudden and loud. He jumped. Nope, not answering that. But the buzzing didn't stop. A call. A known number. He let it ring. It stopped. Then Claire's phone buzzed. Another call. Same number. No caller ID. No name. Jonathan swore under his breath. They're calling both of us? The screen pulsed like an eye. Claire whispered, I think. It's coming from inside the building. Jonathan froze. You can't know that. She could feel it. Not sound. Not logic. A pull. A direction. Something waiting in the echo of the voicemail. Waiting nearby. She turned her head slowly toward the far corner of the loft, where Jonathan kept a tall metal storage cabinet wedged between two old bookcases. Steel. Heavy. Unopened for months. The cabinet door was slightly ajar. Jonathan noticed her stare and followed it. What? Claire rose to her feet, as if drawn by a thread. Claire, Jonathan whispered, don't. But she kept walking, as if something behind her eyes had decided for her. The cabinet door creaked open with a faint metallic groan. Inside, the shelves were stacked with boxes, paint cans, old tools. And on the bottom shelf lay a piece of loose paper. A sketch. Claire's knees nearly buckled. Jonathan was at her side instantly. Did you put that there? She shook her head. He reached in with shaking hands and pulled out the drawing. Another room. Not the narrow one this time. A hallway. Long, dim. Familiar, with doors on both sides. And at the very end, centered perfectly, a single door drawn in heavy, dark strokes. No handle, no hinges, just a sealed slab of wood with one phrase scrawled beneath it in jagged handwriting. Don't open what remembers. Jonathan's voice broke. Claire, what the hell does that mean? Claire didn't answer, because she was staring at the drawing with a sinking, horrific certainty tightening around her ribs. She knew that hallway. She had walked it. She had walked it as a child. She whispered, barely audible, I've seen that door before. Chapter 9. The woman with her same face. The sketch trembled in Claire's hands. Not from the paper. From her. The lines blurred as memory and nausea collided. The hallway in the drawing wasn't unfamiliar anymore. It wasn't symbolic. It wasn't imagined. It was real. A place she had been. A place she had left behind. Claire, Jonathan whispered, trying to steady her. What does it mean that you've seen that door before? Her breath trembled. I don't know. Not fully. I just feel it, like the memory is there, but won't let me see it. Jonathan swallowed. Then we're not looking at dreams. Or hallucinations. This is something tied to your past. Yes, she whispered. And something wants me to remember it. Her phone buzzed. She jumped violently, almost dropping the drawing. Don't answer. Jonathan warned. I'm not, she said, stepping back. The buzzing stopped. Then a second later, Jonathan's phone buzzed. Then Claire's again. Alternating. Synchronized. Jonathan grabbed both devices and tossed them face down on the kitchen counter like they might bite. Okay, he breathed. Let's talk about literally anything else. You said you were remembering something. What exactly? Claire sank onto the couch, eyes distant. I don't know. It's like something is pushing at the inside of my head, like it's knocking. Jonathan hesitated, like the wall. Yes. Her voice cracked, like the wall. She took a breath. Then another. When she spoke again, the words came slowly, as if pulled from deep underwater. When I was 7, my mother sent me to stay with a relative for a few months. She never explained why. I barely remember it. Just colors. A hallway. The sound of... She stopped. Jonathan leaned in. The sound of what? Claire closed her eyes. Tapping. Jonathan's face drained of color. Before either of them could speak again, 3 soft knocks sounded at the apartment door. Claire froze. Jonathan slowly straightened. Stay here. No, Claire whispered. Yes, he repeated firmly. I'll check. He crept to the door and looked through the peephole. His breath caught. He stepped back fast. Claire, you need to see this. Fear spidered up her spine. What is it? Just look. She approached the door on shaking legs and pressed her eye to the peephole. Her heart stopped. A woman stood in the hallway, mid-30s, pale, dark hair pulled loosely back, wearing a long gray coat. Her posture was precise, still almost serene. Her face. Claire gasped. Her face was hers. Older, maybe by a few years, but unmistakably her. Same cheekbones, same jawline, same shape of mouth. The woman lifted her face slightly, as if sensing Claire's gaze through the peephole. Her lips moved, not a greeting, a whisper. Claire's breath fogged the glass as she strained to hear. Jonathan whispered behind her, Who the hell is she? Claire didn't blink. I don't know. She kept watching. The woman's lips moved again. Claire leaned closer. This time she heard it. A faint, unmistakable whisper through the door. Don't go back. Claire's body locked. The woman raised her hand and pressed her palm flat against the door, right above the peephole. Jonathan grabbed Claire's shoulder. Step away. She didn't move. The woman leaned in, her forehead touching the wood, as if listening. Then she spoke again, just one breath, soft and broken. He remembers you. Claire stumbled back, so hard she hit the opposite wall. Jonathan caught her, gripping her arms. Claire, Claire, hey, look at me, what did she say? Claire's throat barely worked. She said, he remembers me. Who? Who remembers you? Her eyes filled with terror. The man in the room. Jonathan pushed her gently behind him and moved toward the door again. Before he reached it, the doorknob rattled. Slowly, deliberately. Jonathan stopped dead. No. The rattling ceased. A single knock followed. Soft, measured. Claire clamped a hand over her mouth. Jonathan whispered, She's not trying to get in. She wants us to open it. Neither of them moved. The apartment fell silent. Seconds passed. Then minutes. Jonathan finally exhaled and checked the peephole again. The hallway was empty. The woman was gone. He locked both bolts again, then a third time, then leaned his forehead against the door. Claire, he whispered, what does this mean? She shook her head slowly. I don't know, but I think she wasn't trying to hurt us. You're sure? No, Claire admitted, voice trembling. But she was afraid. Jonathan frowned. Afraid of what? Claire's eyes moved to the sketch on the table. Her voice was barely a breath. The same thing that's afraid of me remembering. Jonathan sat beside her, gripping her hands tight. Claire, you need to tell me everything about when you were 7. Claire shook her head. I can't, she whispered. It's not all there. It's like there's a door in my memory, and something's keeping it shut. Jonathan swallowed. And Dr. Karr wants you to open it. Claire nodded slowly. That's what the child in the voicemail was warning me about, she said. She opened the door. Jonathan's brow tightened. Who's she? Claire closed her eyes. When she opened them, her voice was hollow. I think the woman at the door was me. Jonathan stared. Claire, not a hallucination, she said. Not a reflection. Not a dream. Me, a different version. From somewhere I've been, or somewhere I'm going, Or a hum began behind her eyes. Low, vibrating, familiar. Jonathan saw her wince. Claire? What's happening? She pressed her fingers to her temples. The room. It's coming back. Jonathan grabbed her shoulders. Hey, stay with me. But the hum grew louder, richer, deeper, a slow pulse, like a heartbeat, but not hers. Claire gasped. Jonathan, don't let me fall asleep. Don't let me. Her words dissolved. Jonathan shook her harder. Claire, Claire. The room tilted. The lights dimmed. Sound stretched like melting plastic. Claire felt herself slipping, caught between the real and the remembered, a door swinging inward, and just before she dropped into the dark, she heard the child's voice whisper from somewhere inside her own mind. He's almost through. Chapter 10. A file with her name on it. Claire hit the floor before Jonathan could catch her. One moment she was upright. The next she collapsed like a puppet whose strings had been severed. Her eyes didn't close. They rolled upward, pupils contracting, breath shallow and fast. Jonathan dropped his knees beside her, gripping her shoulders. Claire, Claire, wake up. Stay here, come on. Her lips moved, but the voice that came out wasn't hers. It was a child's whisper, thin and breathy. He's here. Jonathan's blood ran cold. He shook her harder. Claire, look at me. Her gaze slid past him, unfocused, like she was watching something behind him. Something crawling into the room through an invisible seam. Jonathan glanced over his shoulder, panic rising. Nothing there, but the air was thick. Wrong. As if the room had dropped a degree in temperature. Something watched. Claire, he whispered, forcing himself not to lose it. I'm taking you to the hospital. He reached for his phone. Before he could dial, Claire sucked a sharp breath, like a drowning person breaking the surface, and her body jerked. Her eyes snapped violently into focus. Jonathan, she gasped, clawing at his arm. He's pulling. He's pulling the room closer. Jonathan grabbed her face gently, making her look at him. You fainted. You're not going anywhere. You're staying right here. No! Claire breathed, every syllable trembling. This wasn't fainting. This was, he grabbed me. Who? Claire shook her head, trembling. I didn't see him. I only felt pressure, like someone standing right behind me. Jonathan swallowed hard. Claire, nothing was behind you. That's the problem, she whispered. He doesn't need to be. Before Jonathan could respond, Claire stood abruptly, stumbling toward the kitchen counter where her bag lay. She rummaged through it with shaking hands until she found a folder she brought from the clinic. She dumped the contents onto the table. Sketches, notes, the copy of her sleep questionnaire, and one sheet she had never seen before. A photocopy of an intake form. Stamped, signed, filled out, her name at the top, her date of birth. Patient, Moreno, Claire age, 7 issue, night terrors, time loss, auditory events. Jonathan whispered, The hell is that? Claire stared at the page. No, I never saw this. Dr. Karr never showed me. She flipped it over. On the back was a drawing. Not childish, not recent. A perfect architectural sketch, hers. A hallway, a sealed door, a small child silhouette in the corner. Claire's breath caught. That's my drawing. But you didn't draw that tonight. No. Jonathan slowly picked up the intake form. Claire, you need to listen very carefully. This form says you were admitted to Dr. Karr's clinic 24 years ago. That's impossible, Claire whispered. She didn't know me then. Jonathan looked sick. Maybe she did. Claire's knees buckled. She dropped into a chair. That can't be right, she whispered. It's wrong. Why would she show me a file from a different child and hide one with my name on it? Jonathan knelt beside her. Claire, maybe the child wasn't someone else. Her throat closed. No. Maybe it was you, he said softly. Claire's breath stuttered. I would remember that. I would remember being treated. I would remember a clinic. A doctor. A room. The hum behind her eyes pulsed. Jonathan caught her hand. Claire, look at the date on the form. She forced her eyes to the top corner. 1999. Her breath trembled. This can't be real, she whispered. It can't. We need to confront her, Jonathan said. We go back to the clinic tomorrow. We ask about this file. We demand answers. Claire stared at the drawing again, her drawing, from a time she couldn't recall. She didn't show me this, Claire whispered. She kept it hidden. Why? Jonathan hesitated. Maybe she didn't want to scare you. No, Claire said slowly. No, she wasn't scared. She was prepared. Prepared. Her stomach churned. What if, she whispered, she knew exactly what I'd see when I crossed the threshold? Jonathan's voice dropped. What if she wants you to open that door? Claire shivered. Or worse, what if she wants what's behind it to open for her? A sudden, sharp click echoed in the loft. Jonathan turned. What was that? The overhead light flickered. Claire's heart slammed against her ribs. Jonathan. The loft's intercom buzzed. Both of them jumped. Jonathan approached it slowly, as if it might explode. He pressed a button. Hello? Static crackled. Then a voice, soft, ragged female, came through the speaker. Don't let her find you. Jonathan's eyes widened. Claire. The voice continued, urgent now. She's not what she seems. She's not. The connection cut. Claire felt the bottom drop out of her stomach. Jonathan whispered, Was that the woman from the hallway? Before Claire could answer, Claire's phone buzzed again. A new voicemail. No missed call. Jonathan grabbed her wrist. Claire, don't. But she was already pressing play. Static. Breathing. Then, she knows you're remembering. Claire's veins turned to ice. The message distorted. A harsh scrape. A low rumble. Then a whisper, right against the microphone. Too close to be safe. Run. Claire dropped the phone. It hit the floor with a crack. Jonathan grabbed her shoulders. Okay, we're done. We're leaving. Now. Claire stared at the intake form, her name staring back at her from a past she'd never lived. No, she whispered. We're not leaving. Jonathan froze. Why? Claire lifted the old form in trembling hands. Because if this file is real, then Dr. Karr already found me once. She looked at the sealed door drawn on the page. And she's trying to finish what she started. Chapter 11. The room expands. Claire didn't sleep. Not a second. She sat at Jonathan's kitchen table, back hunched, fingers locked around the old intake form like it was a bomb she had to keep from going off. The fluorescent light above flickered every few minutes, as if the wiring were straining under something else in the room. Jonathan hadn't left her side. He paced, sat, stood again, checked the windows, checked the door, checked the hallway outside the peephole every 10 minutes. Neither of them said the things they were thinking, because both versions were worse. Either Claire had been treated as a child and her memory had been altered, or Dr. Karr was lying, or something else had erased it for her. At 3:09 a.m., Claire's head jerked up suddenly. Jonathan noticed. What is it? I heard something, she said, voice strained. Inside my head, like a breath. Jonathan moved closer. Claire. Shoo, she whispered, raising a hand. Silence. Then a sound rose beneath it. Not in the apartment. Not in the hallway. Inside her skull. A faint, distant creak. With bending. Straining. Jonathan saw her face blanch. You're hearing it again. Claire nodded. It's the door. The one from the room. Jonathan grabbed the chair in front of her, pulled it closer, knelt. Talk to me? What does it sound like? Claire's eyes unfocused for a moment, like it's opening, slowly, like something behind it is pushing. Jonathan's jaw clenched. Claire, we're leaving. Now. No. He blinked. No. We can't run from something inside my head, she whispered. And running only makes it follow faster. Jonathan stared at her for a long moment, then sat back, defeated. What do we do? Claire swallowed. We need more information. Something from the clinic. Something she didn't show me. Like your missing childhood record? Yes. Jonathan straightened. Then we go back. Break in if we have to. Claire shivered. Not now. She'll be expecting it. Jonathan frowned. Why? She doesn't know you found a file. Claire shook her head slowly. She knows. She always knows. His face tightened. You're assuming. No. Her voice was steady now, terrifyingly calm. I'm remembering. Jonathan fell silent. Claire lifted the intake form, reading the date again. 1999. I remember a hallway, she murmured. It was long, cold. I walked it every night. There were doors on both sides. But I only went to one. Jonathan leaned in. The sealed one. Claire nodded. It called to me. How? With tapping. Jonathan's breath caught. The hum behind Claire's eyes pulsed again, hot this time, not cold. She pressed her palms to her temples. Claire. Jonathan whispered. Her vision blurred at the edges. Colors draining, shadows stretching, like the room were folding inward. She gasped. Jonathan, it's coming again. Jonathan grabbed her hand. Stay with me. But the world dimmed, tilted, shifted. Jonathan's voice stretched like a slow, underwater echo. Claire's vision snapped, and for a moment she saw two rooms overlapping. Jonathan's loft and the narrow, sickly yellow room behind her eyes. Reality flickered, dropped, reformed. Claire was standing, bare feet, cold linoleum, peeling wallpaper. The room. No, she whispered. Not again. The bulb overhead flickered weakly, as if reacting to her fear. The space felt bigger now, longer, as if something had stretched the walls outward. She spun. The door behind her had changed. Not wood this time. Metal. Bolted. Worse. It was open a crack. A sliver of darkness leaked through. Thick, heavy, almost liquid. Claire stumbled back. No, no, stay closed, stay closed. A small sound came from the corner. The girl. She wasn't sitting this time. She was standing, face still hidden beneath the curtain of hair. But her breathing was audible now, ragged and quick. Claire froze. Don't come closer. Please. The girl lifted her head, slightly. A single eye glinted through the hair, too much like Claire's own. Claire's voice cracked. What do you want? The girl didn't speak. Instead, she pointed. Claire followed the gesture. To the door. To the widening crack in the metal. To the darkness pushing through like fog. Something moved inside it. Slow. Tall. Uncoiling. No, Claire whispered. Stay back, stay. A voice. Deep, wrong, familiar. Breathed from behind the door. Come home. Claire screamed, and the world shattered. She fell forward and hit hardwood. Jonathan caught her before she hit the floor completely. Claire, Claire, wake up, wake up. She sucked in a breath so sharp it tore her throat. Jonathan, he was opening it. The door was opening. Jonathan's face was white. You were standing. Your eyes were open. You weren't here. Claire clutched his arm. The room is changing, growing. The door is metal now. It's opening, Jonathan, it's opening. Jonathan pressed his forehead to hers. Claire, we can't do this alone. No, she gasped. We can't trust anyone else. He swallowed. Not even Dr. Karr? Claire's voice dropped to a tremor. Especially not Dr. Karr. Jonathan hesitated. Then who? Claire lifted her shaking hand and pointed at the old intake form on the table. I want to know who filed this. You think it wasn't Dr. Karr? No, Claire whispered. This handwriting, it's not hers. Jonathan leaned closer. Then who? A soft sound cut him off. A scrape from the loft's far wall. Jonathan froze. Claire's blood turned to ice. The sound repeated, slow, gentle, like a fingertip dragging along plaster. Jonathan whispered, Please tell me that's a neighbor. Claire's eyes widened. No. Jonathan, look where the sound is coming from. He did, and his face drained of color. The scrape was coming from inside the wall. Chapter 12. The return of the stranger. The scrape trailed along the wall like something were feeling its way from the inside. Jonathan's breath hitched. Claire, that's the same pattern as your apartment. The same sound. Claire backed away until her shoulders hit the kitchen counter. Her pulse hammered so hard she felt in her teeth. The scrape paused. Then came a tap. Soft, precise. Jonathan whispered, "This place was safe. This place was my place." "How the hell?" The tap answered him. A little harder, like a knock muffled by drywall. Claire shook her head. "It followed me." Jonathan turned to her. No, don't say that. Don't. This is your brain echoing what happened earlier. It can't physically follow." Tap, tap. Claire flinched. "Stop rationalizing." Jonathan swallowed hard. "Okay, fine. Then it's not your brain. It's something else." "Someone else," Claire whispered. "Someone inside." The third knock came. This one, unmistakable. Claire covered her mouth. The sound vibrated through the floor, up her legs, under her skin. "Jonathan," she breathed, "don't get close to it." He didn't listen. He moved toward the wall slowly, crouched beside it, ear hovering just an inch away. 1 second. 2. He jerked back. Claire grabbed him. "What?" Jonathan whispered, voice cracking. "I heard breathing." Claire's vision wavered. "No." Shallow. Fast. Like someone small. His eyes met hers. "Claire," it sounded like a child. The room held its breath. And then a voice slipped through the wall. Not loud. Not angry. Just near. A small, trembling whisper. "You left me." Claire staggered backward. No, that can't." Jonathan straightened slowly. Every muscle in his body pulled tight. "Claire, she thinks you left her." "I didn't." Claire's voice cracked. "I didn't leave anyone. I don't remember leaving anyone." The wall responded. "Come back." Jonathan's composure shattered. Okay, we're done. Claire, we're leaving this apartment now." He grabbed her coat, shoved it into her arms, almost dragged her toward the door. But Claire wasn't moving. She stood rooted to the floor, hand clutching the intake form on the table. She whispered, "Jonathan, look." He followed her gaze. The paper had changed. Same form, same stamp, same signature. But new text had appeared, written in faint smudge pencil, as if traced by a tiny, unsteady hand. A single word. "Stop." Jonathan stared. "What the hell?" Another word began to appear, right before their eyes, letters forming as an invisible finger pressed into the paper. "Don't." Claire's mouth dropped open. "It's writing." More letters. "Don't go." Jonathan backed away. Nope. No. "Claire, grab your bag. We are leaving now." But Claire wasn't looking at the paper anymore. Something tugged at the corner of her awareness. A presence pressing into the edge of the room like a shadow forcing its way under a door. The hum behind her eyes sharpened, turned cold, and then she felt it. Someone was standing behind her. Jonathan saw it in her face. "Claire, don't turn around." She whispered, "He's here." Jonathan's hand slipped into hers, squeezing hard. "Keep your eyes on me." "Okay, look at me." Claire tried, but the room felt wrong. The air thickened. The shadows lengthened, unnaturally. Jonathan pulled her toward the door. They made it 2 steps. Then a low, resonant thud struck the apartment floor. Behind them, heavy, deliberate. Jonathan froze. Claire's breath hitched. Her vision flickered. Her body turned, against her will, like someone had hooked invisible fingers into her spine. "Claire, no." Jonathan grabbed at her, but she slipped from his grasp. She turned and saw him, the stranger, not a shadow, not a reflection, not a glimpse in passing glass. In the room, tall, motionless, featureless, like a silhouette cut from darkness itself. No face, no mouth, only the faint outline of a head, tilted slightly toward her, the way someone tilts their head in curiosity. Claire's pulse stopped, literally stopped, One skip beat so violent it hurt. Jonathan whispered one broken word. Jesus. The stranger didn't move, didn't breathe, didn't blink. He simply was. Claire stepped back. Why are you here? The stranger's head tilted further. A faint creak filled the room, like when under strain. Behind him, the loft wall flickered. For a moment, a heartbeat. It wasn't Jonathan's wall anymore. It was a narrow room's wall. Peeling. Yellow. Sick. Jonathan choked on a breath. Claire, he's merging it. He's bringing the room here. Claire's vision blurred, double imaging the two rooms, overlapping, aligning. She whispered, he's opening the door. The stranger raised one hand, slowly, like a marionette lifted by unseen strings. His fingertips pointed toward her. Claire felt it like a hook behind her sternum. A pull, a call, a command. Jonathan grabbed her shoulders. Claire, stay with me, look at me. She couldn't. The stranger spoke, not out loud, inside her skull. A deep, resonant, force-breaking whisper. You left me. Claire doubled over, gasping. Stop, please, stop. The voice pressed harder. Come back. Jonathan shouted, get away from her. He lunged, and the moment he touched Claire's arm, the stranger vanished. The room snapped back. Jonathan stumbled, breath ragged. Claire collapsed into him, sobbing. It's opening, she gasped. The door is opening. We're leaving, Jonathan insisted, gripping her. Now, before it comes back. Claire looked at the intake form on the table. The words still etched on the page. Don't go. Her voice trembled. What if she's not warning me because something will hurt me out there? Jonathan frowned. What do you mean? Claire's eyes lifted, full of dread. What if she's warning me? Because what's behind that door wants me back inside. Chapter 13. The missing 48 minutes. Jonathan didn't wait for Claire to gather herself. The panic in his eyes overrode everything else. He grabbed her coat from the back of the chair, pushed it into her arms, and pulled her toward the front door like he feared the apartment itself might close in on them. We're leaving. I don't care where. Just out. Claire moved, but her legs felt like they belonged to someone else. Her ears were still ringing with the stranger's whisper. You left me. Come back. It clung to the inside of her skull like a parasite. Her breath came too fast. She shook her head to clear it, but the hum was still there, steady, patient, like something knocking on the inside of her mind. Claire. Jonathan snapped gently. Stay with me. They burst into the hallway. The temperature dropped immediately, as if the building exhaled cold around them. Claire's skin prickled. He's near, she whispered. Jonathan didn't slow down. Good. Let him watch us leave. They reached the stairwell door. Jonathan didn't hesitate. He shoved the metal door open with his shoulder. A shock of sickly. Flickering light spilled out. The stairwell shouldn't have looked like that. Fluorescent tubes buzzed overhead in uneven, stuttering pulses. Several lights flickered so slowly that the darkness between each flash felt thick. The concrete walls vibrated with a low hum that felt more like breath than electricity. No, Jonathan said under his breath. No, no, no. Claire took one look and immediately stepped backward. He's here too. Jonathan slammed the door shut. The echo traveled down the hallway like a warning shot. He leaned against the metal for a second, chest rising and falling too fast. We're not using the stairs. Claire swallowed hard. Her throat felt too tight. Fire escape. Jonathan nodded. Bedroom window. Now. He pulled her back into the apartment and shut the door behind them. Claire barely had time to process the shift in air pressure inside the room, a subtle tightening, as if the stranger's presence had slipped under the threshold with them. She forced the thought back. Jonathan guided her to the bedroom. He shoved the window open, climbed out onto the fire escape, and held his hand out for her. Come on. We're almost out. Claire stepped through the frame, but halfway onto the metal platform. She froze so violently that her foot scraped loudly against the grating. Jonathan spun around. Claire? What? She raised a trembling hand and pointed across the alley. Jonathan followed her gaze. A window across the narrow gap glowed faintly. A figure stood in it, tall, completely motionless, a silhouette cut from darkness, head slightly tilted. Watching them, Claire felt the world stop. Jonathan swore under his breath. "Oh, God! Oh, Claire, don't look. Just move." She couldn't move. The figure didn't blink, didn't shift. The stillness was worse than any motion. Jonathan grabbed her waist and forced her to descend the stairs behind him. Each metal step rattled beneath them, the vibrations carrying through Claire's bones like a warning signal. Near the bottom, she risked one last look upward. The figure was gone. The alley spat them out onto a side street. New York should never have been that quiet. It was a dead silence, the kind that didn't belong to any hour in any season. Streetlights flickered as they passed under them. The air tasted metallic. Jonathan kept an arm around Claire to keep her moving. Main road, taxis, people, noise. Just keep walking. Claire nodded, but her mind was slipping. The hum rose again, low, heavy, like someone pressing a tuning fork against her skull. She groaned softly. "Jonathan, I don't feel right." "Stay awake," he insisted. "Claire, stay with me." She tried. The world blurred at the edges. Something pulled at her consciousness, slow but inexorable, like being dragged backward through water. "Jonathan!" Her knees buckled. "I'm going." He caught her before she hit the pavement. "Claire, Claire, stay awake, Claire." The hum swallowed everything. The street vanished. She woke on her back. A concrete ceiling. Cold fluorescent light. A vent humming overhead. A metal cot beneath her. She gasped and sat up, her pulse spiked so fast her vision swam. She stared around the small room, heart pounding. It wasn't the alley. Not Jonathan's apartment. Not anywhere she had seen before. It looked disturbingly clinical, like a holding room, or a ward, or a waiting space for something that didn't belong in hospitals. "Jonathan," she shouted. No response. "Jonathan." Her voice bounced off concrete walls and died. She pushed off the cot, legs shaking, and stumbled toward the far wall. A simple metal clock hung above the door. The time made her stomach drop. She had lost 48 minutes. Almost an hour. Gone. Stolen. She pressed her hands to her face. No. No, what did you do to me?" The metal door clicked. Claire's breath froze. The door swung open. A shadow stretched across the floor first. Long, slender. Not him. Not the stranger. A moment later, a familiar figure stepped inside. Dr. Evelyn Karr. Claire stumbled back. "No, no, no. What did you do? Where is Jonathan? What did you do to me?" Dr. Karr shut the door calmly behind her. "You fainted," she said in the same soothing voice she used in the clinic. "Just like you did when you were 7. Claire shook her head violently. "Stop saying that. Stop. Stop trying to rewrite things. You're remembering too fast," Dr. Karr interrupted. "Your mind is destabilizing. I warned you this could happen." "You drugged me," Claire hissed. "You took me. You." "I didn't take you," Dr. Karr said. "You collapsed. I brought you here for your safety." "Where's Jonathan?" Claire demanded. "He's safe," Dr. Karr answered. "For now." The implication sliced through Claire like ice. Dr. Karr stepped closer, her posture calm, almost sorrowful. "Claire, the moment you started to remember your childhood, things began to move too quickly. The threshold is thinning. The room is coming back." Claire shook her head. "I'm not listening to this. Let me out." Dr. Karr didn't move. "You didn't leave the girl," she said quietly. Claire froze. "You didn't abandon her," the doctor continued. "I don't know what you're talking about," Claire breathed. "You were her." The world tilted. Claire's knees nearly gave out. "No," she whispered. "That's impossible." She's not." Dr. Karr stepped aside. "Look." Claire turned toward the open doorway. A small figure stood just beyond the threshold. The girl. Her hair hung forward in tangled strands. Her shoulders were hunched, as if she'd been crying for days. Her bare feet were dirty, toes curled against the cold floor. Claire's breath hitched. No, no! The girl lifted her head. Claire's entire body went rigid. It was her face, her eyes, her fear, her trembling lips, her 7-year-old self, perfectly preserved like an insect caught in amber. When the little girl spoke, her voice was soft, cracked, and unmistakably Claire's. You're not supposed to be me. Chapter 14. The Child Who Knows. For a moment, neither of them moved. Claire pressed her back against the cold concrete wall, breath trapped high in her chest. The girl, her younger self, stood framed in the doorway like a misplaced memory made flesh. The child's small hands tightened around her ribcage as though trying to hold herself together. Dr. Karr watched silently, almost reverently. The girl took one small step forward. Claire's voice cracked. Don't come closer. The child stopped, obedient but trembling. Dr. Karr spoke softly. Claire, she isn't here to hurt you. Then why is she here? Claire whispered. Why now? The girl lifted her face fully. Her eyes were wide, dark, swimming with terror, and something else. Recognition. As if Claire were not a stranger, but a long-lost twin. Because you came back, the child said, her voice hardly more than breath. And he followed. Claire's stomach dropped. Who? The little girl flinched, gaze sliding to the far corner of the room, as if she expected a tall silhouette to uncoil from the shadows at any moment. Dr. Karr stepped between them gently, as if mediating a fragile reunion. Claire, I need you to listen to her. She remembers pieces you don't. Claire's throat felt dry. Why would she remember anything I don't? The doctor sighed, not with frustration, but with a strange kind of resignation. Because memory is not linear. Trauma isn't either. What your mind couldn't carry, it gave to her. What she couldn't escape, she left for you to forget. The child's lip trembled. You were supposed to stay. Claire's pulse stumbled. Stay where? In the room? The girl nodded. Claire shook her head, dizzy. I never lived in that room. It's not real, it's a dream. The child interrupted. It's real for him. Claire froze. Dr. Karr crouched beside the girl, resting a hand lightly on her shoulder. Claire, tell me the last thing you remember from that hallway in your childhood. The one you started recalling right before you collapsed. Claire's breath grew shallow. I don't remember enough. Just flashes. Doors. A long corridor. And tapping. The little girl shivered violently at the word. Dr. Karr turned to Claire. The memory is coming back because the conditions are the same. The threshold thin. Your adult self close to breaking. The other presence pressing through. Claire snapped. Stop calling him a presence. What is he? The girl answered before the doctor could. He's the one who lives behind the door. Claire shook her head. There was no door in my childhood home. No, the child whispered. Not that home. A silence settled. Thick, heavy, electric. Claire felt something drop inside her, like the click of a lock she had hoped would never open. Where was it? The child looked up at her with a hollow kind of sadness. You forgot the place. But the place didn't forget you. Claire's breath hitched. What did they do to me? The girl hugged herself tighter. They opened the wrong door. Dr. Karr stood, smoothing her coat. Claire, you need to understand something. The room you see isn't a dream. It's an imprint, a memory space, a structure your mind built around something that happened, something you survived. I survived, Claire whispered. The child shook her head slowly. No, you didn't. A cold shock punched through Claire's chest. What does that mean? The little girl stepped closer, tiny bare feet silent on the concrete floor. You didn't make it to the end of the hallway. You didn't cross the threshold. You got stuck between. Dr. Karr nodded, confirming it. Your body left the place. Your mind didn't. Part of you remained trapped in what your brain interpreted as a room. Claire's vision swam. You're telling me I'm incomplete? No, Dr. Karr corrected. You're telling you. The girl moved closer still, pausing just a few feet away. She lifted a trembling hand, as if reaching for Claire's face. "You left me there," the child whispered. "You left me alone with him. He doesn't forget." Claire's knees nearly buckled. I didn't know you existed." The little girl nodded, tears welling. "But he knew you did." The door of the room suddenly groaned, a low, metallic sound like something heavy leaning against it from the other side. Claire's blood ran cold. Jonathan. She hadn't heard him. He hadn't called for her. He hadn't knocked. Nothing. "Where's Jonathan?" Claire whispered sharply. "What did you do with him?" Dr. Karr didn't look startled. "He's safe." "You said that already." "What does it mean?" Dr. Karr met her eyes. "It means he's out of reach. For now." The door groaned again, louder. The lights flickered. The little girl gasped and darted behind Dr. Karr, like she was hiding from something enormous. Claire swallowed. "He's here." "No," Dr. Karr said quietly. "Not yet, but close." The child grabbed Claire's arm with surprising force. "We don't have long." "Until what?" "Until the door opens," the girl whispered. "Fully." Claire felt her stomach twist. "You said I didn't cross the threshold back then. Why not?" "What stopped me?" Dr. Karr and the child exchanged a single glance. Then the child answered. "You did." Claire blinked. "Me?" "You grabbed me," the girl whispered. "You pulled me back. You tried to keep me out of the room. He wanted me in." Claire's breath caught. "You protected me," the child continued softly. "But he didn't like that." The door thudded violently, once like a fist. Claire spun toward it. A long, slow scrape dragged across the metal, the scrape of tall fingers. The little girl squeezed Claire's arm. "He wants you now." Claire felt the terror rising from her bones. "Why me?" she whispered. "Why not the child version? Why not the one stuck in the memory?" The girl's voice faltered. "Because you're the one who got away." The door thudded again, louder. Dr. Karr stepped forward, positioning herself between Claire and the metal. "What do I do?" Claire whispered. The girl's answer was barely audible. "Remember the rest." The light flickered. The door shook. Something pushed from behind it. Claire stepped back, pulse hammering in her throat. "What happens if I remember?" she breathed. Dr. Karr answered with chilling calm. "Then you'll finally know why he chose you." And then, from behind the door, a voice whispered her name. Soft, low, almost tender. "Claire." The little girl screamed, and the door began to open. Chapter 15. The door that remembers. The metal door didn't burst open. It slowly widened, inch by inch, like something deliberate were easing its weight into the room. The light warped around the crack. The temperature dropped in a single breath. The child clung to Claire's arm so hard her nails dug into the skin. "Don't let him see you," she whispered. Claire's pulse hammered. "He already sees me." "No," the girl said. "He's only smelling for you. He doesn't know which of us you are yet." Dr. Karr stepped forward with a stillness that didn't look human. "Claire, move to the back wall." "Now." Claire didn't move. "You said he wasn't here yet." "I said he was close. I didn't say he couldn't reach." The door screeched another inch. That sound, metal dragged over metal, felt like it ripped straight through Claire's jawbone. A hand appeared in the opening. Long, too thin. Skin the wrong color. Grayish, slick, like something pulled from deep water. Jonathan's voice flashed in Claire's head. "Stay awake. Stay with me. He wasn't here. He might never be here again." "Claire." Dr. Karr barked. "Back wall." Claire stumbled backward, just as a second hand curled around the metal edge. The door bent slightly under the pressure. "He's opening it," Claire whispered. Dr. Karr didn't answer. The child, young Claire, clutched her older self and pulled her down, forcing her toward the floor. "Don't look at his face. He changes it until he finds one you know." Claire felt sick. "What does that even mean?" "He chooses a face you trust," the girl whispered. "Then he uses it to pull you inside." The door screeched wider. A foot slid into view. Thin, only half formed, like the idea of a foot more than the real thing. Claire's breathing turned painfully shallow. She gripped the cold floor for balance. "Close your eyes," the child whispered urgently. "No," Claire said. "If I close them, I'll see the room again." "If you keep them open, you'll see him," the girl insisted. "Choose." The lights flickered. Then something impossible happened. A shadow stepped through the door. Before the door was even fully open, it seeped through the crack like smoke given bones. Not tall, not small, only wrong. Claire's stomach twisted. Dr. Karr lifted a hand, not to protect herself, but almost to greet it. "You're not supposed to enter yet." The shadow paused, its head cocked at an unnatural angle. The child yanked Claire back harder. He doesn't listen to her anymore. Claire's breath hitched. "What?" She tried to control him, the girl said. "But he knows who you are now." The door shuddered. Something massive pressed from the other side. Claire whispered, "You still coming through?" The child nodded. The shadow blurred, then reshaped as if adjusting itself. And suddenly it looked vaguely human, vaguely familiar. Claire's heart stuttered. "Don't look," the girl begged. "I have to," Claire whispered. The shadow head snapped toward her with startling precision, as if it had been waiting for her voice. Dr. Karr moved sharply. "Claire, stop." But Claire already knew. The shape's outline had shifted into something she recognized. A man's build, broad shoulders, height close to Jonathan's. Claire's throat closed. "Why is he?" The shadow stepped forward, face still blank, but posture unmistakably human. "He's choosing a form," the girl whispered. "He always chooses someone close." "He's choosing Jonathan," Claire said, trembling. "No," the child whispered, voice thin as paper. "He's choosing the one you always ran to." Claire blinked. "Ran to?" "Yes," the girl whispered. "When you were 7. The shadow took another step, and the room's air pressure changed, warping, bending. Claire's vision blurred. And suddenly, it wasn't just a shape anymore. It had a jawline, a faint outline of a nose, a familiar tilt to the head, a man she recognized but couldn't name. Not father, not uncle, not neighbor. Someone else. Someone lost. Claire swayed. "I know him." Dr. Karr hissed under her breath. "Claire, listen to me very carefully." But the child spoke first. "He's showing you a memory you buried. He's showing you the man who opened the door for the first time." Claire's world tilted. Her heart slammed against her ribs. Her knees almost buckled. "No," she whispered. "No, that's impossible." The child shook her head. "You trusted him. That's why you followed him down the hallway." Claire's breath came in sharp, painful bursts. "Who is he?" The girl swallowed hard. "Your mother's partner. The one who watched you when she worked nights." Claire's skin broke into a cold sweat. "I never had a babysitter." The girl looked at her with something close to pity. "You forgot him because you had to, because you saw what he shouldn't have shown you." The shadow man stepped closer. The lights flickered violently. Claire gasped. "He's the one who brought me to that place." "Yes," the girl said. "He opened the door. Not for him. For you." Claire felt her stomach twist inward. Why would he do that? Why bring a child? Why bring me? The girl's voice cracked. Because he wasn't alone behind that door. The room trembled. The metal door blasted open another few inches. A second shape moved behind the man-shaped shadow. Dr. Karr stepped back, face pale. "Claire, we're out of time." Claire stared, rooted to the floor. "What happens if he touches me?" she whispered. The child's eyes filled with tears. "Then the room takes you back." The shadow extended its hand. One long, impossible step away. Dr. Karr grabbed Claire's arm. "Claire, look at me." Claire tore her gaze away from the figure. "Barely." "What?" she gasped. "You need to remember what happened at the end of that hallway." Dr. Karr said, "Right now, before he reaches you." Claire shook her head. "I can't." "You must." "I can't." The child climbed onto Claire's lap, tiny hands gripping her cheeks, forcing eye contact. "You need to remember," she whispered. Because the only reason you survived the first time, Claire felt her chest tighten, the air thinning around her, is that you knew something he didn't. Claire whispered, trembling, "What?" A slam hit the door. The shadow lunged. The girl whispered in her ear. The door wasn't supposed to open. The lights died. The shadow reached for her. And Claire remembered. Chapter 16. What she saw at the threshold. The memory didn't return gently. It slammed into Claire like a body thrown through glass. A hallway. Dim, endless. Wallpaper peeling like old scabs. A single light bulb swaying above, buzzing as if deciding whether to die. And a man's hand, warm, enormous, wrapped around her wrist. Her 7-year-old wrist. Claire choked on the memory as it flooded her. This isn't. But she saw it. She saw it. The man who guided her was the same silhouette now lurking in the room, wearing a familiar shape like skin. He tugged little Claire down the hallway as if she were late for something important. He didn't look back. He didn't speak. He didn't need to, because 7-year-old Claire trusted him. And fear hadn't come yet, not until the door appeared. A door that didn't belong in any home. No frame, no hinges, no seam, just a slab of heavy metal pressed into the wall, like it grew there. 7-year-old Claire whispered, "What's in there?" The man whispered back, voice warm and wrong at the same time, "Something that remembers." Claire gasped. The memory ripped out of her so violently she almost fell. Back in the present, the room around her convulsed with the pressure of the stranger's presence. The shadow man reached for her, fingers stretching like they were made of smoke stretched thin. Dr. Karr yanked Claire backward. "Focus. What did you see?" Claire struggled to breathe. He took me down the hallway. He took me to the door. I thought he was protecting me, but he wasn't. What happened next? Dr. Karr demanded. The child curled tighter against her older self, whispering, Tell her before he comes in." Claire tried. The memory slid and twisted like oil. I don't know. I can't see inside." The girl shook her head. "You didn't see inside. You didn't have to. You saw what came out." The metal door in the present heaved inward, screaming with strain. Claire squeezed her eyes shut, and the memory sharpened. The man had placed her hand on the metal, her small palm, against that freezing door. "Push," he whispered. She obeyed, but the door didn't move. Instead, something pushed back. Not a hand, a shape, soft and cold, like fabric soaked in winter. It slid across her palm, and then a single fingertip tapped the back of her hand. Claire screamed. Back in the room, her whole body jerked. Dr. Karr shouted, "What touched you? What was it?" Claire grabbed her own wrist, as if expecting the print of that tap still there. Something inside, something alive. The child nodded, tears spilling. "Something that shouldn't know who you are." The shadow man's hand was now inches from Claire's throat. The child grabbed her older self's face. "Say it." Claire shook uncontrollably. "Say what?" "Say the thing you felt," the girl whispered. "The thing you didn't tell anyone, not even yourself. The truth." Claire's lips trembled. "I don't." "You do," the little girl insisted. "You knew it then. You know it now." The shadow man lunged. Dr. Karr grabbed Claire's shirt and wrenched her sideways, out of its reach. But the fingers grazed the air an inch from her cheek, and the lights exploded in a burst of static. Claire fell backward, hitting the wall hard. The memory kept pouring in. The door, the fingertip, and then the voice behind the metal, the first voice she ever feared. "Not yet. She's not ready." Claire's eyes flew open. "That's why," she whispered. "That's why the door didn't open for me." Dr. Karr froze. "Claire, what said that to you?" Claire pressed a shaking hand to her forehead, tears burning down her face. "It wasn't a man who took me there," she said. "It wasn't him at all." The little girl nodded. "It was the thing behind the door." The shadow man hissed, the sound shredding the air like metal tearing. It slammed its body against the frame, distorting the door further. The child tugged on Claire's sleeve, voice breaking. He's angry because you finally remembered. Claire's pulse roared in her ears. He didn't want me then, because I wasn't ready. Dr. Karr whispered, horrified. Ready for what? Claire turned toward the ripping metal, voice hollow. To open it, the lights died completely. The room plunged into thick, choking blackness. Then, from the other side of the half-open metal door, a second voice joined the first. A soft, echoing whisper that crawled under Claire's skin. Now she is... The child screamed. The floor heaved. The shadow man stepped forward, and the real door, the one in Claire's memory, began to open fully. Chapter 17. The second voice. Claire didn't see the door open. She felt it, a pressure like the air collapsing inward, a shift in gravity, a drop in temperature, so sharp it sliced across her skin. The shadow man lunged. Dr. Karr pulled Claire sideways. The child screamed. And then, silence. A heavy, impossible silence, thick enough to muffle their breathing. Claire staggered backward until her shoulder hit the wall. The room flickered. 1 second concrete, the next appealing wallpaper the childhood hallway, then concrete again. 2 realities stuttering over each other. The metal door was half open now. Beyond it, nothing. A black, so deep it felt alive. Claire whispered, he's coming through. No! Dr. Karr's voice trembled for the first time. He's already here. That's why the door is only half open. Something else is blocking it. Something else. The thought chilled Claire more than the shadow man did. The child tugged Claire's sleeve. He's not alone anymore. Claire swallowed hard. Who else is there? A soft whisper drifted from the darkness. Not masculine. Not deep. Not the voice from the threshold memory. A woman's voice. Gentle. Close. Familiar. Claire's knees weakened. No, that can't. The voice came again, trembling through the crack like someone calling from underwater. Claire, don't be afraid. Dr. Karr stiffened. Oh, God, not her. Claire's eyes widened. You know that voice? The shadow man froze mid-movement, as if listening too. The little girl clutched Claire's arm tighter. Don't answer her. Claire's throat tightened. Why? Because she isn't who she sounds like. The voice in the darkness grew clearer, warmer. Too warm. Claire, honey, open the door. I need to talk to you. Claire's breath broke. Mom. Dr. Karr stepped in front of Claire, so suddenly that it startled her. Don't speak another word. But Claire's voice cracked. That's my mother. It's not your mother, Dr. Karr said sharply. It's what's trying to sound like her. Claire shook her head. No, I know my mom's voice. I know. Another whisper. You're safe with me. Come closer. Claire froze. Because it wasn't just her mother's voice. It was exactly the way her mother had sounded the night Claire was taken out of bed at 7 years old. Sleepy, soothing, whispering promises of, just for a minute, darling, as she carried her down the hallway. Her stomach nodded. How does it know that? The child pressed her forehead to Claire's arm. Because it was there. Claire's breath hitched. That night? Yes, the girl whispered. Before the man brought us to the door, she came first. Claire's blood ran cold. My mother brought me there? No. The little girl shook her head fiercely. That wasn't your mother. That was him. The shadow man hissed, head snapping toward the child. It moved. Not toward Claire, not toward the doctor, but toward the girl, as if angered she had spoken too much. Claire reacted without thinking. She stepped in front of her younger self. The shadow halted. Dr. Karr whispered, It can't touch the child. She belongs to the room. The voice in the dark grew sharper, more insistent. Claire, darling, you're scaring me. Please open the door. Claire stared at the half-open threshold. She felt pulled, magnetized, called. Her mother's voice had never sounded so desperate. She took one instinctive step toward it. The child shrieked, grabbing Claire's hand. Stop. Dr. Karr lunged and caught Claire's arm. "Don't you dare go near that door." "I have to," Claire whispered. "If my mom is there, if she—" Dr. Karr's voice snapped like a whip. "Claire, listen to me. Your mother was never in that place." The shadow man pressed itself closer to Claire now, sensing her confusion. The child sobbed. "That voice belongs to the second one." Claire froze. "The second?" Another whisper drifted out, this time layered, like two voices speaking through each other. "Let me in, Claire." Dr. Karr's face went pale. "They're merging. This is worse than I thought." Claire's skin crawled. "What is the second one?" The little girl's voice cracked as she answered. "The one behind him." Claire felt everything inside her drop. "There's more than one?" The lights flickered violently. The metal door jerked, forced wider by something stronger than the shadow man. A shape pressed against the darkness, not humanoid, not fully formed. A moving silhouette made of absence. Dr. Karr pushed Claire backward. "Do not look directly at it." But Claire couldn't stop. Something inside the dark was pulling at her memory again, harder than before. The child screamed as the door tore another inch open. Claire whispered, trembling, "Why is it calling me by her voice? Why does it know my mother?" The child swallowed, eyes filled with ancient horror. "Because it took her voice the same night it took me." Claire's world cracked. "No," Claire whispered. "No, my mother wasn't there." "She came into your room," the little girl whispered. "She told you to come with her. She held your hand." Claire shook her head violently. "She didn't, she couldn't." "She didn't," the girl said. "But it did." The door roared. Darkness poured inward. The shadow man fell to its knees. Dr. Karr grabbed Claire by the face, forcing her to look at her. "Claire, the one behind the door deceives by memory. It deceives by love." The voice in the dark grew impossibly tender. "Claire, sweetie, let's go home." Claire's eyes filled with tears. "Mom!" The little girl's scream tore through the room. "That's not her." And the second voice answered, not like her mother anymore, but like something that had just realized Claire was waking up to the truth. "Then I'll find another voice you trust." The door exploded open another 6 inches, and the thing behind the shadow stepped forward. Chapter 18. The shape she almost believed. The darkness behind the half-open door shifted with slow, unsettling intelligence, as if something were assembling itself out of shadow and memory. It didn't walk out. It formed itself, stretching, tightening, selecting a shape with care. Claire couldn't move. She could barely breathe. Everything in the room felt suspended in that thick, heavy moment, as if waiting to see what the dark would choose. The figure stepped forward, its outline human but blurred at the edges. With each small movement, detail sharpened. Shoulders, height, a familiar posture of calm authority. Claire felt a jolt, an instinctive recognition she couldn't place. "Who is that?" she whispered. Dr. Karr stepped closer, her face set with dread. "Don't engage with it, Claire." "I feel like I'm supposed to know him," Claire murmured. "That's the point," the little girl said, pulling on Claire's sleeve. The figure took another slow step into the weak light. The flicker of the overhead bulb illuminated a face with warm eyes, gentle features, and a softness that didn't belong in the room. Claire's heartbeat faltered. It was the face of a man in his 30s. A kind, trustworthy presence. Someone who looked like he would protect a child, not harm her. A father, not hers, not anyone she knew, but the kind she used to imagine when she couldn't sleep at night. Claire's voice trembled. "No, no. How can it know that?" "Because it digs through what you want, not what you remember," Dr. Karr said. "It knows longing better than memory." The figure spoke then, soft, warm, achingly gentle. "Claire, I'm sorry I wasn't there." The words pierced deep, hitting a place Claire didn't realize was still open. She staggered back, tears burning her eyes. "Stop," she whispered. "Stop talking like that." He stepped closer, slow, reassuring. "I should have protected you," he said quietly. "You never should have been alone." The child clung to Claire's side. "Don't listen," He steals voices. He steals wishes. Claire's knees weakened. Why are you doing this? Why this form? The figure looked wounded. Because it's who you needed. Claire felt something break inside her. For a moment, just a moment, she wanted to step toward him, to believe him, to fall into the promise of a comfort she had never known. I want to believe you, she whispered. Then believe me, he said, offering his hand. Claire reached just a little, and then she saw it, a flicker beneath the skin, a ripple that didn't belong to living flesh. Eyes going hollow for the briefest moment, a smile stretching too wide before snapping back into place. Her breath caught. The illusion didn't break. It corrected itself. The figure wasn't showing her someone she had known. It was showing her someone she had wanted to know. Someone she had drawn in secret as a child. Someone she had invented to survive the nights. A stolen fantasy. No, Claire whispered. You're not real. The figure stilled, head tilting in a silent question. Dr. Karr shouted, Claire, look away. But it was too late. The shape was changing again. The face tightened, reformed, softened. The figure grew slightly taller. Shoulders narrowed. The jaw thinned. The hair shortened. Claire's heart stopped. When the shape cleared, a familiar figure stood before her. Jonathan, or a perfect imitation of him. Her stomach dropped. No, he can't. He can't look like him. The imitation Jonathan stepped forward with the same careful warmth the real one always had. Claire, he whispered, I've been looking for you. The little girl screamed. Dr. Karr swore under her breath. Claire shook violently. Where is he? She cried. What did you do to Jonathan? The imitation smiled with unbearable tenderness. Come with me, it said. I'll show you. Behind them, the real metal door, still half open, shook violently as something enormous slammed into it. A second presence pushing through. The second voice. The one that mimicked her mother. Claire backed into the wall, terrified. What do I do? Dr. Karr grabbed her shoulders. Claire, listen. You need to choose. Choose what? One thing to hold on to, Dr. Karr said. One truth. One memory to anchor you. The imitation Jonathan extended his hand. To me, he whispered. The child clung to Claire's waist, pleading. No, choose yourself. The door split wider. Two voices, layered, distorted, impossibly familiar, whispered her name at the same time. Claire. And she had to decide, right now, before one of them reached her, before she lost a part of herself she had only just begun to find. Chapter 19. The memory that wasn't hers. Claire froze between two worlds. The imitation Jonathan with his outstretched hand and the open door behind her, throbbing with a darkness that whispered in her mother's voice. Dr. Karr's grip tightened on her arm. The child clung to her waist. Claire, the doctor said, breath ragged, you have to choose what's real. I don't know what's real anymore. Then choose what you know. The imitation Jonathan stepped closer. Light bent around him, too obedient, too perfect. Claire, he said softly, come with me. I'm right here. The real Jonathan never said her name like that, never sweetened it, never coddled. She felt the difference. But the longing inside her twisted anyway. The child pulled harder on her sleeve. He's a lie. He's using the pieces you left in the room. Claire's voice cracked. Why does he know so much about me? Because he kept them, the girl whispered. He kept the parts you dropped when you ran. Claire's breath hitched. I didn't run. You did, the child said. And I stayed here, alone. A violent slam hit the door. The metal buckled inward. A second presence, bigger, older, hungrier, forced its weight inside. Dr. Karr's face paled. We're out of time. Claire squeezed her eyes shut. Tell me what to do. You remember more than you think, the doctor said. Go back to the night you were taken to the hallway. Before the man led you to the metal door. What happened first? Claire shook her head. I don't. You do, the doctor said sharply. Tell me what you heard. Claire tried. The memory flickered like an old film reel. I heard footsteps, she whispered. Slow, quiet, like someone trying not to wake me. Good, Dr. Karr said. What else? I heard humming. The imitation Jonathan stiffened. His expression tightened, barely, but enough. The child gasped. Yes, you're close. Dr. Karr leaned in. What song? Claire frowned. It wasn't a song. It was the tone, a low tone. The imitation took another step. Claire, don't go there. You're hurting yourself. Claire looked up sharply. Jonathan would never say that. Never tell her not to think. The darkness behind the door whispered harsher now. Stop remembering. Claire's chest tightened. Why did they both want to forget? What tone? Dr. Karr repeated urgently. Claire pressed a hand to her temple. A low, vibrating tone. Almost like... The child whispered, like the hum behind her eyes. Claire's stomach dropped. Wait, she whispered. The hum. The one I've heard every time the room appeared, that hum. She looked at the half-formed Jonathan. He watched her with patient stillness. Why does that hum feel familiar? She asked him. He didn't answer. He didn't have to. Claire felt the truth crawl up her spine. That hum was in my house. That night, her voice trembled. It wasn't from the hallway. It wasn't from the man. She swallowed. It came from me. The imitation Jonathan blinked. Slowly. Wrong. Mechanical. Dr. Karr took a step back, realization hitting her. Oh my God! Claire whispered, horrified. I made that sound. The child tugged her hand. Not you. Claire froze. Then who? She whispered. The girl stepped in front of her, tiny face lifting. Me. The room spun. Claire staggered. You made the hum? The child nodded. He followed it. It called him. It still calls him now. Claire felt sick. No, why would you? I didn't mean to, the child said. I was scared, and the sound came out when I tried not to cry. Claire dropped to her knees. The hum was a cry for help? The child nodded, trembling, but he heard it instead. The imitation Jonathan flinched at the truth. His head tilted, straining, adjusting, listening. Claire stared at him. You're not here for me, she whispered. You're here because the hum woke you up again. He didn't deny it. He took one step forward. Come with me, Claire. The real door behind them exploded outward. Darkness spilling into the room like liquid night. The mother voice whispered, Don't fight it. Come home. Dr. Karr dragged Claire up. Claire, look at me now. Claire turned, tears streaking down her face. You know the truth, the doctor said. Now use it. I don't know how. You do, the child whispered, because you taught me. Another slam, another surge of darkness. Dr. Karr shouted, Claire, what stopped you the first time? Claire gasped. She saw it. Not the hallway, not the man, not the door, but something she had forgotten for 24 years. Something that didn't come from fear. Something that came from her. A sound, a scream, a pitch so sharp it shattered the man's grip and made the door recoil. A sound the room had never forgotten. Her own voice. Her power. Claire's eyes widened. I screamed, she breathed. I screamed so hard the door closed itself. The imitation Jonathan froze. The second presence hissed in rage. Dr. Karr backed away. Then scream again. The child nodded. Do it before he takes your face. Claire felt her lungs expand. The room trembled. The shadow man reached. The darkness surged. The mother voice shrieked. And Claire did the only thing she had ever done that had worked. She screamed, not in fear, in fury, in memory, in defiance. The sound ripped through the room with the force of breaking glass, and all the shadows recoiled. The door slammed shut. The figures dissolved. The darkness vanished, and Claire collapsed to the floor, shaking, gasping, alive. For now. Chapter 20. When Silence Bleeds. The scream died slowly in Claire's throat, leaving the room trembling in its wake. For a few heartbeats she could hear nothing. No breath, no hum, no whisper, just a ringing emptiness thick enough to choke on. Then the silence changed. It tightened, wrapped around her like cold fabric. She opened her eyes. The room was still there, but wrong. Too still, too quiet, as if sound hadn't just left but been taken. Dr. Karr crouched beside her, hands trembling despite her forced composure. "Claire," she whispered, "can you hear me?" Claire nodded, though it felt like her head was floating somewhere behind her body. The child pressed against her side, clinging to her shirt. "They're gone," she whispered. "For now." Claire swallowed. Why did everything go silent? Dr. Karr exhaled sharply. "Because your scream didn't just push them back. It created a vacuum, a disruption. They aren't supposed to hear you. Not like that." Claire steadied herself on her elbows. "What does that mean?" "It means," the doctor said, "you hurt them." The light clicked back on overhead, flickering once, twice, like a dying nerve. Claire forced herself upright. "What happens now?" The child tugged on her sleeve. "Listen." Claire held her breath. At first, nothing. Then a faint sound leaked into the silence. Drip, drip, drip. Water somewhere far away. Or something pretending to be water. Dr. Karr stood, stepping between Claire and the metal door. "We need to move. Now. This room isn't stable. When you screamed, you damaged the echo structure." "The what?" "The memory space you built as a child." Dr. Karr said quickly, "It's collapsing. If we stay here, it'll drag us with it." The ground trembled beneath Claire's hands. Just once, like the room took a breath. The child grabbed Claire's fingers. "Don't stay here. Don't let it seal again." Claire forced herself to stand, every muscle shaking. "Where are we going?" "The way out," Dr. Karr said. "The real way out." She pointed to the far wall. Claire frowned. There was nothing there, just blank concrete. "Where?" Claire asked. Dr. Karr stepped closer. "You don't see it yet." The little girl squeezed Claire's hand and whispered, "Look again." Claire swallowed hard and stared. At first, nothing. Then the surface flickered. Concrete dissolved into peeling yellow wallpaper. Wallpaper dissolved into a narrow corridor. The corridor dissolved into her bedroom. At age 7, Claire's heart lurched. No, I'm not going back there." "You already did." Dr. Karr said, "This is still inside you. The exit is through the first memory, the first truth. But I don't remember the whole night." "You will," Dr. Karr said, "as soon as you step through." The child tugged at Claire again, pulling her closer to the shifting wall. "You have to. If you don't leave now, the room will close and you'll stay with me." Claire's stomach twisted. "I can't leave you behind." "You don't have to," the little girl said. "Just find where I stopped." Claire looked between them. The doctor, stone-faced with shaken, the child, wide-eyed and desperate. Behind them, the metal door rattled sharply. Claire jumped. "But I shut it." "And now it wants back what you took," Dr. Karr said. Claire shivered. "What did I take?" Dr. Karr's answer was quiet. "Yourself." The metal door bulged inward with a booming slam. The walls flickered like they were losing signal. The child pulled harder. "Claire, now!" Claire stared at the shifting wall. Her childhood bedroom growing clearer, more solid, the nightlight casting the same faint amber glow she remembered. Her chest tightened. "I don't want to see this," she whispered. "I don't want to go back." Dr. Karr stepped behind her, pushing gently. "You don't have a choice. You left something there 24 years ago." The metal door cracked. A deep, monstrous hum seeped out. Claire's breath broke. "What did I leave?" The child answered, voice trembling. "The part of you that never screamed." Claire trembled violently. "Go," Dr. Karr said, "before he finds a seam." The wall pulsed. The corridor sharpened into existence. Her bedroom door opened inward with a soft creak. Claire stepped toward it, and the metal door behind her exploded outward. A wave of darkness crashed into the room. A voice. Two voices layered, the mother's in the shadows, roared her name. Claire. Claire grabbed the little girl's hand and leapt through the shifting wall, just as the room collapsed behind them. Chapter 21. The night she never finished living. Claire hit the floor hard. Not concrete, not the collapsing room. Carpet. Soft, pale pink carpet. She gasped and scrambled upright. She was standing in the middle of a small bedroom, lit only by a dim nightlight shaped like a moon. A row of stuffed animals sat on a white shelf. A tiny desk with crayons. A closet door slightly ajar. Her childhood room. Exactly as it had been. Exactly as she remembered. Exactly as she had described it to no one. Her throat tightened. Oh, God, this is real. A soft whimper escaped beside her. The child, her younger self, sat on the carpet, hugging her knees. Dr. Karr stumbled to the collapsing scene behind them and caught her breath, clutching the wall. We made it. Barely. Claire turned in a slow circle, the room shrinking around her with every detail she recognized. This is where it started, she whispered. No, the child said softly. This is where it ended. Claire's breath stilled. What do you mean? The girl looked at the bed, her small bed with the mismatched blanket, and pointed to the pillow. That's where you were when the humming started. Claire's pulse hammered. I don't remember humming in here. Only in the hallway. You remember the hallway? The girl said, not the room. Dr. Karr straightened, her voice steadying. Claire, listen. This memory isn't passive. It's reconstructed, alive. It will play out the way it did unless you intervene. Claire swallowed. Intervene how? By finding the moment you split, the doctor said. The child nodded. The moment I stayed here and you left. A cold wave rippled through Claire's body. Not left. I was taken. The girl shook her head. You walked. Claire stared at her. No, that's impossible. I would never walk into a hallway like that alone. You didn't walk alone, the girl whispered. Claire felt her stomach twist. The man! The child looked toward the bedroom door. A faint glow seeped under the gap. Soft, pale, shifting. Dr. Karr took a step back. He's here. Claire shook her head violently. No, he can't be inside my memory. He only gets in when I collapse. This room isn't a memory anymore, Dr. Karr said. Not fully. It's a hybrid, half memory, half intrusion. Claire's voice cracked. He's invading it? He's rewriting it, the doctor said. A soft knock tapped at the bedroom door. 3 gentle taps. Claire froze. The child whimpered and hid behind her leg. He knocked like that, the girl whispered. That night. Claire's chest constricted. I thought it was Mom. You always did, the girl said. The light under the door pulsed. A shadow passed by, long and tall. Claire's breath trembled. What did I do on that night? You followed the voice, the girl whispered. The door handle twitched. Claire staggered back. No, I didn't. You did, the girl insisted, because the voice called your name. Claire, a whisper seeped through the wood. Soft, familiar, loving. Her mother. Claire clamped her hands over her ears. Stop. The child grabbed her wrists. Listen, you need to hear it to remember. No. You have to, Dr. Karr commanded. If you keep resisting, he'll take control of the memory. Claire froze. The voice whispered again through the wood, gentle as silk. Claire, sweetie, open the door. Tears rose in Claire's eyes. That's my mother, she whispered. That's her voice. I know it. I feel it. The girl shook her head slowly. That's what scared you. Claire looked down at her younger self. Really looked. The child wasn't just afraid. She was heartbroken. You thought Mom left you, the girl whispered. But she didn't. That wasn't her voice. Claire's throat closed. The handle turned slightly. Dr. Karr grabbed Claire's arm. If you open that door, you reset the memory. You walk the hallway again. And this time you won't make it to the end. The child pulled Claire's hand toward the bed. Look. Claire knelt beside the bed, heart racing. The pillow was slightly indented, as if someone had lain there moments ago. Not a memory indentation, a fresh one. She touched the pillow with trembling fingers. Warm. Claire whispered, terrified. Someone was just here. The child nodded. You. Claire jolted back. What? You, the girl repeated. The version of you who didn't scream. The one who opened the door. Claire felt the room tilt. There are two versions of me in this memory. Dr. Karr whispered. There always were. Claire stood abruptly, adrenaline spiking. The handle twisted again. The voice softened further. Claire, open up. Something inside, Claire snapped. No, she whispered. Not this time. The child's eyes widened. Claire, what are you doing? Claire stepped toward the door, not to open it, but to stand in front of it. Her pulse thundered. She spoke through the wood, voice trembling but strong. That's not my mother. The voice stopped. Silence seeped in. Thick, heavy, watching. Claire leaned closer. My mother doesn't whisper when she's afraid, she said. She shouts. The light under the door flickered. The child grabbed Claire's arm. He heard you, Claire whispered. Good. The handle dropped. Dead silence. Then a deep, wrong voice, layered with her mother's, spoke from the other side. Then let's do it your way. The doorknob bent inward. Claire's pulse hammered. Back away. Dr. Karr shouted. But Claire didn't, because she finally saw the truth. She didn't need to run from this room. She needed to finish it. Finish the night she never survived. The door began to open. Claire stood ready, and her 7-year-old self whispered, It's happening again. Chapter 22. The door opens the wrong way. The door didn't burst inward the way Claire expected. It breathed open, slow, steady, deliberate, like something on the other side was savoring the moment. A thin line of darkness widened across the floorboards. The nightlight flickered. The air thickened. Claire's heartbeat hammered in her ears. The child clung to her waist, trembling violently. Don't let him choose your face. Don't let him choose your voice. I won't, Claire whispered, though she wasn't entirely sure she believed it. Dr. Karr stepped to the left of the doorway, keeping low, eyes fixed on the widening gap. Claire, don't stand in front of it. Move. No, Claire didn't budge. If she ran, the memory took control. If she hid, the room would choose for her. She had to face it here, in the place where she first broke. A shadow moved behind the doorframe. Tall, wrong, unsteady, like a puppet finding its strings. Claire's muscles locked. The darkness pulled around the edges, gathering like a second tide. The voice, her mother's voice, returned, but now stripped of warmth, syrup-sweet and hollow. Claire, darling, thank you for waiting. Claire swallowed hard. I know you're not her. A low chuckle rippled through the gap. Not her mother. Not a man. Not anything with a clear shape. You knew then, too. Claire froze. Dr. Karr stiffened. Claire, don't respond. The door opened wider, and the thing stepped through. Or rather, something shaped itself into stepping, like learning how to mimic a body. It didn't choose Jonathan this time, nor the invented father, nor the partner from her mother's past. It chose nothing at first, a blank silhouette, tall and thin, like a shadow peeled off the wall. No face, no mouth, just a hollow imprint of a person who shouldn't be in a child's bedroom. But when it turned its head, the surface of the shadow rippled, like liquid skin waiting for a memory. Claire fought the urge to step back. Why did you come into my room that night? She asked. Dr. Karr hissed, Claire, don't initiate. But it was too late. The silhouette sharpened. Features pressed up from beneath the dark surface. A nose, cheekbones, a shape of lips. The early draft of a face assembling itself. Claire felt her nails dig into her palms. The thing paused as if choosing. Then her mother's face slid into place. Not fully, not smoothly, stuttering between versions. Younger, older, distorted, too still, too smiling. Her mother's voice whispered, Because you opened the door. Claire's blood ran cold. The child shook her head frantically. No, he's lying. He opened it when we froze. The creature turned its shifting eyes toward the little girl. You, it said, voice vibrating with layered tones. Cried first. The girl whimpered and buried her face against Claire's hip. Claire felt something break open inside her. Why did you follow the hum? She demanded. The creature's head tilted in a stiff, unnatural motion. Because it was familiar. Claire blinked. Familiar? It was the sound, the creature whispered, of someone calling across the dark. The dark? Claire echoed. The wrong mother shape smiled too wide. Yes, the place between rooms. Between sleep and memory. Between you and you. Claire's pulse spiked. I don't understand. You do, the creature said, stepping forward. You made the sound again today. The child grabbed Claire's hand. Stop talking to it. But Claire couldn't. She was seeing something, a memory fragment she had never reached. You weren't in the hallway, Claire whispered. Not at first. You were somewhere else. Yes, the creature said. The hum reached me. It always reaches me. Dr. Karr stepped closer, voice low and urgent. Claire, step away from it. This is how it pushes into your real mind. Claire ignored her. Why me? She asked. Why did it have to be me? The creature leaned forward. This time, the voice that came out wasn't her mother's. It was Claire's own voice, older, clearer, trembling with emotion. Because you answered. Claire felt her legs weaken. Answered what? The creature's form twitched. A long crack split down the center of its face, revealing something white beneath, a smile, too many teeth. You opened, it whispered. And once something opens, its hand stretched forward, twisting into fingers. It does not close. The child shoved Claire aside. Run. But Claire didn't run. She stepped forward. I didn't open anything, she said. Not that night. Not willingly. Something pushed me. The creature froze. Dr. Karr inhaled sharply. Claire, what do you remember? Claire's voice trembled. She didn't know if she was remembering or realizing, but I didn't leave my bed. The child tugged her arm desperately. Don't say it. Claire pushed through the fear. I was lifted. The creature twitched violently, as if trying to hold its shape. Something picked me up, Claire whispered. Not a man. Not my mother. The child covered her ears. Stop. Please. He'll get stronger if you remember. No, Claire said, voice steadying. He wants me to forget. That's why he hides this part. Dr. Karr's eyes widened. Claire, finish it. Claire's chest tightened. The thing that came into my room that night, her voice cracked. Didn't walk in. The creature contorted, body shaking. It slid in. The girl screamed. Dr. Karr braced herself. The creature's face split open as a roar tore through the memory. The walls shook. The nightlight shattered. The floor rippled under Claire's feet. The creature lunged. And Claire finally remembered the last detail of that night. Her mother wasn't in the hallway. She was screaming from the living room. The creature had taken her voice. And then it came for Claire. The memory hit like a flood. The creature struck. An entire bedroom exploded into white light. Chapter 23. The room that turns toward her. The white light swallowed everything. For a moment, Claire felt weightless, suspended in a blank world without walls or air. Then gravity snapped back, and she hit solid ground, hard, wood, cold, old. She opened her eyes. She wasn't in her childhood bedroom anymore. She was standing in a corridor, not the real one, not the clean version her memory had polished. This was the original. Wallpaper rotted to pulp, floorboards warped and wet, a ceiling so low it pressed the shadows downward like heavy hands. Dr. Karr materialized beside her, coughing. The child stumbled out of the light next, silently crying. Claire steadied her. Are you hurt? The girl shook her head. No, but we're in the wrong place. Claire swallowed. This is the hallway for my memory. No, Dr. Karr said quietly, "This is the hallway as it actually was." A noise drifted through the dark, a low, agonizing scrape. Metal on wood. Slow. Deliberate. Claire's skin prickled. "He's here." "No." Dr. Carr's eyes tracked the ceiling. "He's above us." A heavy shift, like a body dragging itself across beams, traveled overhead. The child curled against Claire's side. "He moves different here." "Why?" Claire whispered. The girl pointed at Claire's chest. "You remembered too much." The scraping overhead stopped. Silence. Then a faint tapping began, not in front of them, not behind, but inside the walls. Tap, 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 like fingers asking permission to enter. Claire shivered. "What is this place?" Dr. Karr swallowed hard. "This is not your memory. This is his." Claire froze. "My what?" "This corridor is how he remembers," the doctor said. "Not how you do." The child nodded. "He keeps it before." And the after. Claire felt the corridor tighten around her, the walls narrowing an inch. "This is wrong," she whispered. "I never saw this." "You weren't supposed to," Dr. Karr said. "You were unconscious when he brought you back through here." Claire's breath hitched. "He took me out the same way he came in." A groaning sound, like with splintering, rippled to the ceiling above them. Then the scraping began again. Closer. Claire forced her breathing calm. "We need to get out. Where's the exit?" "There isn't one," the child whispered. Claire turned sharply. "There has to be." The girl shook her head. "Not until you remember what happened at the end." Claire felt a cold pressure behind her eyes. "I don't want to remember." "You don't have a choice," Dr. Karr said. The corridor lights flickered. Once, twice. Then the far end of the hall shifted. Not opened. Not revealed. Turned. The entire geometry of the corridor rotated silently, impossibly, like a maze rearranging itself while watching her. The hallway now pointed somewhere else. Somewhere deeper. Claire whispered, "It's changing because I'm here." "No," Dr. Karr said. "It's changing because he noticed." Something slammed into the ceiling. So hard dust rained down. Claire grabbed the child's hand. "We need to move." But the girl didn't budge. She stared down the newly formed stretch of hallway. "He wants you to go that way," the girl whispered. Claire looked into the darkness. At the far end, barely visible, a door glowed faintly. Not metal, not industrial. A house door. White, paneled, familiar. Claire's blood ran cold. "That's my mother's front door." The child squeezed her hand painfully tight. "No, Claire. It looks like it, but it isn't." Another slam overhead, closer. Dr. Karr's voice trembled. Claire listened very carefully. "If you walk toward that door, you'll reach the moment you've been avoiding for 24 years. Claire's voice shook. "What moment?" The floorboards around their feet bowed outward, like something beneath them was pushing up. The child whispered, "The moment he brought you back." Claire froze. "I thought I escaped." The girl shook her head, tears streaming. "You didn't escape. You were returned." The scraping above stopped. Silent. Waiting. Dr. Karr swallowed. "Claire, if you walk forward, you will see what happened to your mother that night." Claire felt her heart stop. The hallway lights flickered violently, and the white door at the end began to open. A sliver of warm, yellow living room light spilled into the corridor. Claire whispered, shaking, "Oh, God," she wasn't sleeping. She wasn't gone. She saw everything. The child covered her ears. Dr. Karr stepped closer. "Claire, if you go now, there is no turning back." Claire stared at the widening gap of the door. A figure stood inside. A silhouette. A woman. Her mother. Hands shaking. Mouth open mid-scream. Frozen in the same moment for 24 years. Claire's knees buckled. She tried to stop him. The child sobbed. She did. The scraping above resumed. Furious. Moving fast. Dropping lower. Claire realized what the creature was doing. "It's trying to stop me from remembering this." Dr. Karr grabbed her arm. "If you walk into that doorway, you relive everything." Claire stepped forward. I know. The ceiling above her cracked. Dark fingers punched through the wood. The creature began to force itself down, and Claire ran toward the door. Chapter 24. The scream she never heard. Claire sprinted down the warped corridor, the sound of splintering wood exploding behind her. The creature was dropping to the ceiling, long fingers tearing the boards apart like wet paper. Dr. Karr shouted her name. The child cried for her to stop. But Claire didn't stop. She ran toward the white door glowing at the end of the hall. The door that wasn't her mother's, but wore her mother's shape like a mask. The closer she got, the more the air thickened around her, resisting her steps like syrup. Something wanted her slowed. Something wanted her late. Claire, Dr. Karr screamed, if you enter without centering yourself. But Claire reached the door, and the moment she crossed the threshold, the corridor vanished behind her. She was standing in the living room of her childhood home. Not a memory, not a reconstruction, a perfect freeze frame. Every detail suspended in the exact fraction of a second she had forgotten. The yellow lamp was on. The TV screen glowed blue. Toys spilled across the carpet. And her mother, frozen mid-motion, stood in the center of the room with her hands outstretched toward Claire. Her face was twisted in terror. Her eyes wide with a scream that hadn't made it out yet. Claire felt her breath leave her body. Mom. The child stepped beside her, trembling. Do you see it now? Claire nodded, eyes burning. It hurt. God, it hurt. Her mother wasn't asleep in her bedroom that night. She wasn't unaware. She wasn't gone. She had been right here, awake, alert, desperate, trying to reach her daughter, trying to stop something from happening, trying to stop him. Claire whispered. She came for me. Yes, the little girl said. She tried. Claire touched her mother's frozen arm. It was warm, alive, suspended in the moment she had never been allowed to remember. Then she noticed the doorway behind her mother. There, half in the shadows, was a shape dragging itself toward the center of the room, slender, twisted, pulling itself unnaturally over floorboards. Its limbs bent wrong, its body elongated, a ripple of stolen skin across a shifting form. The creature inside the house. Claire staggered backward. I didn't know it came in this far. You weren't supposed to, Dr. Karr said, stepping into the room at last. Some things break the mind just by being seen. Claire shook her head violently. No, this isn't right. I was taken from the hallway. Not here, not in the living room. The child took her hand. You only saw the hallway because that's where you woke up, but he took you from here. Claire felt her heartbeat stop. Then why erase this part? Because Dr. Karr said softly, this is the part where you fought back. Claire stared at her. I was 7. And you screamed, the child whispered. The creature dragged itself closer, its outline stuttering, glitching, flickering through shapes as though trying different faces but failing to choose one. Claire felt nausea rise in her throat. What did I scream? The child stepped in front of her, tiny shoulders squared. Your name. Claire blinked. What? You screamed, Claire, the girl said. You screamed yourself awake. Dr. Karr nodded. You called yourself back. That scream didn't just close the door. It split you, left part of you behind. Claire felt something crack inside her chest. A memory surfaced, raw, sharp, unbearable. Her own voice, high, shrill, panicked, crying out in terror. Claire. The child shuddered. I was that scream. Claire's knees almost gave out. Her mother, still frozen, reaching toward her, had been lunging to grab her, to pull her away, to save her. Claire whispered. She didn't fail. No, Dr. Karr said, but she was too late. By the time she reached you, the creature lunged. A half second before its fingers touched the frozen mother's back. Claire's scream had torn the night in two, ripping herself out of the creature's grasp, and leaving the other self behind. The child. The one Claire had never let grow. Claire felt her pulse roar in her ears. This was the moment she split, the moment she left her younger self in the room. The moment the creature claimed a piece of her, Claire stepped toward the frozen memory, tears streaming down her face. I'm sorry. I didn't know. I didn't know you tried to. The creature's head snapped toward Claire. Its face slid into place. Her mother's, then a stranger's, then nothing. It whispered with 100 voices. You're back. The child yanked Claire's arm. He sees you. He sees the you of now. Dr. Karr shouted. Claire, move. The creature launched itself across the floor. Straight at Claire. Straight through the frozen memory. Straight toward the woman she had become. Claire screamed, a grown woman's scream, not a child's. And the memory cracked like glass. The room shattered. The moment exploded. The past dissolved. And Claire was dragged into darkness. Chapter 25. The corridor that shouldn't exist. Claire hit the floor hard enough to knock the breath out of her lungs. Wood. Cold. Uneven. A hallway she didn't recognize. Not the childhood one. Not the collapsing memory room. Something in between. Dim overhead bulbs flickered weakly. Spaced too far apart, leaving long stretches of shadow that looked almost liquid. The air smelled of damp wood and old dust. Nothing like the places she knew. Nothing like her memories. She stood slowly, steadying herself against the wall. The boards were wet beneath her fingers. She whispered, "Where am I?" A soft scuffling behind her answered. Claire turned sharply. A small figure stood a few feet down the corridor. A child, her child self. Except not the same one she'd seen in the memory bedroom. This one looked pale, distant, like she wasn't fully here. Her eyes reflected the dim light. Without focusing on anything real, Claire felt a chill crawl through her spine. "This isn't you," she said softly. The girl tilted her head, a mechanical, too careful motion. Her voice came out thin, almost monotone. "I'm the part that didn't return." Claire's breath caught. No, I came back. I woke up. You came back without me," the girl said. The lights above them flickered. The corridor seemed to narrow an inch. Claire took a tentative step forward. "Are you another memory?" "Memories don't walk," the girl said quietly. The words hit Claire like a physical blow. She felt the truth in them, heavy and sour. The girl took one small step closer. "I am what you left." Claire shook her head. "I didn't leave you. I didn't even know you existed." "You didn't want to," the girl said. No accusation, just bleak fact. Claire swallowed hard. "What do you want from me?" The girl lifted her small hand. "Let me go." Claire froze. "What does that mean?" The girl looked down at her bare feet. "I've been stuck here since that night. In this place. In this part. I need to hear you say I can leave." Claire stepped forward slowly, her voice trembling. "I can take you out of here, if you come with me." A deep boom shook the hallway. The floor vibrated under their feet. The girl flinched violently. "No, not now. Not when it's close." Claire spun around. "What is that?" A second boom, closer, heavier, with cracks somewhere in the dark behind them. The girl grabbed Claire's hand, her fingers icy cold. "Don't let it find me. Help me leave." Claire tightened her grip. "Come with me now. We'll move together." The girl nodded once. Then the floor split. Black liquid, thick as oil, pushed through cracks in the wood, bubbling upward, spreading fast. Claire tried to pull the girl back, but the boards beneath the child buckled sharply. The girl cried out, "Claire, hold me." Claire lunged, catching her arm. Their hands locked for one desperate second. Then something below dragged the girl downward. The blackness rose around her ankles, her knees, her small waist. "Claire," the girl screamed. "Don't let go." Claire held on until her fingers numbed. But the force pulling the child was stronger, merciless. "No!" Claire cried. "No, no!" The girl's fingers slipped. She vanished into the dark beneath the boards. The corridor fell silent. Claire dropped to her knees, panting, staring at the gap where the girl had been. She knew instantly. with a clarity that stabbed, that this hadn't been the little Claire she had met in the memory house. This was the other part, the wrong one, the fragment left in the dark when she woke up 24 years ago, and something in the corridor had just taken it. Claire stood slowly, wiping her shaking hands on her jeans. A sound echoed from the far end of the hallway. Footsteps, slow, measured, coming toward her. Not memory, not hallucination. Something aware of her, something that had tasted the missing part and wanted more. Claire backed away, heart pounding. She wasn't alone in this place. And now, it knew exactly which Claire remained. Chapter 26. The Thing That Follows. Claire backed away from the sound of footsteps echoing down the corridor, her pulse hammering as the dim bulbs above flickered in uneven intervals. The hallway stretched far in both directions, but the footsteps came only from one side, slow, steady, and disturbingly patient. Whoever was moving didn't rush. They didn't need to. Predators rarely did. She forced herself to move. Each step felt heavy, as if the air itself resisted. Shadows trembled at the edges of the light, making the warped floorboards look unstable. She tried to match her breathing to her pace, but even that rhythm faltered when the footsteps behind her shifted to match hers exactly. She froze. The footsteps froze. She took one step back. Another step echoed back at her, perfectly mirrored. "You're copying me," she said quietly, her voice shaking despite her efforts. A silence followed, thick, watchful, until a voice drifted out of the darkness. Calm, flat, too close. "No," it said, "you are copying me." Claire felt her chest tighten. "Who are you?" A long silence stretched. Then the voice answered with unsettling clarity. "The part you never met." Cold rippled through her spine. The little girl in the corridor earlier, the hollow one, was only a piece, a fraction. This voice wasn't a child, was a memory, wasn't misplaced echo. This was something older, something that had been with her long before she understood fear. She swallowed hard. "What do you want from me?" "You," the voice said simply. Claire stepped back again. The wall met her shoulders. She had no more space to retreat. "Why me? Why now?" "Because you are finally alone." The lights flickered, once, twice, and for a brief moment the hallway went completely dark. When the bulbs flared back to life, a silhouette stood in the distance. Tall, motionless. Its outline was human only in the sense that it occupied space. Claire's breath hitched. "You're not supposed to be here." "I am always here," the silhouette replied. Another flicker of the lights. The silhouette now stood several steps closer, though it hadn't made a sound. Claire pressed herself harder against the wall. "Stay away from me." The silhouette took a single step forward. A quiet tap echoed through the wood. "Step." Claire's heartbeat roared in her ears. "I didn't take anything from you." "You took the scream," the figure said. "And you took her with you." "I didn't take anyone," Claire began, but the silhouette cut her off. "You pulled her. You broke my hold." Claire felt her throat close. The hollow girl, dragged down through the floor, had been a fragment, a part Claire didn't know she'd left behind, a part the silhouette claimed. "If she belongs to me," Claire whispered, "then give her back." "You want her," it said. "I want you. That's not a trade." "Everything is a trade." The lights dimmed. When they returned, the silhouette was close enough for Claire to see faint distortions around its edges, as if the air bent away from it. She pressed herself even harder to the wall. "Don't touch me." "I won't," it answered. "You will." Claire blinked. "What does that mean?" "You will come to me," it said, "like you did years ago." Her breath shook. "I didn't walk to you. I was taken." The silhouette's voice lowered to a whisper. "You walked." "Why would I walk to you?" Claire whispered. "Because you're already starting to." Claire looked down at her feet, and her stomach dropped. One foot had moved forward, a full step, toward the silhouette. She hadn't felt it. She staggered back, panic rising hard and fast. "No." The silhouette lifted its head slightly, as if satisfied. "Welcome back." The lights went out. and Claire screamed into the dark. Chapter 27. When the dark learns your name. The darkness didn't simply swallow Claire's scream. It smothered it, as if the air itself had closed its fists around the sound. For several seconds, she couldn't tell if she was upright or falling. The corridor around her seemed to breathe, shifting its weight from one wall to the other, like something alive learning how to stand. When the first bulb stuttered back to life, the weak yellow glow cut a narrow path through black and revealed the thing she feared most. She was still not alone, and the silhouette that had followed her through this maze-like world now stood at the far end of the hall, motionless, as though waiting for her to do something she didn't understand. Claire pressed her back to the wall, fingers curling against the rough, splintered wood, trying to ground herself in something real. Her pulse hammered, each beat echoing in her ears louder than her own breath. The shadow didn't move, but the space between them felt shorter than before, as if the corridor were contracting to bring them closer. She edged slowly along the wall, careful to place her steps in absolute silence. The corridor groaned under her weight, reacting to her presence. At times, it felt like the boards shifted beneath her feet, not collapsing but adjusting, subtly tilting as if trying to direct her somewhere. She ignored it. The only goal was distance. Distance from the silhouette. Distance from the hallucinations. Distance from the lingering fragments of herself she no longer trusted. After several cautious steps, her hand brushed something cold and solid. A doorknob. Her breath caught. She hadn't seen any doors in this place, not real ones. The hallway had always been one uninterrupted stretch of impossible geometry. A door could mean escape, or at least a boundary she could close between herself and whatever followed her. Keeping her eyes on the silhouette, she tightened her grip on the knob and turned. It didn't move. She tried again, harder, feeling the metal dig into her palm. Still locked. She braced her shoulder against the wood and pushed, desperate, adrenaline surging. The door didn't even tremble. It was as if it wasn't a door at all, just a mock shape carved into something unyielding. Behind her, the corridor hummed, a low frequency that vibrated deep in her bones. The silhouette hadn't moved, but Claire sensed a shift in the room, an awareness wrapping around her like cold fabric. She banged her shoulder against the door again, teeth clenched, body shaking. Nothing. You don't belong there. The voice drifted across the corridor, calm, unhurried, as if it had been waiting for her to exhaust herself before speaking. Claire closed her eyes for a second, willing her nerves to hold steady. She turned slowly. Then where do I belong? The silhouette tilted its head. In the place you left. I didn't leave anything, Claire said, though it sounded weak even in her own ears. You left her. You left me. Claire's nails dug into her palms. You're not me. The corridor pulsed lightly, a tremor running along the walls like a heartbeat out of rhythm. For a moment she wondered if she'd ever been alone here. The thought lodged in her chest like a splinter. Suddenly, a light flickered farther down the corridor, darker than the bulb overhead. When the dimness steadied, Claire's stomach dropped. A child stood beside the silhouette. Small, barefoot, thin as shadow, but unmistakable. The hollow girl. The one who had been dragged through the floor. The one she had failed to save. Except now she looked different. Her hair hanging damp against her cheeks, her knees bruised, her face pale in a way that felt wrong even in this nightmare space. Claire stepped forward despite herself. Come with me. Please. We can leave together this time. The girl lifted her head slowly. Her lips trembled. You let go. I didn't. Claire protested, voice cracking. Something pulled you. You didn't hold on, the child insisted. Her voice wasn't angry. It was hollow, laden with resignation. I fell because you didn't pull hard enough. Claire felt the words land like a blade. She knew this wasn't the child's fault. Whatever this place was, it twisted meaning, turned pain into shape, but the message was still sharp enough to wound. What did he do to you? Claire asked quietly. The girl lifted her arm with effort, her finger pointing behind Claire, toward a new corridor she hadn't realized had formed. Claire blinked, heart pounding harder as she saw what waited at the far end. A door. Wooden. Warm. Familiar. Her mother's bedroom door. She stepped back instinctively. No. The silhouette shifted, making the faintest sound of friction. Finish what you left undone. Claire shook her head violently. I saw it. The living room. I saw what happened. You saw what you were allowed to see, the silhouette replied. The hollow child nodded, tears forming at the rims of her eyes. There was more. Claire stared at the door. Her hands trembled at her sides. Even from this distance, she recognized a faint scratch at the bottom. Her mother had made it the night she dropped a mirror and never got around to replacing the wood. That detail alone made the memory too real, too sharp to navigate. Her voice broke. I won't survive it. You already did, the silhouette said. That is why it hurts. Claire closed her eyes. She forced a slow inhale, feeling her chest tighten as the air moved through her lungs. When she opened her eyes again, clarity flickered through her fear. She stepped away from the door that wouldn't open. She straightened her shoulders, and she walked. The corridor stretched long ahead of her, bending in subtle waves as though reacting to her decision. Each step sounded different. First a simple footfall, then a dull thud, then a soft crackle like dried leaves crushed underfoot. The environment changed with her, shifting textures and sounds as if coordinating with the rhythm of her heartbeat. The hollow girl in silhouette remained behind, watching. Claire didn't turn to look at them. She kept her eyes fixed on the familiar door. Her legs shook but held firm. Every memory she had fought to recover, and every memory she had avoided, seemed converge at the handle in front of her. She reached it, breath shallow. The metal felt warm against her palm, like someone on the other side had been touching it, waiting for her. She turned the handle. The latch clicked. The door opened inward, letting out a faint rush of warm air that smelled faintly of her mother's lavender lotion. It was such an ordinary, human scent that Claire nearly cried from the shock of it. Then she heard the voice. Her mother's voice. Alive. Raw. Terrified. Claire, come back. Claire gasped and stepped inside. Chapter 28. The room that remembers before you do. Claire stepped into the bedroom with a hesitation so deep that even her breath felt delayed. The air was warm, not the warmth of comfort, but a suffocating, stale heat that clung to her skin like old steam trapped behind closed windows. The scent of lavender lotion drifted faintly through the room, and the familiarity of it struck Claire in a way she wasn't prepared for. It wasn't just a smell. It was a memory lodged deep in the chest, the kind that carried both safety and fear, the kind that resurfaced only when something in the mind cracked open enough to let escape. She had lived decades avoiding this scent, and now it surrounded her like a presence. The door shut behind her with a soft, final click. She didn't touch it. She didn't need to. This room had rules of its own. The moment she crossed the threshold, the room became aware of her, like it had been waiting. Claire took a cautious step forward, her eyes tracing familiar shapes in front of her. The narrow bed with the knitted green blanket, the lamp shaped like a seashell on the nightstand, the dresser with its slightly crooked mirror, and the open-top drawer showing the corner of her mother's jewelry box. Everything was exactly where it should have been 24 years ago, yet sharper, too precise, as if the space itself had redrawn the memory with the obsessive detail of someone who had been watching it longer than she had been alive. "Mom," Claire murmured. Her own voice sounded swallowed, as if the air refused to carry it. There was no answer, but she felt her mother's presence as though she had just stepped out of the room an instant before. The bed was slightly wrinkled, not with a pattern of rest, but recent movement, as if someone had been sitting on it only seconds earlier. Claire approached the bed slowly, her fingers almost trembling as she touched the blanket. Warm. The indentation was deep enough to suggest an adult's weight. The realization hit her like a shockwave. Her mother had been here. This room wasn't a reconstruction. It wasn't a symbolic space. It wasn't a dream. It was a place where the scream began, long before Claire knew how to understand what she saw. She turned, heart thudding in her throat, and that was when she noticed a figure in the corner. Small, silent, curled up against the shadow behind the door. Little Claire, not distorted, not hollow, not broken. The real one, the child she had been before fear, split her in two. Claire's knees nearly buckled. She crossed the room slowly, kneeling down to the girl's level. You're the one from the bedroom," she said softly, as if afraid the wrong tone would shatter her. "You're the real one, aren't you?" The girl nodded, hugging her knees tighter, eyes wide, but steady enough to show she remembered Claire from before. "I told you not to come here," she said, her voice so small it made Claire's chest ache. "You shouldn't have opened the door." "I didn't open it," Claire whispered back. It pulled me here." The girl shook her head. "No, you opened it. You always open it in the end." Claire wanted to argue, but her throat tightened. She looked around the room again, searching for something, anything that didn't match her memory. Everything was too exact, too charged, too alive. "Why am I here?" she asked. "Because you're ready," the girl replied. "You keep seeing the wrong ending. You keep remembering the hallway, but you never let yourself see what came before." Claire's breath caught. What came before? The girl's eyes flickered to the far corner of the room. Claire followed her gaze. At first she saw nothing, only the dark recess where the walls met. But then the corner seemed to deepen, darken, shift. A faint pulse throbbed there, slow and heavy, almost like a reverse heartbeat. Claire stared, her own pulse rising to her throat. A shape began to form within the shadow, tall, narrow, not facing her, not moving, but unmistakably present. "No," Claire whispered. "Not here. He wasn't here. He was down the hallway. He was in the living room. I saw him there." The girl shook her head quietly. "He was here first. Mom saw him before you did." Claire felt her entire body go cold. "Mom was here? In this room?" The girl pointed to the indentation on the bed. She was sitting there. She was trying to wake you up. Claire's mind reeled. "Wake me from what?" "That," the girl said, pointing to shadow. The tall shape in the corner shifted, not turning, unfolding. Claire stumbled back, so quickly she hit the dresser. A sharp pain shot through her shoulder, but she didn't move. She couldn't look away. This was the shape she had seen in flashes, in nightmares, in memory fragments. But not like this. Not fully, not whole, not the way a child sees something before the mind floods it with denial and sleep. Claire forced out a breath. I thought he came from the hallway." The girl shook her head. "He came from the dark. He came for you." Claire's heart pounded so hard she felt it in her fingertips. "Mom screamed because she found me in the hallway. She ran to me. I remember." "No," the girl said. "She screamed because she saw him holding you." Claire's breath left her in a broken gasp. No, she didn't." "You didn't wake up in the hallway," the girl whispered. "You were dropped there." The shadow stepped forward, slow, quiet, as if remembering the sequence of its own movements. Claire stumbled away, but the image burst inside her mind like a flash of white heat. Her mother's scream, her own limp body in the creature's arms, her sudden jolt awake on the floor, the creature's retreat, the wrongness she never understood. She hadn't walked. She hadn't wandered. She hadn't sleepwalked. She had been carried. She had been taken. And her mother had seen it. Claire's voice cracked like broken glass. What did he want? The little girl's small hand reached out, finding Claire's trembling fingers. "He wanted the part of you that wouldn't scream," she whispered. "The quiet part, the still part, the one he could keep." Claire felt something inside her fracture, old pain resurfacing with violent clarity. The shadow in the corner extended an arm, long, wrong, reaching. The girl whispered one last truth as the room trembled around them. "You didn't scream until he let you go." Claire choked on a sob. The shadow stepped closer, and the room, the real beginning, finally came back to life. Chapter 29. The silence after the scream. The shadow moved with a deliberateness that made Claire's skin crawl. There was no rush in its progress, no hunger in the traditional sense, but a kind of calm certainty, like it had already claimed her long ago, and this was merely a formality. Claire forced herself to stand. though every instinct screamed to hide behind the dresser, to curl into space on the bed like she had once done as a child. But she held her ground, gripping the footboard of the bed until her knuckles whitened. Her breath pulled tight against her ribs. The room felt warmer now, thick with the weight of memory awakening. The lavender scent grew stronger, almost cloying, as if the air exhaled a moment she had forgotten. The little girl, her younger self, clung to her arm, trembling with something more complicated than fear. It looked like recognition, a memory she had carried alone for too long. Claire whispered, "Tell me what happened." The child shook her head, her small fingers tightening around Claire's wrist. "You won't want to know." Claire swallowed. "I need to." "No," the girl said. "You want to stop it. But you can't stop something that already happened. You can only understand it." The shadow stepped into the weak spill of lamplight. It surfaced and behaved like skin or cloth. It absorbed every glint and reflection, as if it was made of substance designed to erase the existence of color. Its outline flickered slightly, not from instability, but from an unwillingness to be perceived, like it resisted form, like it resented having to look human at all. Claire's breathing hitched. Why was he in this room? Why me? The girl's eyes brimmed with tears. "Because you didn't scream." Claire stiffened. "I don't understand." "You didn't scream," the child repeated softly. "You didn't wake up. He looked at you because you were still." Claire backed toward the dresser, instinctively placing herself between the shadow and the child. Something deep inside her understood. Predators notice silence more than noise. The stillest body is the easiest to take. The creature extended its arm once more, and Claire forced herself not to recoil. The shape was too long, too slender, as if bending reality around itself. She felt her mother's presence again so strongly, she could almost hear her breath. The girl whispered. Mom woke up first. She saw him. She screamed your name. Claire squeezed her eyes shut. "I thought I imagined that." "You didn't." Claire opened her eyes to the room she had spent a lifetime repressing. Her mother must have bolted upright in bed, heart pounding, seeing a shape where no shape should be, seeing her child lifted like a doll in the arms of something that was never supposed to exist. Claire trembled as new details surfaced. Heavy arms, cold air, the sensation of floating, the muffled world of half-sleep. Her mother had been screaming for her, not calling, not warning, begging. The shadow moved again, slow, inevitable. Claire wasn't sure when the tears reached her face, but she didn't wipe them away. She lifted her chin, still shielding the little girl behind her. "Why did you drop me in the hallway? Why didn't you take me?" The shadow froze. For the first time, she sensed confusion from it, an ancient, indecipherable confusion, like a creature confronted with a changed rule it didn't understand. A low vibration rippled through the room, bending the air, carrying its answer. "You screamed." Claire felt her heart thud painfully once. "Not at first." "No," the shadow replied. "Not at first." The girl stepped out slowly from behind Claire and pointed to the spot beside the bed, the place Claire's memory had refused to revisit. "You didn't scream when he touched you," she whispered. "You didn't scream when he picked you up. You didn't scream even when Mom did." The girl looked up at Claire with heartbreaking clarity. "You screamed when he let you go." Claire stumbled backward, breath shaking violently. I don't remember that," the girl whispered. "Because you split." Claire grabbed the nightstand for support. The room pulsed with the truth, heavy and suffocating. "Split how?" The girl's voice trembled. "Part of you woke up in the hallway, the part that screamed, but part of you stayed here, the part that didn't." In that moment, Claire felt a shift deep inside her mind, as if a locked door cracked open. Two sensations collided, falling and lying still. Two memories overlapping. One of her body hitting the hallway floor, and one of her body still here, held suspended in the creature's hands. The girl said softly, "I'm the part that stayed, the part he kept." The shadow stepped closer, and the floorboards groaned. Claire instinctively backed up until she hit the bed. Every bone in her body vibrated with terror, but she didn't move away from the child. Instead, She placed a hand on the girl's shoulder. The air behind them thickened. A new sound entered the room. The faintest echo of her mother's voice layered beneath silence, as if trapped in walls. "Claire, please." The girl jerked her head up. "She's still calling you." Claire felt the bottom drop out of her stomach. "What do you mean?" "She never stopped," the girl said. "Not in here." Claire pressed a hand to her chest, struggling to steady her breath. "I have to get to her. I have to see her." "You can," the girl said, "but he won't let you." The shadow loomed behind the bed now, its height stretching upward until its head almost brushed the ceiling. Claire felt pressure pushing her backward, a suffocating force that made her vision tremble at the edges. The girl hugged Claire's arm. "He wants the part of you that stayed silent. He wants a version that didn't fight back. The still one. The quiet one." "Why?" Claire whispered. The girl looked up at her, frightened but unblinking. "Because he can only take what doesn't resist." Claire felt something shift inside her. Rage, sorrow, recognition. She straightened her shoulders, pulling the girl behind her, stepping into the creature's path with a steadiness that surprised even herself. "I'm not silent now." The shadow froze. The lavender scent intensified until Claire almost gagged on it. The floor trembled beneath their feet, as if the room was reacting to her refusal. A faint light began to bleed from under the bedroom door, warm, yellow, pulsing like a heartbeat trying to break through the walls. The girl whispered, "That's Mom. She never stopped trying to reach you." Claire's throat tightened. "Then I'm going to reach her." She grabbed the girl's hand, holding it tight. "Stay with me. This time I'm not letting go." The shadow shifted, fast, unnatural. The light at the door brightened. The girl's grip tightened painfully. Everything compressed. The shadow lunged. Claire ran for the door, and the room erupted into white, blinding sound. Chapter 30. Her mother's last door. The white blast of sound tore through the room so violently that Claire almost dropped the little girl's hand. Her ears rang, her vision blurred, and for a moment she felt suspended between past and present, as if the memory itself were being ripped apart from the inside. When the brightness dimmed, she realized she was still standing. Barely. Her fingers locked around the child's wrist, both of them braced against the violently shaking floor. The bedroom had changed. Not in shape, not in objects, but in atmosphere. The warmth was gone. The lavender scent had evaporated. The walls felt colder, sharper, like something had drained color and breath from the space in an instant. The shadow stood between them and the door now. Its form stretched taller, broader, as if the brief eruption of light had forced it to reveal more of its true size. It loomed at the center of the room, a void wearing the suggestion of arms, legs, a torso, but never a face. The little girl squeezed Claire's hand. "He's angry." Claire's pulse slammed against her ribs. "Good." The creature shifted, its edges trembling with an energy Claire felt beneath her feet rather than heard. The floorboards creaked, groaned, and pressed downward, as if the weight of the creature's fury was pushing the entire room closer to collapse. Claire tightened her grip on the child and moved slowly sideways, keeping her shoulder against the wall, inching them toward the bedroom door, glowing faintly in the distance. The glow was brighter now, warmer, yellow like lamplight. Human light, a real source, a living source. Her mother. Claire couldn't hear the voice yet, but she felt it. A magnetic pull in her chest, a memory of comfort and urgency fused into one. She stepped carefully, each movement deliberate. The little girl followed, breath shaking, eyes never leaving the shadow. "Don't look at him," Claire whispered. "Stay focused on the door." The girl nodded and pressed close to her side. The shadow moved too, mirroring their path with a smooth, gliding motion, never lifting its feet, sliding across the floor as if the ground shifted beneath it. Claire stopped. The shadow stopped. Claire moved again. The shadow followed. "Claire, clench your jaw. He's blocking us on purpose." "Yes," the girl said. "He doesn't want you to see what's behind the door." Claire looked toward the glow beneath the doorway. There were tears in her eyes, and she didn't bother wiping them. "Then that's exactly where we're going." The shadow tilted its head. The faint hum that accompanied its presence deepened, lowering in pitch until Claire felt it resonate painfully in her chest. She fought the urge to cover her ears. She knew the noise wasn't sound. It was pressure. Pressure meant to weaken memory, distort truth, break connection. Claire reached the dresser and ran her free hand across its surface, searching for something she remembered. An object, a detail, something that anchored her to the real room. She found it. Her mother's old ceramic hairbrush, still lying where she had left it that night. The bristles were worn. A few long strands of dark hair were entwined among them. Her mother's hair. The little girl whispered, "It's something he can't change." Claire grabbed the brush without thinking and clutched it to her chest. The shadow reacted instantly. The hum stuttered, faltered like a disrupted signal. She didn't know why. She didn't care. The object was hers. Her mother's. It belonged here, not to the creature. She stood taller. The shadow glided forward. Claire stepped in front of the little girl and held the brush like a shield. "Stay back," she said, her voice steadier than it had been since she entered this place. "You can take silence. You can take shadows. You don't get this." The creature froze, not in fear, not in threat, but in confusion, as if the brush was an anomaly it couldn't categorize. Claire tightened her grip on the handle and pushed forward, pulling the girl with her. The creature did something she hadn't seen before. It retreated half a step, not by choice, but by instinct. The girl gasped. "He doesn't like things that remember." Claire's breath caught. "He feeds on what people forget." "Yes," the girl whispered. "That's how he stays." Claire held the brush higher, putting every ounce of will into the memories tied to it. The smell of her mother's hair, the quiet nights when her mother brushed it gently, the comfort of a slow, soothing habit. The creature shuddered. Claire moved quickly, guiding the child around the bed. The door was 5 feet away. 4, 3. The glow beneath it brightened, warming the floorboards. Claire reached for the knob. The creature reacted. It lunged, not gliding, not shifting. It leapt, its form losing cohesion midair, turning into a streak of shadows and limbs reaching for Claire with unnatural speed. Claire shoved the child through the air toward the door just as the creature struck. Its arm hit her chest with force that sent her crashing into the wall, knocking the breath out of her lungs. Pain exploded across her ribs. The brush flew from her hand and clattered under the bed. Claire gasped, vision blurring. The creature didn't attack again, not physically. Instead, it leaned close, its presence swallowing the light around her. A cold wave pressed against her face, and its voice filled the room, echoing from walls, floor, and ceiling. "You cannot take both." Claire grabbed the wall, pulling herself upright, forcing air back into her lungs. What does that mean? The creature straightened to its full, impossible height. One Claire leaves. One Claire stays. Claire's heart seemed to stop. The little girl pressed both hands against the glowing door, looking back helplessly at Claire. "He wants me." Claire pushed off the wall, ignoring the pain in her ribs. "You're part of me. You're coming." "She doesn't scream," the creature said. "She belongs to silence." "She belongs to me." Claire shot back. The creature's form flickered violently, as if her defiance fractured its shape. The girl whimpered as the door behind her pulsed, warm light spilling across her feet. "He can't follow you there," the child whispered. "He can't get through the last door." Claire's breath trembled. "Then we go. Together." "No," the creature said. "The quiet part stays. Or the screaming part will return to me." Claire froze. He wasn't threatening the child. He was threatening her. If she tried to take both selves out of the memory, one would be trapped here forever. The girl shook her head. "Don't listen to him. He lies. He lies about everything. He can only take what doesn't fight." Claire stepped between the child and the creature. Her voice was low, fierce, alive. "You don't get to decide who I am." The creature extended an arm, stretching halfway across the room. "Then choose." Claire felt the weight of her entire life pressing down on her. Her silent self, her screaming self, her mother's voice behind the door, the creature that had haunted 2 decades. the truth that had nearly broken her. She steadied her breathing. She tightened her grip on the little girl's hand. She made her choice. I choose all of me. The creature recoiled, not physically, but in essence, as if the declaration ruptured its logic. The walls shuddered. The ceiling cracked. The floor tilted beneath their feet. Light flared under the door, so brightly it washed over them in a wave of gold. Claire pulled the child into her arms and ran, not away from something, but toward the last voice that had ever loved her. The creature lunged. The room exploded into sound. Claire wrenched open the door, and the world beyond it swallowed her whole. Chapter 31. The last memory that wasn't a memory. Claire stumbled through the doorway as if pushed by a force older than gravity. The little girl's weight pressed into her chest, their arms locked together with a desperation that felt both instinctive and chosen. The world behind the door vanished in a violent burst of white and gold light, and then, abruptly, everything settled. The shaking stopped. The ringing in her ears dulled. The warmth shifted. Claire blinked through the brightness. She wasn't in the hallway of her childhood home. She wasn't in the bedroom. She wasn't in the nightmare corridor. She was somewhere else, somewhere between. The room was dim, lit by a single bedside lamp with a soft amber glow. Shadows curled along the ceiling, like smoke drifting underwater. The air felt humid, heavy, as if it held its breath. The space was familiar, not in the way a memory is familiar, but in the way a dream echoes a real place. Claire slowly lowered the little girl to ground, steadying her. "Where are we?" Claire whispered. The girl didn't answer at first. She looked around, her small face tightening with recognition and dread. When she finally spoke, her voice was barely audible. "This is the place you never let yourself remember." Claire's stomach nodded. "Another memory?" The girl shook her head. "No, this is what happens after memory breaks." Claire turned slowly, taking in the room. It resembled a hospital room, but not any hospital she remembered. The bed in the center was too old, too narrow, the railings metal and chipped like something from the 1980s. A heart monitor stood silent beside it. No beeping, no lights, no cables connected. And 4-pole leaned at an angle as if it had been abandoned mid-shift. The sheets on the bed were rumpled. A dent in the pillow suggested a head had lain there not long ago. Claire approached cautiously, the girl staying close behind her. "Was I here?" Claire asked. After the night?" "No," the girl said. "This isn't your hospital." "Then whose?" A soft voice cut across the room. "Claire." Claire froze. The voice was unmistakable. Soft, exhausted, frayed by fear and grief. Her mother. Claire turned so fast her vision blurred. The room shifted along with her movement, as if space rearranged itself to reveal the figure sitting in the far corner. Her mother, not as Claire remembered her in childhood photographs, bright-eyed, smiling, strong. Not as she remembered her from nightmares, screaming, frantic, running through the hallway, but as she looked years later, worn by grief and exhaustion, eyes red from sleepless nights, shoulders bowed under a weight she never spoke about. Claire's breath hitched. "Mom!" Her mother stood slowly, as if unsure that Claire was real. The amber light softened her features, but pain lingered in every line of her face. Her hands trembled as she stepped forward. "You came back," she whispered. Claire's throat closed. I don't understand. Where are we?" Her mother glanced sadly at the bed. "Where I waited for you." Claire followed her gaze and felt the world tilt. This wasn't a memory from her childhood. This was a memory from her mother's life. The hospital, the tests, the endless questions about sleepwalking, the fear that something had happened in the bedroom that night, a fear the doctors dismissed. Claire remembered none of this, because she had been unconscious through all of it. Her mother approached her slowly, her expression collapsing into relief. "You were so small. You were shaking. You kept saying you couldn't remember how you got to the hallway. The doctor said it was trauma-induced confusion, but I knew better. I knew something took you." Claire swallowed hard. "You believe me." I never stopped, her mother said. Not for a single day. The little girl stepped backward, letting Claire move closer. Claire reached out, touching her mother's hand as if afraid it would dissolve. Her mother's touch was warm, steady, human. I thought you forgot me, Claire whispered. Her mother shook her head, tears welling. I thought you forgot me. The air thickened with emotion and memory, but the warmth of the moment trembled suddenly, as if strained against a barrier. The girl tugged at Claire's sleeve. He's trying to pull you back. Claire tensed. Where is he now? In the room behind us, the girl said. He can't cross the door, but he can try to break it. A deep vibration, not sound but pressure, shivered through the room. The lamp flickered. The shadows on the ceiling stirred like disturbed water. Her mother's eyes widened. What is that? Claire, clench your jaw. It's the thing that took me, the thing that split me. Her mother's face paled. Claire, don't let it near you again. The girl clung to Claire's arm. He wants the silence. But you're not silent anymore. The vibration deepened. The walls trembled, not with violence, but with a slow, crushing inevitability. Her mother grabbed Claire's shoulders. Listen to me. Memories aren't a prison. You keep trying to erase the night instead of completing it. Claire stared into her mother's eyes. How do I complete it? Her mother looked at the little girl, at the quiet, still version of Claire that had survived but never lived. You forgive yourself, her mother said, for being a child who couldn't scream. The vibration stopped. Completely. The room froze, every shadow suspended, every tremor silenced. The girl whispered, He didn't expect that. Claire turned. The light behind the hospital door glowed brighter. Not threatening, not dangerous, but warm, living. A door shaped not by trauma, but by release. Her mother stepped back toward the door, as if preparing to let go. My part in your story ends here. This is yours now. Claire reached for her. No, stay with me. Her mother smiled softly. I never left. I only waited. The girl squeezed Claire's hand. He'll try one more time. Claire stood straighter. Good. Let him. A final tremor rolled through the room. The door behind them, the door that led back to the shadow, began to crack. Claire turned toward it, pulling the girl behind her, heart pounding not with fear, but with clarity. She was no longer the silent child. She was no longer split. She was no longer running from the room. For the first time in 24 years, she was walking toward it, ready to end what began. Chapter 32. The door that knows your name. The crack running through the door behind Claire began as a thin, jagged line across its surface, a hairline fracture trembling like something alive. The air around it grew colder, the temperature shifting in a way that made Claire's skin prickle. The hospital room's soft amber glow flickered uneasily. Something on the other side was pushing, slowly, deliberately, testing the threshold, testing her resolve. The little girl pressed close to Claire's leg, gripping her jeans with fingers still trembling but steadier than before. She looked up at Claire with a seriousness far too old for her small face. He knows you're different now. Claire nodded, steadying her breath. I know. He doesn't know what to do with that. I know that too. The girl swallowed, but he'll still try. Claire rested a hand on the girl's back. And I'll still stop him. Behind them, her mother lingered near the doorway of warm light. The door Claire could sense was the exit, the real one, the one she would eventually pass through. Her mother watched her with an expression that held both pride and fear, an expression Claire had seen only once in waking life. On the night she left home for college, suitcase in hand, heart full of hope and doubts. That same mixture of letting go and holding on lived in her mother's eyes now. You can do this, her mother said quietly, but you have to finish it. Claire turned toward the cracking door. The fracture widened another inch. A faint, rhythmic thud pulsed against it. Slow, powerful, unmistakably deliberate. Something heavy shifted on the other side, as though the shadow was aligning itself to strike. Claire walked toward the door. Not rushed, not panicked. Fully aware, the girl followed, clutching her hand tightly. "Stay behind me," Claire said softly. "No," the girl replied, surprising her. "I'm part of you. I stay where you stay." Another crack split across the wood, branching like lightning frozen in place. A splinter shot out, landing at Claire's feet. The thud became a steady rhythm now, like a low, distorted heartbeat matching her own. Claire took the final step until she was directly in front of the door. She could feel the shadow's presence pressing against it. A weight, a pulse, a hunger restrained only by the thin barrier of memory and will. She placed her palm flat against the surface. The wood vibrated under her touch. The girl whispered, "He's waiting." Claire closed her eyes. Then we stopped waiting too. The door shuddered violently, once, twice, then burst open. Darkness flooded the room with a roar like wind ripping through a narrow tunnel. The force knocked several loose papers from bed, sent the four-pole rocking wildly. The amber lamp flickered and nearly went out, saved only at the last second by the warmth from her mother's doorway. The shadow entered. It did not glide this time. It advanced, bodies shifting in distorted flickers, a mass of angles and impossible geometry bending the air around it. Its height filled the entire doorway. Its limbs moved with jerking precision, no longer indifferent, no longer patient. What came through the door was not a hunter, not a memory, but a force that had been denied its prey once and refused to be denied again. Claire didn't move. The shadow towered before her, shape trembling at its edges like a reflection in disturbed water. The hum emanating from it deepened, wrapping around Claire's bones, pulling at the silent part of her mind that had lived here for so long. The shadow lifted an arm. The girl squeezed Claire's hand and whispered, "Don't let him think you're still too." Claire stepped forward. The shadow hesitated. Claire's voice was low, steady. "You took part of me. You held her. You fed on the silence. But you don't get to have her anymore." The shadow's arm trembled, not angrily, but in confusion, as if trying to reconcile a truth it had never encountered. "You took the stillness," Claire continued, "but she's not still now. She's with me." The girl stepped fully to Claire's side, her chin lifted. "I'm not yours." The shadow recoiled slightly, its outline erupting in small distortions like sparks across its surface. The hum fractured into static. Claire reached behind her with her free hand and felt her mother's brush pressed into her palm. Her mother had given it to her silently, stepping back without a word. Claire held the brush between her and the shadow. "You said you didn't like things that remember," she said, her voice steadier, stronger. Hers. The shadow vibrated violently. "This remembers," Claire said. "She remembers. I remember. And that's what you can't take." The hum surged as the creature lunged. Claire braced herself and thrust the brush forward. There was no impact, no physical collision. Instead, the moment it touched the shadow's surface, the brush glowed faintly, not with heat, but with memory. A warmth spread across Claire's hand, up her arm, into her chest. And suddenly she saw it all. Her mother brushing her hair before school. Her mother humming softly at night. Her mother lifting her chin to wipe tears with gentle fingers. Her mother screaming her name as the shadow held her. Her mother fighting to reach her. Her mother waiting in the hospital room, refusing to give up. The shadow jerked backward as it burned. The hum became a screeching distortion. The walls of the hospital room shook violently, lights flickering, shadows collapsing inward like ink being sucked out of paper. The girl held tightly to Claire's hand. "He's losing the silence." Claire stepped forward, unshaken. "Good." The shadow thrashed, its outline breaking apart into strips of darkness whipping through the air. It tried to regain form, but each time Claire stepped closer, more cracks splintered through its body, as if it were made of brittle glass. Her mother's voice came from behind, soft but firm. "Don't fear him. He has always feared you." Claire placed her hand directly against the shadow's chest. It convulsed as if pierced. And then, for the first time, for the only time, Claire heard the shadow make a sound. Not a hum, not static, not distortion. A voice. A small, broken voice that sounded startlingly like her own the night she didn't scream. "Don't. Claire's reply was quiet, a whisper of clarity. I'm not the girl you dropped. The shadow shattered. A silent burst of black fragments shot outward, then dissolved, vanishing before they touched the ground. The hum died. The air stilled. The cracking doorway sealed itself with a soft sigh, as though relieved. The hospital room brightened, not harshly, but gently. The amber lamp glowed warm again. The air eased. The girl looked up at Claire. You didn't choose between us. No, Claire said, kneeling to her level. I chose us. Both of us. The girl's expression softened, and for the first time since Claire met her, she looked peaceful. Her mother crossed the room slowly and wrapped Claire in her arms. Claire held her tightly, sobbing once into her mother's shoulder. You're whole now, her mother whispered. Claire swallowed the lump in her throat. What happens to her? She looked down at the little girl. Her mother brushed a hand gently through the girl's hair. She becomes part of you again, where she belonged. The girl took Claire's hand. I'm ready. Claire felt her chest swell painfully with emotion. Her mother stepped back toward her own door, the door of soft, steady light. Now you finish the last step. Claire nodded, holding the girl close. Then she walked with her toward the real exit. The exit out of the memory, out of the fracture, out of the room behind her eyes. Together, for the first time in 24 years, one person again. Chapter 33. Waking isn't leaving. The door out of the memory pulsed with a soft, golden light, gentle, steady, warm in a way nothing else in this place had ever been. Claire walked toward holding the girl's hand, their steps synchronized, quiet but sure. Her mother lingered near the doorway behind them, her silhouette framed in calm amber glow. She didn't move, didn't follow. Claire understood why. The door wasn't meant for her. It never had been. Claire squeezed the girl's hand. Are you ready? The girl nodded, her expression calm but tinged with something like grief. When we go, I won't look like this anymore. I know. And you won't feel me the same way. I know that too. The girl swallowed. But I'll still be you, and you'll still be me. Claire knelt, pulling her into a tight embrace. I'm not losing you again. You did everything right, the girl whispered against her shoulder. You came back for me. That's all I ever wanted. Claire pressed her forehead gently against the child's. Stay with me. I will. You're strong now. Claire stood, holding the girl's hand one last time as they faced the glowing door. Behind them, her mother spoke softly, voice steady, but steeped in the kind of love that lingers long after loss. I'm proud of you, Claire. Claire turned. I don't want to leave you again. You're not leaving me, her mother said. You're waking up. That's different. Claire felt tears sting her eyes. Will I hear you again? Will I see you? In the truth, her mother said gently, not in the trauma. That's enough. The girl tugged on Claire's hand. We need to go. Claire nodded. She took a breath and stepped through the door. For a split second, she felt weightless, like passing through a thin membrane separating memory from waking, shadow from light, silence from breath. The room behind her dissolved into brightness. The little girl's hand tightened, then melted into warmth, sinking into her, dissolving like water returning to its source. Claire gasped. The air around her changed. The pressure shifted. Gravity returned. She opened her eyes and woke up. She was lying on the cold floor of her Manhattan apartment. Her cheek rested against a hardwood. Her hair was damp with sweat. Her heart hammered, so hard it felt bruised from the inside. The world around her was dim, the faint glow of morning leaking through half-closed blinds. Her living room lay exactly as it had been hours earlier. Sketches scattered across the table, a mug of tea gone cold, her phone buzzing faintly on the carpet. But everything felt different, because she was different. Claire pushed herself upright slowly, her muscles trembling with both exhaustion and clarity. The room swayed for a moment, then settled. Her breath came in slow, controlled draws. The world wasn't quieter. She was simply no longer afraid of the quiet. She touched her chest, lightly testing. A strange warmth lingered there, a steady thrum against her ribs, as if the little girl's heartbeat had intertwined with her own. "I'm here," she whispered to no one and to herself. All of me. Her apartment didn't react. No tremors, no shadows, no distortions. Reality held. She staggered to her feet, steadying herself against the sofa. Her legs felt weak, but not unstable. It was the weakness of someone who had run a long distance and reached the finish line, not someone still being chased. She checked the time on her phone. Only 40 minutes had passed since she sat down to rest her eyes. 40 minutes. Her entire childhood had unfolded again inside less than an hour. A soft knock startled her. "Claire?" "Jonathan." His voice was muffled, cautious. "Are you awake?" She moved toward the door on unsteady feet, each step a negotiation between exhaustion and relief. When she opened it, Jonathan stood there holding her spare key, his expression flooding with alarm the moment he saw her. "Jesus. Claire, you look like you just crawled out of a hurricane. Are you okay?" Claire didn't trust her voice yet, so she nodded. Jonathan hesitated. "Can I come in?" She stepped aside. He entered carefully, scanning the room like he expected to find someone else inside. When he found nothing, he turned back to her. "I heard something," he said quietly. "It sounded like you fell." "I did fall," Claire replied. Jonathan swallowed. "Do you want to call someone? Dr. Karr? An ambulance?" "No." Her voice came out clearer than she expected. "I just remembered something." Jonathan frowned. "Like a flashback?" "No," Claire said. "Like a truth." He didn't understand. Of course he didn't. But he didn't press. He just nodded, eyes softening. "You scared me," he admitted. "I thought you were having some kind of episode." Claire sat on the couch, hands folded, the little girl's warmth still pulsing faintly under her ribs. "I had one," she said, "but I came back." Jonathan sat across from her slowly. "Do you want to talk about it?" For the first time since she was 7 years old, Claire felt she actually could, but not yet, not all at once. She shook her head gently. "Soon." Jonathan leaned back, relief loosening his shoulders. "Okay, I'll stay for a bit, just in case." Claire nodded. Silence settled between them, not oppressive, not heavy, just silence, real silence, the kind that didn't hold shadows or screams or missing pieces. Claire leaned back into the couch and closed her eyes. Behind her eyelids she saw the room, not the corridor, not the fractured memory, the real room, her mother brushing her hair, her mother screaming her name, her mother waiting in that hospital, her mother telling her, "You're whole now." Claire exhaled, slow and full. She wasn't healed. She wasn't finished. But she was whole, and wholeness was how you walked forward. Jonathan broke the quiet softly. "Claire." She opened her eyes. He looked at her closely, carefully. "You're different." Claire nodded. "I know." "What changed?" She placed a hand on the center of her chest, over the place where little Claire's heartbeat had merged with her own. "I stopped leaving myself behind." Jonathan didn't understand the specifics, but he understood enough. He nodded, letting it be, letting her breathe. For the first time in 24 years, Claire looked around her apartment and saw no shadows waiting behind the walls. Just morning light. Just her. Just now. Chapter 34. The day that doesn't know what you lived. The morning unfolded slowly, as if reluctant to touch Claire after the night she had survived. Sunlight crept across the apartment floor in gradual bands, warming the wooden planks inch by inch. Claire sat curled at the end of the couch, her knees tucked against her chest, watching the light creep closer, as if it were a message from another world, a world she had finally rejoined. Jonathan sat in the armchair opposite her, a coffee mug in his hands, his posture steady and watchful. He had insisted on making coffee for both of them, though Claire hadn't touched hers yet. She held the mug to warm her hands, letting the steam rise against her face. The memories, real ones, restored ones, moved through her mind in slow waves. Not violent, not chaotic, just present. She could feel the little girl inside her chest like a warm echo, not a separate voice, but a presence woven into her sense of self. something she hadn't felt in decades. Each breath felt clearer. Each thought landed with a weight that was no longer crushing, but grounding. Jonathan studied her for several moments before speaking. "You know," he began slowly, "I always thought something was wrong with the apartment." Claire looked up at him. "What do you mean?" He shrugged slightly, embarrassed. "You'd never admit it, but sometimes I'd hear you at night. Not crying, not calling out, just moving, like you were walking in your sleep, or trying to find something." He scratched his jaw, avoiding her eyes for a moment. "I didn't want to scare you. I didn't want to make things worse. But it never felt like normal sleepwalking to me." Claire took a slow sip of the coffee. "Because it wasn't." She lowered the mug, elbows resting on her knees. "I wasn't sleepwalking. I was trying to get back to her, or she was trying to get back to me, or the trauma was pulling me back to where it started. I don't know, but I wasn't awake." Jonathan nodded, absorbing her words without judgment. "You don't have to explain all of it right now," he said gently. "Just whatever you can." Claire leaned back into the couch, grounding herself in the familiar texture of the cushions. "I remembered everything last night," she said. "Not just the scream, not just the shadows. I remembered what happened before the hallway, before my mom screamed, before I woke up. And I remembered why I never understood the whole picture." Jonathan set the mug down and leaned forward, elbows on his knees. "Do you want to tell me?" Claire hesitated, not from fear, but from choosing where to begin. "I was taken," she said simply. "Not far, not for long, but taken." Her breath hitched once before steadying. "And I didn't scream until he dropped me." Jonathan's expression shifted, alarm, sorrow, and something like fury for her sake. "Claire, I'm okay," she said firmly. "I'm whole now." Jonathan looked at her closely. "You really believe that?" "I do." A long silence followed. Not heavy, just full. Eventually, Jonathan exhaled slowly. "Do you want to get some air?" Claire considered it. The idea of stepping outside, into the noise, into the sunlight, into the normal world, felt both terrifying and necessary. "Yes," she said, "I do." Jonathan stood and offered his hand. Claire took it, letting him steady her as she pushed herself to her feet. Her legs felt more stable now, the trembling mostly gone. She grabbed her jacket from the coat rack and slipped it on, surprised at how natural the motion felt. For years, simple transitions had felt foreign. Standing, moving, changing rooms, like pieces of her mind lagged behind. Not now. Now her body moved like it finally belonged to her. Outside, the hallway was quiet. Pale morning light filtered through the small window at the far end. Claire walked slowly beside Jonathan, noticing details she had stopped paying attention to long ago. A tiny crack in the ceiling paint, the faint hum of a neighbor's air conditioner, the warmth of sunlight seeping through the stairwell glass. They reached the street, and Claire inhaled deeply. The crisp autumn air filled her lungs, sharp and refreshing. People moved along the sidewalks, walking dogs, holding coffee cups, talking on phones. Normal life. Claire stood still for a moment, letting the world wash over her without the static of fear. A woman in a red scarf brushed past her, apologizing with a quick smile. Claire nodded, returning the smile without forcing it. They walked 2 blocks in silence until they reached a small park. Claire sat on a bench beneath a tree whose leaves had begun to redden. Jonathan sat beside her, but didn't crowd her. After a moment, he asked quietly, "What happens now?" Claire stared at the shifting leaves. "Now, I learn who I am without missing pieces. I learn how to live without running away from my own head." She paused and added, "And I need to see Dr. Karr." Jonathan stiffened. "Are you sure? After everything she said? After everything she pushed you toward?" "Yes," Claire said calmly, "because she knew more than she ever told me. And I need answers. And if she doesn't give them?" Claire's jaw tightened. "Then I'll take them." Jonathan nodded slowly. "I'm not letting you go alone." "I wasn't planning to." They sat in comfortable quiet until Claire noticed movement near the park's entrance, a small child chasing a pigeon, laughing loudly as it fluttered away. Claire watched her with a strange mix of nostalgia and peace. For the first time since she was 7 years old, watching a child didn't make her chest hurt. It didn't make memories shift behind her eyes. It simply made her present. Jonathan followed her gaze. "What are you thinking?" "That I'm not scared of her anymore," Claire said. "The little version of me, the one who stayed behind." Jonathan smiled softly. "Good." Claire stood, brushing leaves from her jacket. "Let's go." Jonathan rose beside her. "Where?" "Dr. Karr's office." Claire said, "It's time to find out why she knew about the room, and why she never warned me what was waiting on the other side of it." They walked back toward Claire's apartment to get the keys. Halfway there, Claire slowed. Jonathan turned. "You okay?" She nodded but didn't move. Behind her ribs, deep and faint, she felt it. A heartbeat. Not hers alone. Not separate. Merged. Whole. The little girl wasn't gone. She wasn't trapped. She wasn't silent. She was with her. Claire exhaled, eyes clear. "Yeah," she said softly. "I'm okay." They continued walking. And for the first time in decades, Claire didn't feel chased. She felt ready. Chapter 35. Dr. Karr's smile has edges. Claire and Jonathan reached her apartment building again with a steady purpose, though neither spoke during the walk back. Silence filled the space between them. Not avoidance, not fear, but focus. It was the kind of silence that came after a storm, when the world temporarily held its breath before the next inevitable shift. Claire unlocked her door and stepped inside, letting the familiar space settle around her. She grabbed her bag, slipped her phone into the front pocket, and straightened her jacket. Jonathan watched quietly, leaning a shoulder against the doorframe as if giving her space to gather strength while staying close enough to catch her if she fell. "You sure about this?" he asked. "Yes." Her answer came without hesitation. She didn't feel fragile. She didn't feel hunted. She felt sharpened. Dr. Karr wasn't the villain, but she wasn't innocent either. Claire walked out, locking the door behind her. As they descended the stairs, she felt the rhythm of her steps settle into something unusually even. It was almost strange. Her legs moved without that faint lag she used to feel, the small hesitation that always made her body feel half a second behind her mind. Now everything aligned. Now everything worked in the same direction. Outside, they caught a cab. Jonathan gave the address, while Claire stared at the window at the shifting New York morning. The city moved with its practiced urgency. People weaving between crosswalks, taxis honking rhythmic frustrations, buses sighing their way through the streets. But Claire wasn't overwhelmed by the motion like before. Her senses registered it, filtered it, accepted it. Her mind didn't fracture, didn't fall into spirals. Her mind stayed with her. For the first time, she felt like an adult in her own memories. Jonathan studied her closely as the cab pulled onto Fifth Avenue. "You look calm," he said, "like you're on your way to a dentist appointment." "I'm not calm," Claire replied. "I'm controlled." "And you think she'll tell you the truth?" "I think she'll tell me something," Claire said. "And if she lies, I'll know." Jonathan's lips twitched in something between admiration and worry. "I'll be right there." "I know." They reached Dr. Karr's clinic, a narrow building tucked between a florist and a tax office, its glass door reflecting rows of lavender plants arranged neatly inside the lobby. Claire stared at the lavender for a full second before entering. She had wondered if she would flinch at the scent, if the aroma would drag her back into the memory room. But when she stepped inside, the fragrance washed gently over her without turning into fear. It was only lavender, nothing more. A receptionist lifted her head from the computer. "Hi, Claire. Dr. Karr is expecting you." "Of course she is," Claire murmured. Jonathan nudged her elbow. "You good?" Claire nodded, then stepped forward, following the receptionist down the corridor. The familiar hallway felt tighter this time. Not physically, but perceptually. Every detail was louder, clearer. The faint hum of air vents, the soft click of the receptionist's heels, the muted sound of faraway phone ringing. At the end of the hall, the receptionist opened the door. "Go right in." Claire stepped inside. Dr. Karr stood beside her desk, a warm smile blooming across her face, as though nothing out of the ordinary had ever happened. "Claire," she said gently, "I'm glad you came. You look rested." Jonathan closed the door behind them, taking a seat on the couch. Claire remained standing. Dr. Karr gestured toward the chair across from her desk. "Sit, please." "No," Claire said. "Not yet." The smile faded at the edges, just slightly, but enough for Claire to catch it. Dr. Karr's eyes sharpened, not with malice, with calculation. "I remember everything," Claire said. Dr. Karr's expression did not change. "Everything?" "Yes." "From your childhood?" "From last night," Claire said. "From the real beginning. From the part one blocked out." She paused. "From what came before the hallway." Dr. Karr held her gaze. "That's a significant shift." "You knew something lived there," Claire said. "You knew the blackout room wasn't just a dream space. You guided me toward it. You never warned me what I would find." Dr. Karr walked slowly around her desk and leaned against it, folding her arms in a posture that was part defensive, part revealing. "Claire, did you expect me to interfere with your mind's natural process? You came to me seeking truth. I helped you reach it." Jonathan stiffened on the couch. By pushing her off a cliff without telling her how far the drop was? Dr. Karr's smile returned, gentle, professional, practiced. "Philip." "Jonathan," he corrected tightly. Dr. Karr offered an apologetic tilt of the head. "Jonathan." Claire wasn't pushed. She was guided. "There's a difference." Claire stepped forward. "You knew the shadow existed." Dr. Karr's smile faded entirely. "I knew something existed. Something you had split yourself from. I knew your trauma wasn't linear, and that it wasn't strictly human in shape." Jonathan's breath hitched. "You're admitting it?" "To an extent," Dr. Karr said calmly. "Claire, you dissociated in a way far beyond normal childhood trauma. Your mind created a structure, a room, a corridor, to store the memory of the moment you couldn't process. I've seen similar cases, though none quite like yours." Claire narrowed her eyes. But the thing wasn't imaginary. Dr. Karr hesitated. Claire saw it. The crack. The flicker. The truth Dr. Karr had kept buried under soft tone and gentle gestures. Finally, Dr. Karr exhaled. "No, it wasn't." Jonathan stood abruptly. "So what is it?" Dr. Karr held up a hand. "Sit down. Both of you. Please." They didn't move. She sighed. "Claire," she said, "there are traumas that create shadows, yes. But sometimes the shadow predates the trauma. Sometimes children sense things adults deny. Sometimes a presence attaches itself to moments of vulnerability." She met Claire's eyes. "I didn't know exactly what it was. Only that something had waited in the doorway of your memory too long." Claire felt the girl inside her stir. Fear at the edges, but no longer silence. "You let me walk into it." "I let you confront it," Dr. Karr corrected. "As long as the fracture existed, the creature could feed on it. You had to become whole. Now it can't reach you anymore." Jonathan's tone hardened. "Your job is to protect patients, not lead them blind into the dark." Dr. Karr stepped closer, her voice firmer than before. "My job is to help patients heal." Claire's mind built a prison with two versions of herself locked inside. I gave her the tools to open the door. Only she could walk through. Claire's voice softened. "Why didn't you tell me the truth?" "Because you weren't ready," Dr. Karr said. "And because if I had told you, you would have turned your back and never gone near it again." Claire lowered her gaze. Because that was true. The room fell quiet. Finally, Claire asked, "Is it gone?" Dr. Karr's eyes darkened with a rare seriousness. "As long as you remain whole, yes." Claire took a slow breath. "And if I split again?" Dr. Karr held her gaze. "Then it will find the gap." The words settled heavily in the room. Claire felt no fear, only resolve. "I'm not going back there," she said. "Good," Dr. Karr replied softly. "Then it will never return." Jonathan stepped to Claire's side. "We're done here." Dr. Karr nodded. "For now." Claire turned toward the door. "Claire," Dr. Karr called. Claire paused. You did something extraordinary, the doctor said. Most people never reclaim the part they leave behind. You didn't just heal, you returned whole. She tilted her head. Be proud of that. Claire nodded once, then walked out with Jonathan, leaving the lavender scent and the softly lit corridors behind. Outside, the city felt brighter, sharper, real. Jonathan exhaled. Well, she's terrifying. Claire gave a faint smile. She's necessary. Is that the same thing? No, Claire said quietly. But sometimes it's enough. They walked toward the subway entrance in the brightening morning. Claire steadied beside him. The shadows didn't follow. The silence didn't split. She was whole, and for the first time in her life, whole was something she knew how to carry. Chapter 36. The quiet after the truth isn't quiet at all. The city moved around them with a rhythm so steady it felt almost unreal after the night Claire had survived. Cars flowed by in smooth chains of color. People hurried across crosswalks, clutching coffees or phones. A dog barked sharply at a pigeon, startling a pair of tourists who laughed it off. Everything was normal, perfectly, painfully normal, and Claire walked through it with a strange sensation that the world had not shifted at all, even though she had. She and Jonathan descended into the subway station, the stale underground air rising to greet them. Normally, Claire would brace herself at this point, tighten her shoulders, adjust her breathing, prepare for flickers at the edge of her vision. But today her steps remained even. The shadows didn't lurk behind the columns. The hum of the arriving train didn't dissolve into memories. Her spine didn't crawl with invisible weight. Jonathan noticed. You're not flinching at every sound, he said. That's new. Claire kept her gaze steady on the platform. I'm not expecting anything anymore. That's the same thing? No, Claire said softly. It's not. They boarded the train. Claire grabbed the metal pole, feeling the cold smoothness under her palm, grounding herself in the physical world as the doors slid shut with a chime. Jonathan stood beside her, shoulders angled protectively without crowding her space. The train lurched forward, rattling through the tunnel. Claire watched the dark blur beyond the windows, waiting, half out of habit, for the flash of a silhouette, the hint of a man with empty eyes, the familiar shape that once haunted her from the corner of every underground station. But there was nothing, just darkness, concrete, speed. The noise of the train stayed a noise, nothing more. How do you feel? Jonathan asked quietly. Claire considered the question longer than she expected. Like I came back into my body. Jonathan nodded slowly. That sounds good. It is, she said, but it's also strange. I'm used to bracing for something all the time. A shadow, a noise, a memory, and now there's just nothing pulling at me. Maybe that's peace, Jonathan said. Claire looked at him. No, peace feels earned. This feels like the absence of fear. Isn't that the same thing? No, Claire said again, but without sadness. Peace is quiet. This is clarity. Jonathan shifted, studying her. Do you want quiet? I want truth, Claire said simply. And I have it now. The train continued rattling down the tunnel, rocking them gently. Claire let the rhythm settle her thoughts. She placed one hand lightly against her chest, feeling the pulse beneath her ribs. Steady, strong, familiar. It wasn't just her. It was her and the girl, one heartbeat. Claire, Jonathan asked. She lowered her hand. Yeah. What happens now that you remember all of it? Claire leaned her back against the metal partition, exhaling slowly. I think I need to know what the shadow really was. Jonathan frowned. You believe it was real. Claire nodded once. It was, but I don't know what it was, or why it appeared in that room, or why it followed me. And you think you can find out? Claire's gaze drifted upward toward the dull fluorescent lights lining the train ceiling. Maybe not exactly what it was, but I can find out if it ever touched anyone else. Touched? Jonathan began, then stopped, understanding dawning. You think Dr. Karr knows more. She knows more than she said. Claire replied. Her smile cracked when I told her I remembered the pre-hallway moment. She paused. She wasn't surprised. She was relieved. Jonathan's grip on the metal pole tightened. Relieved? She's been waiting for me to reach that point, but she's not the only one. Jonathan frowned. What do you mean? Claire didn't answer immediately. She let her gaze settle on a reflection in the subway window. Her face pale but calm, eyes clearer than they had been in years. In the faint reflection, she saw no distortions, no flicker of a child, no silhouette behind her, only herself. But she also felt something as shift, faint but real, not fear, not dread, something she hadn't expected, movement within her, like the little girl inside her chest had opened a window. Jonathan nudged her shoulder lightly. Claire, I think someone else knew too, she said quietly. Someone who was there that night. Someone my mom talked to. Someone whose name I don't remember yet. Jonathan blinked. Someone beside your mother? Claire closed her eyes for a moment, letting memory sift. There was another voice. Not in the room. Later, at the hospital. Someone telling my mother it wasn't her fault. Someone telling her I would forget. Forget? Jonathan echoed. Who would say that to a parent? Claire opened her eyes. Someone who already knew how children survive things like that. Jonathan swallowed hard. A doctor? Maybe, Claire whispered. Or someone studying childhood trauma. Or someone who had seen something similar before. Jonathan shook his head. Wait, are you telling me this thing may have appeared before? To someone else. Claire didn't look at him. I'm saying I don't think I was the first. Jonathan stared at her in disbelief, then ran a hand through his hair. Wouldn't something like that be, I don't know, in the news? Or in medical journals? Or documented somewhere? Not if no one believed it, Claire said. Someone has to have believed it. Claire's voice dropped. My mother did. Jonathan exhaled, defeated by her certainty. The train slowed, entering the next station. Claire felt a shift in momentum, but didn't brace herself this time. She simply held her ground. When they exited onto the platform, the midday light streaming down through the grates above cast trembling patterns across the concrete. Claire's steps remained sure as they moved toward the escalators. Where are we going now? Jonathan asked. Claire nodded across the street once they surfaced. The library. Jonathan blinked. The library? Yes, Claire said. If something like this happened before, there might be records, old newspapers, missing persons, sleep disorders in children, unexplained incidents. Claire, this is New York, Jonathan said. There are unexplained incidents every 3 minutes. Claire gave a faint smile. Then let's find the ones that look like me. No offense, Jonathan said dryly, but that's terrifying. I know, Claire replied. They entered the library, quiet, cavernous, with beams of dust-flecked light filtering through grand windows. Claire felt something settle inside her chest as they approached the research section. The air smelled of old paper, ink, and patience. Jonathan spoke softly. Tell me what we're looking for. Claire paused at the entrance to the archive tables. Children who suddenly changed. Children described as quiet when they shouldn't have been. Children who woke up somewhere they didn't remember walking to. Claire, that's going to be a long list. I don't care, she said. I'm starting with the year I was taken. Jonathan exhaled. Okay, then we'll start there. They moved toward the historical microfilm archives. Claire immediately sat and began loading reels. Jonathan took the table beside her. As the film rolled and images clicked into place, grainy headlines, old police reports, community warnings, Claire felt the world narrow around her into a single point of purpose. For half an hour, they found nothing unusual. Babysitter raises alarm after child sleepwalks into street. Child found hiding under porch. No memory of how she left bed. Toddler wanders from crib for the third night in a row. Common, mundane, innocuous. Then Claire froze. A headline slid across the screen. Child found unresponsive in home. Claims the tall man was in room. Claire felt her pulse spike. Jonathan leaned over. What did you... Claire zoomed in. The article was from the spring before her incident. Another child. Same state. Same age. Same phrase. Her breath trembled. Jonathan, look. He read the first line aloud. A 7-year-old girl was discovered unconscious on her bedroom floor early Tuesday morning after reportedly telling her mother she saw a tall man in the corner of her room. Jonathan stiffened. It's the same. Claire's hand tightened on the dial. No. Look at the doctor quoted. Jonathan leaned in. Dr. Evelyn Karr. He stopped. Claire stared at the name until her vision blurred. Jonathan whispered, Claire, Dr. Karr was there before. Claire's voice was barely audible. She's been following this thing longer than she ever told me. Chapter 37. The pattern that shouldn't exist. For a long moment, neither of them spoke. The microfilm reader hummed quietly, the machine's pale glow washing Claire's face in an anemic light as she stared at the name at the bottom of the column. Dr. Evelyn Karr. The same round. A. The same clipped, precise phrasing in the quote. The same woman who had looked her in the eyes hours earlier and called herself only your doctor. Jonathan was the first one to move. He reached past her and lightly tapped the edge of the glass, as if making sure the image wasn't going to vanish if they blinked. Spring, 1998, he read under his breath. That's what? For months before your night. 3, Claire said automatically. May to August. What was that? Jonathan asked. August, she repeated. Mine was August. The article's May. Right. He swallowed. Right. On the screen, the picture was grainy but clear enough. A 2-story house in some small upstate town. Police tape fluttering across a porch. The caption named the girl only as E, for privacy. 7 years old, found unconscious but alive. Claire zoomed slightly, bringing the quote into focus. This is not uncommon in children who have highly vivid internal experiences, said pediatric consultant Dr. Evelyn Karr. There is no evidence of intruder activity in the home. Claire read the line twice, then a third time. There is no evidence of intruder activity in the home. She could almost hear Carr's voice saying it. Calm, measured, logical, safety polished into a sentence. Jonathan leaned in. So, either this is the world's worst coincidence. It isn't, Claire said. Or Dr. Karr has been dealing with this tall man thing for a very long time. Claire sat back, releasing the focus knob. The article slid slightly off-center, but the words burned in her vision anyway. Her palms were sweating. She wiped them on her jeans. She didn't just know my symptoms, Claire said. She recognized my story. Jonathan pointed at the headline. You said the phrase tall man never came from you. It didn't, Claire said. I never used those words. Not last night. Not in our sessions. But that girl did. And she was 7 like you were, and Karr was right there, smoothing it into a quote for press. Claire's jaw tightened. And 24 years later, she tells me my mind invented a room, a corridor, a cognitive architecture to contain trauma. She stared at the screen. That thing has been walking into children's rooms for decades, maybe longer. Jonathan turned slightly in his chair to look at her. What exactly are you thinking? That this isn't random. That I'm not some isolated case of imaginative neurosis. That she didn't stumble onto me. She found me. Claire met his eyes. Because she's been hunting this thing longer than I've been alive. Jonathan hesitated. You're giving her a lot of credit assuming she's hunting it, and not just documenting the wreckage. Claire's throat tightened. If she's just documenting. She watched it happen again. And again. And she let it happen to me too. He didn't argue. He didn't need to. Claire turned back to the microfilm controls and scrolled down. The rest of the article described the girl's recovery. Brief hospitalization, no physical injuries, vague mention of emotional distress, the usual reassuring ending. The kind of story people read at breakfast, shake their heads at and forget. Except Karr hadn't forgotten. Karr had collected it. Look at the way she talks, Claire said. Highly vivid internal experiences. No evidence of intruder activity. She frowned at the headline. She's minimizing the external, amplifying the internal, steering the framing, which is what she did with you. Jonathan said quietly, every session, every time you told her something felt wrong, she spun it as a manifestation of your mind. That's her job, Claire said. But this, she tapped the name. This isn't job. This is history. Jonathan glanced at the stack of unused reels beside them. You think there are more? I think we're about to find out. They requested additional microfilm from the archive desk. While the librarian went to retrieve it, Claire sat with her hands folded, staring at the dark screen. Her mind wasn't racing. It was aligning. Pieces of the past 24 hours slotted into place with an unnerving clarity. Karr's careful neutrality. When Claire first described the blackout room, the almost genuine flare of satisfaction, when Claire mentioned she'd seen the child in the room, the way Karr had said, your mind built a structure. I've seen similar cases. Similar cases. Plural. She'd never asked how many. Jonathan nudged her knee lightly under the table. You okay? Yes. Want to lie to me again, or? Claire let out a breath that was almost a laugh. I'm not scared of finding more. What are you scared of? He asked. I'm scared of finding a pattern, she said, because that means it's bigger than me. And also that maybe I'm the only one who made it out with all my pieces. The librarian returned with a small cart of labeled reels. New York metro region, 91 through 02, he said. You'll have to be patient. Index by date and not by topic. We've got time, Claire replied. They didn't really. Jonathan had work. Claire had a life to return to, but time had rearranged itself for her already. A few hours digging to the past felt almost mercifully simple by comparison. They started with the year of Claire's incident and worked backward. Some stories stood out as tragic, but normal. A child lost in a house fire. A boy who fell from a second-story window after sleepwalking. A string of suspected break-ins in which children claimed to see strangers in their rooms. Then another headline caught Jonathan's eye. Here, he said. This one. Claire leaned in. Local boy found on school roof. No memory of climb. She scanned the article. 7 years old again. Woke up on the roof of his elementary school at dawn. No sign of forced entry. No injuries. No plausible explanation. The boy told his parents he followed the tall man out of the house because he said we'd watch the sunrise. Claire's stomach turned. Jonathan scrolled further. At the bottom, a quote from a consulting specialist in pediatric dissociation. Dr. Eliza K. Not spelled out this time, but the last name was unmistakable. Different town, Jonathan muttered. Same age. Same phrase. Same doctor. Claire pulled her notebook from her bag and scribbled down dates, locations, names, anything the article preserved. She underlined the ages. What if it's not just 7-year-olds, she murmured. Kids see things all the time, Jonathan said. The dark, monsters, imaginary. He stopped, catching himself. Right, he muttered. I heard it as I said it. They kept reading. Hours seemed to blur at the edges, but Claire's focus didn't waver. One more case. Another. Some older, some younger. Some obviously unrelated. Some hauntingly close. Not all mentioned a tall man. Some spoke of the shape, or the thin one, or the man in the corner. But more than once, buried in the third paragraph, there she was, Dr. Eliza Karr, sometimes fully named, sometimes abbreviated, always the same sentences, highly vivid in her life. Observe no sign of external threat. Recommend supportive therapy and careful monitoring. Jonathan sat back eventually, rubbing his eyes. Okay, I'm officially creeped out. Claire kept writing. This is just what made it into local papers. Imagine all the cases that never did. Imagine, Jonathan said dryly, me not sleeping for the next month. She set down the pen and rubbed the bridge of her nose. It doesn't matter how many there were. What matters is that she's been there for at least 2. 3, counting me. Probably more. And you think she's what? Jonathan asked. Some kind of shadow-hunting neurologist who moonlights as a gatekeeper between kids and whatever that thing was? If she is, she's doing a terrible job, Claire said. They still got taken. They still got split. You're the only one we know of who fought back. Or the only one who remembered fighting, Claire said quietly. They let the thought hang for a moment. Eventually Jonathan said, "So what do you do with this?" Claire flipped her notebook shut. "I stopped pretending my story ended when I woke up on my apartment floor. It didn't. It ended for me," Claire said, "but not for the pattern. Not for whatever is that shows up when kids can't scream. And not for whoever keeps watching." Jonathan studied her. "You're thinking of going back to Karr?" "Yes," Claire said. "Not as a patient. As someone who knows what she's been doing. So you're going to walk into the office of a woman who's been quietly tracking an inhuman entity for at least 25 years, Jonathan said. And what? Demand her notes. Yes, Claire said. Exactly that. He groaned. Of course. Claire gathered her things, returning the reels to the cart. The librarian gave them a polite nod as they checked out the research section. Outside, the sky had shifted colors. The thin line between afternoon and evening hovered above the city, turning glass towers into reflective slabs of fading light. They walked in silence for half a block before Jonathan spoke again. "You know what bothers me?" he asked. "Only one thing?" Claire said. "Shut up," he said mildly. "What bothers me is that she seemed almost happy when you told her you were whole. Not just relieved. Almost proud." Claire remembered the look on Karr's face as clearly as she remembered the door, the corridor, the hallway. She's invested in the outcome. "She's invested in you," Jonathan said. "That doesn't necessarily make her a monster." "No," Claire said, "but it does make her keep her things she never asked for." They stopped at a crosswalk. The pedestrian light glowed red, holding them in place. "Maybe she was once like you," Jonathan offered. "Maybe she was a kid who saw something no one believed. Maybe this is her way of..." "Of what?" Claire cut in, getting close to whatever lives in the dark and interviewing survivors. Jonathan shrugged helplessly. "How else do you hunt something no one admits exists?" Claire's pulse ticked in her throat. He had a point. The light turned green. They crossed. Back on the sidewalk, Claire slipped the notebook back into her bag, fingers brushing against the ceramic hairbrush she'd taken to carrying with her. She still didn't fully understand why it worked the way it did. She only knew that when her fingers closed around it, the world felt solid and the line between memory and present stayed where it belonged. She thought of the girl in the article, the one who had woken up on her floor months before Claire ever met the shadow. She thought of the vague, anonymized E, whose mother must have heard the same things Claire's did, highly vivid in her life. No external threat. She will forget. "I don't want anyone else to forget," Claire said quietly. Jonathan glanced over. "Then we write about it," he said. "We print the pattern. We tell people about kids seeing a tall man before they go missing in their own houses. We name the doctor who keeps showing up. It's what we do." Claire thought about it. Writing had always been a way to distance herself, turning experience into structure, fear into paragraphs. Now it could be a weapon, or at least a warning. "I don't even know what to call him," she said. "The tall man is cliché," Jonathan said. "No offense. None taken." "The split?" he suggested. "The corridor?" She shook her head. It was never about where he walked. It was about what he took. Jonathan nodded slowly. "The quiet." "The silence," Claire said. Her hand pressed unconsciously against her chest. The silence behind the scream. "That's a hell of a headline," Jonathan murmured. Claire looked at him. "Do you believe it now?" "I believed you before," he said. "I just didn't know what to name it." He kicked a stray pebble into the gutter. "Now I have a better question." "What?" He looked at her seriously. "If you can end it for you, can it be ended for good?" Claire didn't answer, because she didn't know. Because the room was gone, the corridor sealed, the shadows shattered. For her. But somewhere in some other house, on some other night, a child might be lying very still, eyes wide open in the dark, hearing a hum behind her eyes and seeing a shape in the corner that wasn't supposed to be there. Claire stopped walking. "Tomorrow," she said. Jonathan blinked. "Tomorrow what?" "We go back to Karr," Claire said, not just to yell at her, to ask her the real question, which is, Jonathan asked. Claire looked him straight in the eye. "How many of us there are?" Chapter 38. How many doors are there? They didn't go back to Dr. Karr that same day. That surprised Claire more than anything. In the past, one's fear had grabbed her by the throat. It dragged her straight into the next confrontation or escape. But this wasn't fear. It was something cooler, more deliberate. A calculation. She and Jonathan parted on the steps of the library with an unspoken agreement between them. The next move had to be chosen, not reacted to. Claire walked home alone, the notebook heavy in her bag, the names and dates of other children whispering just beneath the paper surface. With each step, the question dug deeper. How many of us are there? Back in her apartment, the first thing she did was open the windows. Cold air pushed into the room, clearing the faint stale smell of sleep and old anxiety. She stripped the bed, changed the sheets, and tossed the old set immediately into the laundry basket without looking too closely at the creases and impressions. She didn't want to talk to the bed today. She wanted to talk to the present. The second thing she did was take the ceramic brush from her bag and place it deliberately on her nightstand. Not hidden, not sacred, visible, part of the room. The object that had once been the only anchor between her and her mother was now a symbol of something else. She didn't need it to be whole, but she chose to keep it. As she moved through the apartment, the silence felt different. It wasn't dense or accusatory. It wasn't waiting to be broken by unseen footsteps or a hum from the edge of consciousness. It just existed. Background. Neutral. She realized with a slight, strange jolt that she could hear the building now. A neighbor's TV, pipes clanking as someone ran a shower, the faint thump of music from 3 floors down. For years she had heard almost nothing at home but her own heartbeat and the distortions behind it. Now all those ordinary sounds threaded through the air like proof that the world continued outside her head. Her phone buzzed on the table. A message from Jonathan. "I keep thinking about the girl on the roof, and the one in the article. And you. Call me if the room even thinks about coming back." She typed back. "The room's gone, but the pattern isn't. Tomorrow? Karr. Together." He replied almost instantly. "I'll bring coffee and righteous indignation." She allowed herself a small smile, then set the phone aside. There was something she needed to do before seeing Karr again, something she'd avoided for as long as she could remember. She pulled out the box. It was on the top shelf of her bedroom closet, behind winter scarves and a folded blanket she never used. A shoebox, simple, anonymous. Her mother's handwriting on the lid. Claire, keep. She brought it to the bed and sat cross-legged, the box heavy in her lap. Her stomach tightened. For years she had told herself she didn't open it because grief was exhausting, because she didn't want to feel that version of loss all over again. But sitting here now, she understood. She hadn't wanted to face which memories her mother had chosen to preserve, which pieces she had decided her daughter might one day need. She took a breath and opened it. Inside lay a stack of photographs, a few folded letters, a hospital bracelet, and a folded leaflet with a logo she didn't recognize at first. She set the photos aside and picked up the bracelet. Her own name was printed on the faded plastic, the hospital's logo worn almost smooth. The date below matched the night she now remembered fully. She was 7. She had not imagined any of it. Under the bracelet was a letter, creased and yellowing slightly at the edges. Her mother's handwriting filled the page, careful, deliberate, with slight hesitations where the pen had pressed harder into the paper. It wasn't addressed to Claire. It wasn't addressed to anyone. It was a letter her mother had written and never sent. If she ever remembers, it began, "I want someone to know I tried." Claire's throat tightened. She read slowly, hands trembling. Her mother described the night, the scream, the shadow in the children's bedroom, the impossible angle of its arms as it held Claire, the weight of terror so heavy she could barely move. She described running, grabbing her daughter, feeling a resistance like pulling through thick water. She described the way Claire's body had gone limp midway down the hallway, how she had thought, for one endless second, that her child was gone. She described the hospital, the doctors, the tests, and she described one more thing. A woman came to see us. She wasn't on the regular staff. She said she was consulting, that she'd seen cases like this before, children who woke up somewhere else and blamed something in the dark. She said my daughter would probably forget the hallway. She said that was good. She gave me a card in case the episodes continued. I threw it away. Claire's heart hammered painfully. She turned to the second page. Her name was Dr. Evelyn Karr. I didn't like the way she looked at Claire. Not like a kid, like a puzzle. Beneath the lines, a sentence had been scratched out so angrily the paper had nearly torn. Claire held a letter up to the light and saw the indentations beneath the ink, her mother's hand pressing harder, as if trying to erase her own thought. She could just make it out. She believed me. I think she believed me too much. Claire sat very still. The girl within her, all the quiet, all the held breath, all the years of not screaming, moved. Her mother hadn't thrown everything away. She had kept this. A record, a warning, a confession, and a question. If Claire ever remembered, someone needed to know. Someone needed to understand that her mother had seen the thing too, that it wasn't just a child's nightmare or misfired imagination. "Mom," Claire whispered to the empty room. "You were right." Her fingers moved to the pamphlet next. On the front, childhood parasomnias and dissociative episodes, a public lecture. At the bottom, smaller, hosted by Dr. Evelyn Karr. The date was a year after the incident. A note was scribbled in the corner in her mother's hand. Went. Stayed in the back. She saw me. Claire's fingers tightened on the paper. Her mother had gone back. Not to confront, not to accuse, but to understand. And Karr had seen her there. Seen her, and said nothing to Claire about it all these years later. She closed the box carefully, setting the letter aside. Her mind was already building a structure, not like the room, not a trap, but a map. There was the creature, there were the children, and there was Karr, woven through their stories like a thread someone else had chosen for them. The question that had sounded so simple in the library now rang louder in the room. How many of us are there? That night, sleep didn't stalk her. It arrived when she invited it, pulling her under with a weight that felt natural, not forced. No one behind her eyes. No corridor. No door. No shadow waiting in the corner. If anything, the darkness felt vacant, not empty in a frightening way, but in a way that left room for new things. When she woke, the first thought in her head was not what if it's back, but what do I do next? She met Jonathan outside the clinic. He was early. She recognized the way he stood, shoulders a little too square, coffee cup gripped a little too tight, as the way he tried to appear relaxed when he was anything but. He handed her one of the cups without a word. "You slept?" he asked. "Yes," Claire replied. "You?" "Barely," he admitted. "But that's normal for me." They drank in silence for a moment. The clinic looked the same as always. Glass lavender, soft colors designed to calm. It didn't look like a place where anyone tracked a pattern of children seeing the same impossible shape in the dark. But that was the point, she supposed. Places like this never did. "Ready?" Jonathan asked. "No," Claire answered. "But I'm going anyway." They moved through the lobby together. The receptionist greeted Claire with the same professional warmth, but her eyes lingered a fraction longer than usual as she saw Jonathan walking in step with her. "Good morning, Claire," she said. "Dr. Karr can see you now." "Us," Claire corrected. "She can see us." The receptionist hesitated, then nodded, as if something in Claire's tone suggested this was not a request. "Of course." The hallway to Karr's office felt shorter today. Claire didn't count steps, didn't try to regulate her breathing. She walked like someone entering a meeting she had chosen, not a session she'd been summoned to. Jonathan's presence beside her wasn't a crutch. It was a witness. She knocked once and opened the door. Dr. Karr was already standing, as if she had been listening for that exact sound. Her posture was relaxed, hands resting on the back of her chair, hair perfectly arranged, face composed into that mildly concerned neutrality Claire had learned to decode. Today she watched both of them with a little more attention, eyes flicking from Claire to Jonathan and back again. "Good morning," she said. "Claire." "Jonathan." "You remembered his name this time," Claire said. "That's a good start." Jonathan took a seat on the couch. Claire remained standing. "Something tells me this isn't a standard follow-up appointment," Karr said, her tone calm but edged. "You've brought reinforcement." "I've brought a witness," Claire said. She reached into her bag and pulled out the folded photocopy from the library and the pamphlet from the box, placing both carefully on the desk. "You've been dealing with this longer than you told me." Karr glanced at the documents, then back at her. "I see you've been doing research. Did you think I wouldn't?" Claire asked. "After everything?" "I hoped you would," Karr said quietly. "The ones who look away rarely get better." "The ones," Claire repeated. "So there are more." Karr didn't answer immediately. She picked up the photocopy first, the article about the girl who had seen the tall man, and read it with a detached eye, as if reviewing something she'd seen hundreds of times before. Then she lifted the pamphlet. Her gaze lingered on her own name printed at the bottom on the date. "Your mother kept this," she said. "Yes," Claire replied. "She also wrote that you believed her too much." Something flickered across Karr's face. Guilt, resignation, satisfaction. Claire couldn't quite tell. She pulled a chair forward and sat, leveling her gaze with Claire's. "What do you want to know?" Claire didn't hesitate. "How many of us there are?" The room felt utterly still. Beyond the walls, the city moved. Phones rang. Doors opened and closed. Someone laughed at something in another office. But in here, Karr's silence had weight. Jonathan shifted on the couch. "You heard the question." Karr exhaled slowly. "It isn't as simple as giving you a number." "Try," Claire said. Karr folded her hands. "Over the last 30 years, I have encountered 15 clear cases that resembled yours, excluding you." Jonathan's eyebrows shot up. 15? "That I can confirm," Karr said. "Children between 5 and 10 years old, sudden unexplainable change in location within the home, reported presence of a tall or thin figure in the room, memory fragmentation, subsequent parasomnia or dissociation. In some cases, adults later reporting similar experiences rooted in childhood, but those are harder to prove." Claire felt a chill, but it wasn't the old fear. It was something closer to anger. "You cataloged us." "I documented symptoms," Karr corrected. "Symptoms of an event no one else would investigate." "You were there," Claire said. "In my hospital room. In hers." She tapped the article. "In the boy's case. You kept showing up at scenes like this." "I'm a specialist," Karr said. "This is my field." "Your field," Claire repeated. "The field of things in the dark no one else believes in." "Yes." Jonathan leaned forward. "Did you ever think to tell any of them? Any of the parents? By the way, 15 other children have described the same impossible thing." Karr's eyes hardened a fraction. "And if I had, what would that have done? Comfort them? No. It would have given shape to a terror they were barely holding together. It would have made the impossible permanent. My job was to help them stabilize, to keep their minds from collapsing under what they saw." Claire stared at her. "Did any of them recenter like I did?" "Some recovered functionality," Karr said. "Some never stopped seeing corners as threats. Some," she paused, choosing her words carefully, "some did not survive their own minds." Claire swallowed. "And the thing? The shadow, the tall man. Is he bound to me? Or is he separate? Does he move on?" Karr hesitated, and that hesitation told Claire everything. "I don't know," she said. "I know he, or it, if you prefer, seems drawn to specific fractures, specific vulnerabilities. Children who grow very quiet at the wrong moment, houses that hold too much stillness. I know it doesn't behave like a hallucination. It manifests with consistency across reports far beyond what chance would explain. And I know," she held Claire's gaze, "I know you're the only one I have ever seen walk back in the fracture and return whole. The words hung in the air, heavier than any diagnosis. Claire felt the girl inside her, the long, silent self, stand a little taller at that. "I'm not special," she said. "I just had help." "Yes," Karr replied. "From your mother, from your mind, from me, and now from him." She glanced at Jonathan. "Everyone who refuses to let you split again is helping." Jonathan straightened slightly, caught off guard. "I'm not a therapist." "No," Karr said. "You're worse. You're a journalist." "Thanks," he muttered. Karr turned back to Claire. "You asked how many of you there are. There are at least 15 I can name. There are more I suspect. But that's not the question you need to be asking." "What is?" Claire asked. Karr's voice softened. "How many of you are left?" Claire's pulse jumped. "Left where?" "In the fracture," Karr said. "In their corridors. In their rooms. Not dead. Not living. Just paused. Held." She tapped lightly on the article. "You found your way back to the girl you left behind. Most never do." Jonathan's voice was rough. "Are you saying there are kids, grown up kids now, walking around incomplete with pieces of themselves still trapped somewhere with that thing?" "Yes," Karr said simply. "You met some of them without knowing. Adults who lose hours. Who feel like their childhood happened to someone else. Who dream of corners and waking up on floors they don't remember lying down on. They go on. They function. But they are patched, not whole. And you just take notes?" Jonathan asked. "I work within the limits of what they can face," Karr said, a sharper edge in her tone now. "Not everyone can do what Claire did. Not everyone should. If I pushed each of them back to the room, I would break more than I healed." Claire absorbed that in silence. For the first time, she saw what had always unsettled her about Karr's eyes. Not coldness, not cruelty, but a kind of weary triage. A woman standing in a hallway full of doors, knowing she'd open only a few without destroying the people behind them. "Why me?" Claire asked finally. Karr looked at her for a long moment. "Because you kept walking toward it anyway. Even when you thought I was wrong. Even when you hated me. You drew maps. You built structures. You refused to be done with the story. You were already going back long before I met you. I just curved your path toward the right door." Claire thought of the corridor, of the bedroom, of the hospital room that wasn't hers but belonged to her mother's memory. "Is it over?" she asked. "For you?" Karr said. "As long as you stay one person, yes." "And for the others?" Karr's expression grew distant. "For some, maybe, if they find what you found. If they're given a chance." She paused. "If someone shows them they're not insane, just unfinished." Jonathan sat forward. "You're not going to do anything, are you?" "I'm going to keep treating the ones I can reach," Karr said. "I'm going to keep telling mothers their children aren't possessed. I'm going to keep holding the line between belief and collapse. That's what I can do." Claire's voice was quiet but clear. "I can do something else." Karr tilted her head. "Yes, you can." "You're going to write about this," Jonathan said, more statement than question. "Yes," Claire replied. "Not as a case study. As a warning. As a story. As a pattern people can recognize in themselves." "And then?" Karr asked. Claire thought of the old articles. The anonymous initials. The thin line between sleepwalking and being moved. The shadow in the corner. The hum. "Then," she said, "if there's someone else out there who sees him, hears him, remembers him, they'll know they're not the first. They'll know they're not alone. And maybe they'll know what to do before he decides which part of them to keep." Karr watched her for a long moment. "That will make you a target." Claire almost smiled. "He already had 24 years to take me. He dropped me. I think he lost his chance." She stood. Jonathan rose with her. Karr didn't try to stop them. As Claire reached the door, Karr spoke one last time. "Claire." She paused. "If you ever feel the fracture again," Karr said quietly, "if you ever feel like you're splitting, do not try to handle it alone. You know what waits on the other side now. You know what it can do." Claire nodded once. "I won't be alone." She stepped out into the hallway. Her heartbeat was steady. One sound. Not two. Not anymore. Chapter 39. Putting a shape in the light. They walked out of cars building into a sky that couldn't decide if it wanted to be gray or blue. The air had that heavy, waiting feel before rain. Even though the forecast had promised clear skies, Claire lifted her face for a moment, letting the chill brush her cheeks. For once, the threat of a change in weather felt ordinary, manageable. The only storm she was thinking about now was the one she was about to start on purpose. Jonathan shoved his hands into his pockets as they started down the sidewalk. "So," he said, "was that as unnerving for you as it was for me, or—" "It was less unnerving than the last 24 years, Claire said. "So I'll take it." "I still can't believe she just admitted it," he said. 15 cases. Minimum. "She's tired," Claire said. "You heard it. She's been carrying this for decades and pretending it's just a niche sleep disorder specialty." She was relieved when I asked the right question. Jonathan huffed. "Yeah, well, I'm relieved and nauseous at the same time. Is that a clinical combination?" "That's called being awake," Claire said. They walked in silence for a block. Cars flowed by. A kid zipped past on a scooter. A bicyclist swore at a cab that cut too close. Life went on. Nobody on the street had any idea that two people among them had just had a conversation about a shadow that stole parts of children and hid them in fractured corridors. Jonathan glanced at her. "You really going to do it?" "Yes," Claire said. "I'm going to write it." He studied her profile. "You know, once it's out, you can't put it back in the box." "The box is open," she said quietly. "It's been open since I walked back into that room." They reached the corner where their paths usually split, Jonathan toward the subway, Claire toward her apartment. This time Jonathan didn't veer off. "Let's go to your place," he said. "Less fluorescent, more coffee, fewer staring colleagues." "You don't have work?" she asked. "I have PTO and an editor who, tragically, owes me 3 favors," Jonathan said. "If we're going to pitch a story that sounds like an urban legend and a clinical study had a horrifying baby, I'd rather be physically present to keep him from deleting your email on reflex." Claire almost smiled. "Fine. Let's ruin both our careers today." Finally, Jonathan said, "Teamwork." In her apartment. The air felt different than it had the day before. The windows were still open from the previous afternoon, letting in a thin thread of city noise. The brush sat where she'd left on a nightstand, silent and solid. Claire's notebooks were spread across the coffee table, like she had been preparing for this for years without knowing. She booted up her laptop and sat at the table. Jonathan took his usual chair, dropped his bag, and pulled out his own work laptop. "You sure you don't want to start with a smaller piece first?" he asked. "You know, healing from childhood trauma, one architect's journey. Nice. Digestible. No tall men, no corridors, no monsters. Do you want to write that?" Claire asked. "God, no," he said. "I'd rather be fired." "Then we write the real one," she said. He sighed, but it was a sigh of someone resigned to the right kind of trouble. "Okay, walk me through it. What's the spine?" "Pattern," Claire said. "Not my feelings. Not just my experience. Pattern." "So you are in it," he said. "But you're not the only story." "I won't be the only one in that room," she said. "Not again." He nodded. "We start with a headline. Title makes or breaks whether anyone gives us a chance." Claire stared at the blank document. The white of it no longer felt like the sterile inside of her mind. It felt like a surface, a place for marks. "Children who see the tall man is tabloid," Jonathan said. "Our editor will set on fire." "I don't care about the tall man," Claire said. "I care about what he leaves behind." Jonathan's fingers drummed the table. The silence after the scream. Claire felt something inside her twitch. Closer. He typed it out at the top of the document. The silence after the scream. Childhood shadows, fractured memory, and a pattern an old one talks about. He looked at her. "Too long." "It's not long enough," Claire said, "but we have to fit on a page." "Subhead," he said. "We can put the rest in the subhead." He slid the laptop toward her. "You start. I'll shape. This has to be in your voice." She stared at the blinking cursor. For years, The inside of her head had been a place she avoided. Now she was about to turn it into sentences thousands of people could read. The thought should have terrified her. It didn't. It felt like standing at yet another door. But this time, she was the one deciding who opened it. She began to type. She didn't start with the corridor, or the shadow, or even her mother's scream. She started with a detail that didn't sound supernatural at all. When I was 7 years old, I woke up on the hallway floor of my childhood home with no memory of how I got there. She wrote about the hospital bracelet, about the doctor who told her mother children had vivid internal experiences, about how that phrase, kind, clinical, dismissive, had wrapped itself around the truth like gauze. She wrote, "They told my mother I would forget. They said that was good." Her stomach twisted as she typed it, but her hands didn't stop. Jonathan read from across the table, nodding occasionally, grimacing at the right parts. He only interrupted when necessary. "Drop this adverb," he said once. "Too soft." Or, "This part reads like you're apologizing for existing. Cut it." She listened, not because she doubted herself, but because she trusted him to know how words landed outside her own skull. After an hour, they had a first section. The night, the scream, the hallway. No monsters yet. Just the outline of a girl lying on the floor, confused, with adults around her telling each other not to worry about the parts that didn't make sense. Jonathan sat back. Good. We've hooked anyone who's ever woken up somewhere they didn't expect to be. Do we bring in Karr now? Claire asked. Not by name, he said. Not yet. First we introduce the pattern. Then we show she's been standing in the middle of it. He pulled one of the photocopies from the stack on the table. We say, years later, I found a story in a newspaper about another child. We quote the tall man. We mention a pediatric consultant. We don't call her out until we've shown our work. Evidence before accusation, Claire said. Exactly, Jonathan said. Otherwise, this reads like a patient with a grudge against her shrink. Claire's jaw tightened. This is not a grudge. I know, he said, which is why we're going to make it bulletproof. They worked through the afternoon, alternating between her memories and the microfilm discoveries. They anonymized the other cases as much as possible, changing names, omitting identifying details, but keeping the key elements intact. The ages, the fragments of phrases, the uncanny repetition. Children waking up in hallways, on roofs, in closets. Children describing thin men in corners. Children whose parents were told they were dreaming. Children whose doctors wrote phrases like heightened fantasy response on charts and moved on. They threaded Karr through the narrative carefully. A pediatric specialist quoted in one article, a dissociation expert cited in another, a neurologist giving a talk on childhood parasomnia the year after Claire's event. Then, finally, they wrote the line that tied it together. I did not know, when I sat in her office as an adult, that she had already met girls like me before. I suspected something else, that she had been waiting to meet one who didn't turn away. Jonathan stopped typing and looked at her. That's a blade. It's also true, Claire said. He nodded once and kept going. By late afternoon, they had a draft, not polished, not perfect, but real. 12 pages of dense, deliberate sentences that laid out a case more chilling in its restraint than it would have been with ghost story flourishes. They didn't describe the creature in detail. They didn't argue for its ontology. They described what repeated, what matched, what the official language tried to smother. Jonathan read it from the top again. When he finished, he rested his elbows on his knees and pressed his hands against his mouth. Well, Claire asked. He dropped his hands. This is going to piss everybody off. Which everybody, she asked. Parents, he said. Doctors. Administrators. Karr. The kind of people who like their horrors tidy and inside DSM codes. He paused. But if even one person reads this and thinks, oh my God, that was me, then it's worth it. That's the point, Claire said. They went through another pass, tightening phrases, cutting anything that smelled like therapy speak or self-pity. The result was sharp, personal without being confessional, full of empty spaces readers could climb into on their own. At the end, Claire added one final paragraph. If you are reading this and you remember waking up somewhere you never walked to, if you remember a corner of your childhood room you could never look at, if you remember someone tall between you and the door, I'm not here to tell you what you saw. I'm here to tell you that forgetting doesn't always mean it wasn't real. It might mean no one showed you the way back to the part of yourself that stayed there. She sat back. Her chest felt tight, but not in the old way. It felt like the ache after running hard in cold air. Jonathan saved the document and stared at the screen. Okay, moment of truth. How mad do we want my editor to be? How honest are we being? Claire asked. As honest as we can without getting sued, he said. Then send it, she said. He hesitated only a heartbeat. Then attached the draft to an email and typed. Subject, feature pitch, unexplained childhood parasomnia pattern. You're going to hate this, and we need to run it. He glanced at her, then hit send. The whoosh of the email leaving sounded absurdly small, given what it carried. It's out there, Jonathan said. In his inbox, at least. Claire stared at the laptop screen, half expecting something to happen. A hum, a flicker, a line of text deleting itself. Nothing did. She exhaled. Good. You know it might never see print, he said. He might kill it. Then we find someone else, she replied. You know it might get buried under the interesting but too weird pile, he added. Then we pull out ourselves, she said. Jonathan smiled faintly. You're annoyingly resolved, you know that? It's new, she said. I'm trying it on. They ordered takeout. Claire ate slowly, feeling hunger return in a way it hadn't in days. For a while they talked about other things. Work, a colleague's disastrous date, a new building going up near the river that everyone in the city seemed to hate. The conversation felt almost normal, but there was a new undercurrent. Neither of them were pretending the preceding hours hadn't happened. Halfway through a bite, Jonathan's phone buzzed. He checked the screen. Editor? Claire asked. He grimaced. Yep, that was fast. What's he saying? He wants me in his office at 9 tomorrow, Jonathan said. Quote, if this is a prank, it's in poor taste. If it isn't, we need to talk about liability. Claire smirked. He read it. He read it, Jonathan confirmed. And he didn't laugh, which in my experience is step one in accidentally publishing something meaningful. After he left for the night, Claire stood at her bedroom doorway for a long moment before stepping inside. The brush glinted faintly on the nightstand in the dim light. She sat on the edge of the bed and let her shoulders drop. How many of us there are, she murmured into the stillness. No answer came, but the silence no longer felt indifferent. It felt open. She lay down and closed her eyes. Sleep came, not like a trap, but like a decision. No corridors, no doors, just the ordinary drift downwards, the soft, unremarkable darkness she hadn't trusted since she was 7. Hours later, in the newsroom across town, Jonathan's editor sat alone at his desk, the glow of the monitor making his face look older than it was. He reread the draft, jaw tightening at some lines, eyes lingering too long on others. He looked briefly at the framed photograph of his own kids on the corner of his desk, then back at the headline. He opened a new email. To legal at subject. Publication review needed. Sensitive mental health trauma piece. Possible liability / names anonymized. He attached the article and hovered a moment over the send button. Then he exhaled and clicked. The second whoosh went unheard in Claire's apartment. She slept straight through it. Far from both of them, in a small town 2 states away, a woman in her 30s sat at her kitchen table, scrolling through an unrelated story on the paper's website. At the bottom, an algorithm suggested an upcoming feature based on her reading history. Coming soon. The silence after the scream, when children wake where they never walked. Her thumb hovered over preview. The kitchen around her was quiet. Too quiet. She clicked it. Not yet, Liv. She stared at the teaser. The knot in her chest, the one that had lived there since she was 8 years old, tightened once, then shifted. She didn't know why a headline could make her feel like someone had just stood up in a dark room and turned to face the same corner she'd never dared to look at. She only knew one thing with absolute clarity. Whatever that story was, she needed to read it as soon as the door opened. Chapter 40. When the door opens for someone else. Jonathan's editor called him in at 9 sharp. Claire didn't go with him. She knew this part wasn't hers. The pitch meeting, the arguments, the stare down across a desk, those were Jonathan's arenas. Claire's battleground was elsewhere. She sat by the window of a small cafe 4 blocks from the newsroom, nursing a coffee she didn't really want and watching pedestrians blur past on the sidewalk. The world felt sharp again, sharp in the right ways. The cold outside bit through coats. Taxi drivers cursed at each other. A woman walked by shouting into her phone. Life rumbled with edges and textures she hadn't felt in years. She was whole. She knew it. And now the problem was simple in structure and infinite in scale. Being whole did not undo the others who weren't. Her phone buzzed. Jonathan. He read the whole thing again. Slowly. He's pale. Claire. Pale good or pale bad? Jonathan. Pale. I think I need a drink at 10 a.m. He's afraid to publish. But he's more afraid not to. Claire felt a rush of something close to relief. Or justice. Or momentum. Another message arrived. Jonathan. Give me an hour. She tucked the phone into her coat pocket and exhaled, watching her breath fog the cafe window. The pattern was real. Karr confirmed 15 cases. 15 corridors, 15 silent children, 15 shadows too close to waking life. And those were only the ones documented in a way she could identify. Every part of Claire wanted to move, to act, to find the others, one by one as she had to, and drag them out of whatever fractured her childhoods had left them in. But she didn't know their names. She had patterns, fragments, symptoms, but no access to hospital records, no old police reports, no list kept neatly in a file drawer somewhere. She had only one thing, a story about to be published, a door being opened, and she had no idea what would walk through it. She left the cafe and began walking. No destination, just motion, the way she used to pace as a kid when her brain buzzed with something she didn't have a name for. People parted around her, their eyes sliding off her presence the way crowds do when someone moves with intention. A sudden sound broke through the city noise, her phone buzzing again. Jonathan. Holy shit. Call me. Claire stepped into a recessed lobby entrance and answered. What happened? He wants to run it, Jonathan said, breathless. But he wants to run it fast. Like next week fast. Next week? She repeated. A national piece? National. Jonathan confirmed. He wants it on the homepage. He wants a teaser on the socials. He wants. Claire, he wants this to be a tentpole feature. Claire pressed a hand to her forehead. I thought he said liability. He still thinks we're insane, Jonathan said. But he also thinks his words. If this is even 1% true, we cannot bury it. Claire swallowed. So we're doing this. We're doing this, Jonathan echoed. But there's more. Her pulse quickened. What? He wants to talk to you, Jonathan said. Today. Claire froze. To me? Yes. Now. He wants to ask questions. Hear your voice. See if you're credible or unstable or lying or traumatized beyond interview. I'm not unstable, Claire said sharply. I know that, Jonathan said. He doesn't. Not yet. A long silence. Claire, he said gently, we asked for this. I know, she whispered. I'll come. Good. 15 minutes? I'm on my way. She hung up and started walking fast. Not running, but close. The city air felt different now. Expectant. Vibrating with a quiet that wasn't fear, but anticipation. She crossed streets without thinking, her body navigating intersections she'd walked 1,000 times. Inside the newsroom lobby, she saw Jonathan pacing near the elevator bank. He spotted her instantly. You okay? He asked. Yes, she said, just aware. That's fair. They rode the elevator in tense silence. Jonathan tapped his fingers against his thigh, his tell when he was nervous. Claire kept one hand in her coat pocket. Unconsciously brushing the ceramic brush, she'd slipped inside before leaving the house. When the elevator doors opened, Jonathan's editor was waiting for them outside his office. Middle-aged, impatient posture, ties slightly crooked, glasses perched where they could almost fall. He waved them in. Claire stepped inside, Jonathan close behind her. The office smelled faintly of old coffee and overworked deadlines. Papers were stacked in uneasy towers on the desk, monitors glowing with open drafts and emails. Through the window, the city stretched in steel and glass, indifferent and immense. The editor shut the door, turned, looked directly at Claire. "Sit," he said. She sat. He remained standing. "I just read your story," he said. "Twice. Once as a journalist. Once as a human being. I don't know which read scared me more." He leaned forward slightly. "So before we talk publication, I want to hear your voice. Tell me plainly, is this real? Are you writing about a metaphor? A hallucination? A symbolic trauma response?" Claire met his stare without flinching. "It's real." He watched her, hard, searching. Jonathan stayed silent. The editor folded his arms. "Tell me one thing. If you publish this, what do you think will happen?" Claire didn't need to think. "Someone will recognize it," she said. "Someone who lived it. Someone who woke up where they shouldn't have. Someone who saw what I saw." The editor's jaw tightened. "And," he asked quietly, "and they will reach out," Claire said, "and then we'll know how many more there are." The editor tapped a finger against his arm, considering. Then he gestured to the chair beside her. "Jonathan tells me you don't exaggerate, that you hate dramatizing for effect." His eyes sharpened. "That's good, because this story needs to be clinical, precise. No sensationalism, no metaphysics, just pattern, evidence, symptom." "That's what we wrote," Claire said. He nodded. "I can run it, but there will be blowback. Accusations of fearmongering. Doctors emailing me at 2 a.m, calling me irresponsible. Parents demanding retractions." "I know," Claire said. "Good. Because once it's out there, there's no going back." He leaned forward. "Are you ready for people calling you delusional?" "Yes." "Are you ready for people believing you too much?" "Yes." He narrowed his eyes. "Are you ready for someone who lived the same thing to come knocking on your door?" Claire's breath held, then steadied. "Yes," she said. "That's why I'm doing it." He exhaled, a long, heavy release. "Then we run it." Jonathan's shoulders sagged in relief. Claire didn't move. The editor held up a finger. "One condition. I want a quote from Dr. Karr." Claire stiffened. Jonathan said, "She'll never?" "Yes," Claire said. "She will." The editor blinked. "You're confident?" "She wants this truth out," Claire said quietly. "Even if she can't say it herself, she'll give us something." "Fine," the editor said. "Give me that quote, and we lock the piece for publication." He turned to his computer. Meeting over. Outside the office, Jonathan ran a hand through his hair. Okay. That worked. Somehow. Claire nodded, but her thoughts were spinning faster now. "We need to talk to Karr," she said. "Yes," Jonathan agreed. "But I should call her first. Ease her into it. Give her context. Soften the blow that she's about to show up in a national piece about childhood shadow trauma." "No," Claire said. "I need to talk to her. Alone." Jonathan froze. "Alone?" "Yes." "Claire, this is not about the article," she said quietly. "This is about the other 15. Jonathan went still. Claire stepped back toward the elevator, her breath sharpening, her pulse beginning to rise, because there was something she hadn't said out loud yet, something that had been whispering at the back of her mind since the microfilm library. If the shadow targets children who leave pieces of themselves behind, then 15 adults might still be walking around with pieces missing. She pressed the elevator button. Jonathan reached for her arm. "Claire, what are you going to ask her?" Claire looked at him. Steady, cold. "Oh, how to open the door for someone else." Chapter 41. The risk of opening someone else's door. Claire didn't remember much of the walk back to Dr. Karr's building, only that she moved quickly and that the city seemed to flatten out around her into a sequence of crosswalks, doorways, and lights. Her body knew the route by now. Her mind was already further ahead, in the office, in the conversation waiting for her. The receptionist looked up when Claire entered, eyes widening just a fraction. Claire saw the recognition of this energy, this speed, this purpose. "Claire," she said, "you don't have an appointment this morning." "I know," Claire replied. "I need 5 minutes. 10 if she'll give them to me. I'll see if—" Dr. Karr's door opened at the end of the hallway. "It's fine, Anna," Karr said. "Send her in." Claire didn't hesitate. She walked down the corridor and stepped inside before the door had fully closed. The room was exactly as before. Pale walls, soft lighting, the faint hum of something just out of hearing in the vents. A framed abstract print, the same small bowl of polished stones on the coffee table, as if patients needed something to touch when they couldn't bear to touch their own skin. Normal. So aggressively normal. Karr gestured to the chair. "You're back quickly." Claire stayed standing. "You told me how many of us there are. Now I need to know what I can do about it." Karr's features didn't shift much, but Claire saw it. The subtle tightening of the jaw, the way her eyes narrowed just a hair. She had expected this, maybe feared it. "Sit," Karr said finally. "If we're going to talk about other people's fractures, I'd prefer you weren't about to faint upright." Claire sat, but on the edge of the chair, back straight, hands on her knees. She didn't sink into the cushions like a patient. She perched like someone at a negotiation. "I'm not asking for their names," Claire said. "Not asking for files. I know you can't give me that." "Good," Karr said. "Because I wouldn't. I'm asking for something you can give." "Which is—" "How?" Claire said. "Does someone like me help someone like them?" Karr watched her for a long moment, weighing the question. "You can't open their door," she said at last, "if that's what you're imagining." "I know they have to walk through it themselves," Claire said. "But you gave me maps. You gave me language. You pushed when I wanted to retreat. That mattered. I can do that for someone else." Karr shook her head. "You are not a clinician, Claire." "I don't want to be their doctor," Claire said. "I want to be their proof." Silence dropped between them. Outside, a siren wailed and faded, muffled by glass. The room seemed to lean inward, as if the walls were listening. Karr's voice, when it came, was quiet. "You already are." Claire frowned. "Not yet. The piece isn't published." "I don't mean the article," Karr said. "I mean in principle. Once you stood in front of that thing and came back whole, you became a living counter-argument to everything it does. Its entire strategy depends on convincing the mind that split is safer than whole. You disprove that. Anyone who meets you long enough to feel that will know there's another way." "That's not enough," Claire said. "Telling someone, 'Look, I survived,' isn't the same as showing them how." "Sometimes it is," Karr replied. "Sometimes seeing someone on the other side of the river is how you figure out there's a bank to aim for." Claire stiffened. "That sounds like an excuse to do nothing." "I didn't say do nothing," Karr said, patience thinning slightly. "I said respect the limits of what you could do safely." Claire leaned forward. "What's unsafe?" Karr met her eyes. "Empathy." Claire stared at her. "You think I'm going to catch it like a virus from them?" "That's not how this works," Karr said. "The fracture isn't contagious. But entering too deeply into someone else's trauma, especially when it mirrors your own, has risks. You're newly integrated. Claire, your boundaries are stronger than they've ever been, but they're also newly formed. I don't want you pulling at someone else's locked door and finding your own hinges still loose." Claire opened her mouth, then shut it. She hated that the analogy made sense. "I'm not afraid of splitting again," she said. "You should be," Karr said, "not paralyzed by the fear, but respectful of it. You and I both know what's waiting in that gap. If one opens—" "It's shattered," Claire said. "I felt it. I watched it break." "For you," Karr repeated. "For others, it may still be very much alive. And you asking how to open their door makes me nervous, because I don't know what follows you in or out." Claire took a breath, held it, released it slowly. What can I do that doesn't risk reopening it? Karr considered her, then tapped a finger lightly on her desk. You can do what your article is about to start. You can speak. You can answer emails. You can listen to people who recognize themselves in your words and tell them they're not insane. You can tell them that being unfinished is a state, not an identity. That's support, Claire said. That's important, but I'm asking about more than support. Well, I'm not going to hand you a shovel and tell you to start digging in everyone's subconscious, Karr said. That's how we get new casualties. You went into mine, Claire said, repeatedly. I guided you toward your own door, Karr corrected. I didn't go through it with you. I can't. Can I? Karr blinked. No. You're sure? Claire pressed. Because it didn't feel like I was alone in there. The room changed when you spoke. The structure reacted when you steered me. You were present. I was present at the threshold, Karr said. Your mind did the rest. It built, populated, resisted, surrendered. If I had tried to impose my will inside that structure, it would have broken you or pushed you deeper. I've seen it happen. Claire's skin chilled. You've seen someone try to go in with a patient? Karr's jaw tightened. A younger colleague. Ambitious. Brilliant. My opposite in all the wrong ways. He thought if he could create a shared hallucination, guided imagery, co-constructed space, he could walk beside the patient inside the fracture. He thought the presence of another adult in there would make it safer. And Claire asked, though she wasn't sure she wanted the answer. The patient's symptoms worsened, Karr said. Her inner landscape twisted around his presence like a vine around a foreign object. It made getting out harder, not easier. He kept thinking if he just pushed further, he would find a root and pull it out. Claire swallowed. Did he? No, Karr said. He broke her. Claire looked away, nausea rising. What happened to him? She asked. He left the field, Karr said. Or the field left him. It doesn't matter. What matters is you do not go in. You show them where the door is. If you can, you show them where the exit could be. But you don't step through on their behalf. Claire sat in that for a moment. The image of someone else's room, someone else's corridor, rose in her mind. She felt an almost physical aversion to the idea of walking into a place built by another child's fear. It felt invasive, wrong, dangerous in a different way. I don't want to go in, she said. I want to make sure they know it's not infinite, that there's an end point. You can say that, Karr said. If you mean it, do you? Yes, Claire said. I reach one. For you, Karr repeated again, relentless. Each structure is different. The rules rhyme, but they're not identical. Claire exhaled through her nose. Then give me the rules that do. Karr tilted her head, intrigued despite herself. What do you think they are? Claire thought her own path, stripped of imagery, turned into functions instead of symbols. First fracture, she said. Something too big for the mind to hold in one piece. So it splits, one part screams, one part doesn't. The quiet part gets taken, or left, or stuck. A room appears. Karr nodded slightly. Go on. The thing, the shadow, the tall man, whatever name each child gives, isn't just a monster, Claire said slowly. It's drawn to that quiet part like a vacuum. It wants the non-reacting self. The stillness, that's what it keeps. That's what it feeds on. And, Karr asked, and to get out, Claire said, you have to reclaim something that looks like a scream. Not necessarily literal, but you have to respond. You have to move, speak, refuse to be still in the way it expects. That's why he dropped me. The second I screamed, I stopped being food. Karr's eyes sharpened. Language aside, yes, that fits what I've seen. So step one for anyone like me, Claire said. Help them recognize where they went still, where they stopped responding, where they froze. Not as a failure, but as a survival that got hijacked. Good, Karr murmured. And step two? Claire's hand closed around nothing in her lap. The echo of a small hand in hers. Show them that the child is still there, she said. Not dead, not gone, just waiting. Waiting in whatever shape their mind used. And that going back for them isn't betrayal of the present. It's the only way to carry the present forward. And step 3? Karr asked. Claire thought of the brush, warm in her hand inside the corridor. Give them an anchor that isn't the monster, she said. Something from outside, something real, something that remembers them. My mother's brush. Another person's voice. A sentence. Something that says, there's a world on the other side of this door and it has your name in it. Karr watched her with open interest now. You've abstracted your own journey into a model. I told you, Claire said. I design structures for a living. Karr's mouth curved, not into comfort, but into genuine respect. Then maybe that's what you can do. Not open their doors, not drag them through, but draw the schematic, give them the pattern, help them recognize what's happening before it crowns itself as, I'm crazy. Claire exhaled. So I write, I answer, I listen, I give them language. I stop before the threshold. Yes, Karr said, and you encourage them to seek treatment with someone who can hold a line if they do decide to approach that door. With you, Claire said, with anyone trained not to flinch at impossible things. Karr replied, it doesn't have to be me. I am not a priest in this. I am a tired neurologist with a bigger caseload than I should have. Claire studied her. Do you want help? Karr blinked. I have help. Professional help, Claire said. Clinicians, colleagues. That's not what I mean. I mean, do you want someone else to finally say out loud what you've been hinting at your whole career? Karr's composure wavered for a heartbeat. Yes, she said quietly. I do. Then let me, Claire said. You keep them alive. I'll make sure they know it's real. Karr nodded once. We're already doing that. They sat in a silence that was intense. It felt aligned. Two people at different edges of the same chasm, finally admitting they were looking at the same drop. Your article will invite them, Karr said. The unfinished. The split. The ones who woke up in hallways and on roofs. Some will come to me. Some will go nowhere. Some will write to you. I know, Claire said. Some will be hostile, Karr added. They'll say you're fear-mongering, or lying, or making it worse. I know that too. Some will be desperate, Karr said softly. More desperate than you've ever been. You need to decide now how much of that you can hold before you break under the weight of it. Claire thought of the 15, the anonymous letters, the woman in some other town who hadn't even read the article yet, and already felt its outline in a teaser line. She thought of the 7-year-old version of herself sitting in a bedroom corner, whispering, Don't leave me again. I'm not going back for all of them, Claire said. I can't. I know that. But I can be the first door they see that isn't him. Karr looked at her for a long moment, then stood and moved to one of her shelves. She pulled down a thin folder, then another, then a third, each labeled not with full names, but with initials and years. She placed them on the desk between them. I can't give you their files, she said. Legally, ethically, but I can give you this. Approximate numbers, approximate timelines, approximate patterns. Enough to inform your work, not enough to identify anyone. Claire stared at the folders. Why trust me with that? Because you would do this with or without my help, Karr said. I prefer with. You're not the first patient to survive something unspeakable and decide to help others. But you are the first whose trauma overlaps, so exactly with the phenomenon I've been tracking. If you go out into the world saying, this happened to me, someone needs to have your back when the questions start. You're going on record? Claire asked. Not by name, Karr said. Not yet, but I will confirm anonymous patterns. I will stand behind the idea that something statistically strange is happening to a specific demographic of children. I will say, these reports are not isolated, and they are not invented. Claire's breath hitched. That alone could change everything. Or nothing, Karr said. You know how people are. They'll read what fits their worldview and discard the rest. But the ones who need it will hear it. Claire reached the top folder, feeling the weight of it. Not the paper, but the lives implied inside. Initials, ages, symptoms, nights. How many doors are there, really? She asked, more to herself than to Karr. Karr didn't answer. Instead, she said, "When your piece goes live, there will be a new one." Claire looked up. "A new what?" "A new door," Karr said. "A different kind. One that doesn't open inward into the fracture, but outward into connection. It won't heal anyone by itself, but will give them a choice they didn't have before. Stay alone with an impossible memory, or step into a story where someone else has already walked through it." Claire swallowed. "And if it doesn't like that?" Karr's eyes were flat. "Steady. He had his chance with you. You owe him nothing." Claire stood, folder in hand. She felt tired in a way that wasn't weakness. It was a kind of fatigue that comes after lifting something heavy and finally setting it down in the right place. "I need to go," she said. "There's an editor waiting to hear whether you're willing to be quoted." Karr's mouth curved in a small, wry line. "Tell him I'll give him one sentence." "What sentence?" Karr thought for a moment, then said, "You can quote me as saying, 'Some things we call monsters are just the shapes trauma takes when it's forced to live alone too long.'" Claire nodded slowly. "That's sharp." "It's also safe," Karr said. "It names nothing that can be used against my patients and everything that matters." Claire turned toward the door, then paused with her hand on the handle. "You said I shouldn't be alone if I ever feel a fracture again," she said. "Does talking to them, these others, count as going near it?" "Yes," Karr said. "Good," Claire replied. "Then I'll make sure I'm not alone when I do." She opened the door. In the hallway, the air felt ordinary. The receptionist glanced up and gave her a polite, neutral smile. Just another patient leaving an appointment. Just another day in a city of millions. Inside her chest, 2 heartbeats moved as one. Not echoing, not overlapping. Merged. Oh, for her, the door was closed. Now it was time to see who else might be standing on the other side of theirs, waiting for someone, anyone, to tell them, "I know what's behind it, and you're not crazy for wanting to open it." Claire walked out into the day, the folder under her arm, the shape of the article in her mind, and the knowledge that for the first time since she was 7, she was walking toward other people's shadows by choice, not because one was chasing her from behind. And somewhere in another apartment, another city, another life, a person sat at a computer, scrolling absently, unaware that in a few days a headline would appear in front of them with a phrase they had never dared say out loud. They would freeze. They would read. They would remember. And they would realize that their door, too, had been waiting for its name. Chapter 42. The First Knock. Claire woke before her alarm. For once, it wasn't panic that pulled her out of sleep. It was something quieter, subtler, an awareness, like a shift in air pressure inside the room. The kind of feeling that made you open your eyes before your mind truly understood why. Morning light had only just begun to seep through the blinds. The apartment was still dim, still shadowed, still wrapped in the kind of hush that lingered before the city remembered to be loud again. Claire listened for a moment, letting the silence settle. Then, a knock, not loud, not hurried, not the anxious pounding of a neighbor with a complaint or a delivery gone wrong. Just 3 soft taps. A pause. Then 2 more. A pattern. She sat up slowly. Her pulse pricked, not with fear, but with a strange, alert curiosity. She reached for her robe, pulled it over her shoulders, and walked barefoot across the cool floor toward the door. For a second, she hesitated. Knocks held meaning for her. They were directional, signals from a world that had once folded around her in impossible ways. But this one felt grounded, human, present. She peered through the peephole. No one stood outside, just the hallway. Quiet, empty, but on the floor, right against her doorframe, was an envelope. White, neat, carefully placed, not slid chaotically. Her name written on the front in an unfamiliar handwriting. Claire. The letters were soft and uncertain, as if the person writing them had paused several times before committing ink to paper. Claire unlocked the door, cracked it open, and picked up the envelope. The hallway remained empty, no footsteps fading, no doors closing. Whoever had left it was gone. She brought the envelope inside and closed the door behind her. For a moment she simply held it, feeling its weight or lack of weight. Just a single sheet inside. She carried it to the kitchen, sat at the table, and opened it with a slow, deliberate movement. Inside was a handwritten note. The paper slightly creased as though the writer had folded and unfolded it several times, reconsidering whether to send it at all. She read the first line. "I think something happened to me when I was 8, but no one will tell me what." The words hit her with a soft, heavy impact. Her breath stilled. She kept reading. "I had a blackout once. My mother cried for days. I've had nightmares about a corner I never remember looking at. Your article isn't published yet, but I saw the teaser." Claire felt the back of her neck prickle. "Is this what you meant? Please, tell me I'm not the only one. No name, no phone number, no address. Just at the bottom. I'll try again if this reaches you." Claire set the page down gently, as if it might tear from too much pressure. Her first thought wasn't fear. It wasn't anxiety. It was recognition. A deep, resonant recognition that struck her somewhere in the center of her chest, in the same place where the 7-year-old version of herself had once stood frozen in the dark. Someone else was standing where she had stood. Someone else had lived the corner. Someone else had been told nothing. Someone else had been quiet for too long. She read the letter again. Slowly, carefully. The tremor in the handwriting wasn't fear. It was restraint. The way people write when they're confessing something fragile. The way she had once written in her journal, when she didn't know how to say things out loud. Her phone buzzed on the kitchen counter. She reached for it and read Jonathan's message. "Draft cleared legal. We publish Monday. Brace yourself." A second message came right after. "Also, editor wants confirmation you got Karr's quote. Can you send it today?" Claire stared at the screen, then typed back, "Yes, I'll send it. Something arrived this morning. I'll explain soon." She placed her phone down and looked at the letter again. The article wasn't published yet, but the teaser had been enough. A few sentences online, a small preview, barely a hint of what was coming. And yet, someone had recognized themselves in it. Someone had said, "I think this is me." Someone had knocked before the door had even opened. Claire folded the letter precisely and tucked it into the pocket of her coat. She didn't know what she was planning to do next, not fully, but she knew she couldn't sit still. She couldn't pretend this hadn't happened. She needed to show Jonathan. She needed to talk to him. She needed to understand how someone had already felt the story reaching them. She grabbed her keys and left the apartment. The hallway felt narrower than usual. Not threatening, just closer, as if the building itself sensed a shift. The elevator hummed somewhere above her. A door clicked shut on another floor. Ordinary sounds. Real sounds. She pressed the elevator button. As she waited, she thought of the way trauma worked. How it echoed. How it lingered. How it shaped corners into things the mind couldn't hold. She thought of the 15 Karr had identified. The countless others she suspected. The unnamed and forgotten. And she thought of the person, whoever they were, writing a letter in the early hours of the morning, unsure if they were crazy or seen. The elevator doors opened. Claire stepped inside. And just as the doors began to close, something happened. Not supernatural, not strange, not frightening. Just a sensation, a shift in presence, like the air itself turning slightly toward her. Not a hum, not a whisper, just a quiet acknowledgement of a connection forming. A door opening somewhere else. Not Karr's, not hers, someone else's. She could feel it. Claire let out a slow breath, her fingers brushing the envelope in her coat pocket. She whispered into the empty elevator, "I'm here." The door slid shut on her voice. Chapter 43. When the story hits the air. Jonathan met her outside the newsroom. Coffee in one hand, laptop bag slung over his shoulder. He spotted her immediately. "You're early," he said. "You're pale," Claire replied. He handed her the coffee. "I've been staring at my inbox for an hour, waiting for legal to send another please clarify email. They didn't, which terrifies me more." Claire pulled the letter from her coat pocket. "This came this morning." Jonathan blinked. "A fan already? We haven't even published." "Not a fan," Claire said. She handed it to him. He unfolded the paper and read silently, his brow furrowed deeper with each line. By the time he reached the end, the color in his face had changed. Less shock, more realization. "Oh," he said quietly, "that's not nothing." "No," Claire said, "it's not." He read it again. "Someone actually brought this to your door? How the hell did they even find your address?" "Many ways," Claire said. "Public registries, tax records, reverse phone links. If someone is desperate enough, they'll find it." Jonathan exhaled. "And this person sounds desperate. They sound like someone who never had words for what happened." He folded the letter again, slowly, carefully. "This is exactly what I said would happen after publication. But before publication, that means a teaser alone was enough to shake something loose." "A door opened," Claire said. "Somewhere." Jonathan slipped the letter back to her. "We need to be ready for more of this." "I am," Claire said. "You think you are," Jonathan corrected. "But you're about to get emails, messages, letters, possibly people in person. Some will be genuine. Some will be unstable. Some will be seeking closure. Some might be seeking confirmation of something you shouldn't be confirming." Claire's jaw tightened. "I won't tell anyone what they saw. I'll tell them what I know, that the experience is real and that they're not alone." Jonathan rubbed a hand through his hair. "Okay, then we need boundaries. A safe plan. You can't handle this alone." "I won't," she said. "You'll help." He froze. "I'm a journalist, not a trauma counselor." "You don't need to be a counselor," she said. "I just need you to keep me anchored. Make sure I don't drown in other people's stories." Jonathan swallowed. "I can do that." They walked toward the building. The lobby was buzzing more than usual. Morning rush, people juggling coffees, editors talking too loudly. Claire felt the thrum of energy, the anticipation of something big about to break. Jonathan flashed his badge at security. Claire followed him through. "So," he said as they entered the elevator, "did you tell Karr the editor needed her quote?" "Yes," Claire said. "And?" "She gave me one." Jonathan lifted an eyebrow. "And?" "You'll see it in the email," she said. "It's usable, sharp, clinically detached enough to pass legal, but with weight." Jonathan laughed under his breath. "Sounds like her." The elevator dinged. The newsroom felt like a small city. Phones ringing, keyboards clacking, someone arguing about budget allocations near the glass wall conference room. Jonathan led Claire straight to his editor's office. The editor stood behind his desk, arms crossed, staring at a giant monitor showing the latest draft. He looked up at Claire the moment she walked in. "You got the expert quote?" he asked. Claire nodded. "Emailed." "Good." Legal flagged one sentence but kept the rest. He leaned back. "We're publishing Monday at 6 a.m. Eastern. I want to run it as a feature banner." Jonathan blinked. "Banner?" "Front page. Above the fold. Big." Claire felt something in her rib cage press outward, tight and warm. Not panic. Purpose. The editor pointed at the screen. "Your story is going to hit hard. People will react. Some will relate. Some will accuse us of promoting pseudoscience. Some will say we're making light of real disorders. I want you prepared." "We are," Claire said. The editor studied her. "You don't look shaken." "I'm not," Claire said simply. "I've been living this for decades. I'm just finally telling the truth out loud." Jonathan shot her a sideways glance, part respect, part concern. The editor tapped the document. "One thing before I push a delay out." He looked straight at Claire. "You're sure you want her name on this?" "Yes." "No anonymity. No pseudonym. No. You understand what that means?" "Yes." "People will search you, find you, contact you." "I know." "They'll project things onto you. Trauma, fear, conspiracy." "I know." "You might become a symbol for something you can't control." Claire met his eyes. "I'm not controlling the story. I'm telling it. What people choose to see in it is theirs." The editor leaned back, exhaled, then nodded once. "Okay, then Monday it is." He clicked a button, that sent the draft of layout and design. The die was cast. Outside the office, Jonathan released a breath he clearly hadn't realized he was holding. Well, he said, "We're officially in the river now." Claire smiled faintly. "I thought we entered the river when we wrote sentence 1. "No," Jonathan said. "That was dipping toes. This is getting swept downstream and hoping we don't hit a rock." He wasn't wrong. They walked toward the elevator, but halfway there Jonathan stopped. "Wait," he said. "We need to talk about the letter. What are you going to do?" Claire pulled at her coat. "I'm going to keep it. And when the article goes live, I'll write a response on my website. A general one, not to the writer directly, but to anyone like them. And if they knock again, if they write again, I'll answer," Claire said, "but carefully." Jonathan nodded. "Okay, that's what I needed to hear." They stepped into the elevator. This time, Claire felt nothing strange, no shift, no ripple, no echo of the old world behind her eyelids, just anticipation. When the doors opened into the lobby, she and Jonathan stepped into the cold air outside. "Coffee?" he asked. "Breakfast," Claire corrected. "I need actual food, and maybe something sweet." "You're the boss," he said. They walked down the block toward a diner Claire loved, the kind with Formica tables and bad lighting and pancakes served all day. Reality felt solid, grounded, firm beneath her feet. People streamed past them, ordinary people, unaware that a story they had never heard was about to pull at the threads of something hidden and old and quiet inside too many of them. Claire slowed as they approached the diner's door. Jonathan noticed. "You okay?" "Yes," she said. Then, after a pause, "Something's changing. Something good." "Yes," Claire said. "Something good." She reached for the door, and at that exact moment, across the city, in a cramped living room where the blinds were drawn too tightly and a single lamp flickered with a failing bulb, a woman in her 30s stared at her laptop screen. A notification popped up. New feature scheduled. Coming Monday, 6 a.m. The silence after the scream. She clicked it, and for the first time in 20 years, she said out loud, very softly, very afraid, "I remember corner." Chapter 44. The Ones Who Wake Early. Claire didn't expect anything to happen before Monday. The article wasn't out yet, not even finalized. The headline existed only as a draft in a server somewhere, and yet she felt it, subtle, faint, like the pressure shift before a storm. Something had begun moving in the dark spaces between people. Something had begun remembering. She noticed it first in the way the city sounded that morning. Not louder, not quieter, just sharper, as if the air was listening. She showered, dressed, and moved to her apartment with a restlessness she couldn't name. She checked her phone twice, 3 times, expecting a message from Jonathan. Nothing yet. The world was holding its breath. Then, at 7:43 a.m., her phone vibrated. A forwarded email. From Jonathan. She opened it and froze. It was a photograph. An old one. Flashlit, grainy. Time-stamped April 16th, 1999. 2:14 a.m. A child's bedroom. Messy bed. Open closet. And in the back of that open closet, half hidden behind coats, a long, pale shape. Not dramatic. Not cinematic. Real. A human silhouette, wrong in the way shadows can be wrong when they belong to something that isn't meant to stand upright. Jonathan's message read only, "We need to talk." Immediately, Claire stared at the image until her pulse steadied into something too calm to be fear. The photograph didn't trigger her. Not like the drawings used to. Not like the subway man did. This was different, because this wasn't hers. This belonged to someone else. Someone who had lived the same corner, the same door, the same fracture. She put her phone down slowly, as if the air around it had weight. By late morning, she had walked halfway across the city. She didn't remember choosing the direction. She only knew where she needed to go. The cemetery. It had been weeks since she last visited her mother's grave, not because she avoided it, but because she hadn't needed the anchor. Today, the world was shifting, and she needed to stand in a place where the ground felt unquestionably real. The cemetery sat on a hill overlooking the river, quiet and unbothered by the chaos of Manhattan. Dew still clung to the grass. The sky was the pale silver of a morning unsure of its mood. Claire found a familiar stone beneath the bare branches of a tree. Maria Moreno loved remembered home. She crouched and touched the top edge, cold beneath her fingertips. "Hi, Mom," she said softly. Her voice didn't tremble. It had strength now, the kind that comes from carrying yourself instead of being carried. "I think things are about to get complicated." The wind brushed through the branches above. A soft affirmation. Claire reached into her coat and took out the letter left at her door the day before, the one from the unknown woman who wrote, "Tell me I'm not the only one." She placed it across her knee. "I got this," Claire whispered. Someone else woke up in a corner of their childhood. Someone who doesn't remember what happened but knows something did. She swallowed. And this morning, Jonathan got a photograph. She didn't need to explain the image. Her mother would have understood without details. Her fingers tightened around the letter. "I think the story is already opening doors. Before the article, before Monday, people are recognizing themselves in a story they haven't even read yet." That thought filled her with something immense. Part fear, part responsibility, part inevitability. Claire lowered her head. "You protected me. You pulled me out of that hallway when I couldn't move anymore. You saved me. And now I think someone will need me to do the same." She didn't mean entering anyone's corridor. She couldn't do that. But she could stand at their door. She could be the voice she never had. She could name what was happening, so they didn't go quiet the way she had. She stood slowly. "I'm ready," she whispered. As she turned to leave, she saw someone standing near the row of stones behind her. A woman, mid-30s, dark hair tied back, hands clenched at her sides. Not a mourner, not a stranger passing through. The woman wasn't looking at a grave. She was looking at Claire. Their eyes met. For a long moment, neither moved. Then the woman took a small, hesitant step forward. "Are you," she began, voice catching, "are you Claire Moreno?" Claire didn't respond immediately. She registered the woman's posture, the trembling in her hands, the exhaustion beneath her eyes. She recognized that exhaustion, the exhaustion of someone who had avoided one question her whole life, because she feared the answer. "I am," Claire said. The woman swallowed hard. I don't know if I'm supposed to be here. I don't know if I'm going crazy. But I saw the teaser for your article, and something in me just cracked." Claire stepped closer, gently. "Tell me?" The woman shook her head, tears gathering. "I don't have the words. I never had the words." "Try," Claire said softly. The woman opened her mouth once. No sound coming. She pressed a hand over her lips, gathering something inside herself. And then, barely audible, "I think I saw him too." The cemetery fell impossibly quiet. Not supernatural. Not humming. Not haunted. Just quiet in the way truth makes the world hold still. Claire exhaled slowly. "Take your time." The woman nodded, breath trembling. Claire guided her toward a nearby bench beneath the tree. They sat. For a moment, neither spoke. Then the woman whispered, "I don't remember everything, but I remember a shape in my room when I was little, and then I was somewhere else, on the kitchen floor, and no one ever told me how I got there." Claire's chest tightened, not with her old fear, but with a fierce, protective clarity. "What's your name?" Claire asked gently. The woman hesitated. "Anna." "Anna," Claire repeated, grounding the name between them. "You're not crazy, and you're not alone." Anna lifted wet eyes to her. "Is it real? Was it real?" "Yes," Claire said. "Something happened, and you've been carrying the silence of it for a long time." Anna's breath hitched. "I thought the core was just a dream, a nightmare, something children imagine." Claire shook her head. Children don't imagine the same nightmare across decades and distances. Anna's shoulders shook. "And now? What I do now?" Claire held her gaze. "Now we talk. You tell me what you remember. I tell you what I learned. And when the article comes out on Monday, you'll understand you're one of many. Anna pressed a hand over her mouth again. I never said it out loud, she whispered. Not once. I know, Claire said. Anna stared at the ground. Does it ever stop? The feeling that something followed you home. Yes, Claire said. But first, you have to turn around and see that nothing is behind you anymore. Anna looked at her sharply. You did it, Claire said quietly. You took the first step. You spoke. You came here. Anna inhaled a shaky breath. I don't know why I came to the cemetery. Claire smiled gently. Because some doors only open in quiet places. Anna closed her eyes and nodded. Claire glanced at the letter in her pocket, then at the photograph. This was only the beginning. The first had written. The second had sent a picture. Now one had shown up in person. They were waking before the story even breathed air. Someone, somewhere would be next. And the day the article went live, the world would shift again. Claire felt it in her bones, not dread, not danger, recognition. The story hadn't been published yet, but it had already found the ones who had been waiting for it. Chapter 45. The map they never knew they needed. Anna didn't leave for a long time. They sat together under the bare-limbed tree, speaking in pieces, half sentences, trembling memories, pauses that carried the weight of 2 decades. Claire didn't push. She didn't diagnose. She simply listened, the way no one had listened to her, when she was 7 and shaking on the bedroom floor. By the time Anna finally stood, her breathing had steadied and her eyes no longer darted at every shift of wind. Will you be here Monday? Anna asked. Yes, Claire said. Anna nodded once and walked away slowly, shoulders less tight, steps less uneven. She didn't look back, and Claire knew that was a good sign. When Anna disappeared beyond the gates, Claire exhaled and finally let the silence settle. Then she reached into her coat for the photograph Jonathan had forwarded earlier. That pale figure in the closet. That timestamp. That tiny, almost invisible presence. A record of something no one was meant to capture. She stared at it a long moment. Then she put it away and headed toward the street. She needed coffee. She needed grounding. She needed to find Jonathan. Jonathan lived in a small apartment above a wine shop, one of those converted lofts that still carry the ghost of the industrial era in the rattling pipes and exposed beams. When Claire knocked, he opened the door with the exhausted energy of someone who hadn't slept enough and had been forced to think too much. You saw the picture, he said. Yes. Jonathan stepped aside. Come in. The apartment was cluttered with research papers, notebooks, USB drives, and 2 empty takeout containers that he immediately tried to kick out of sight with his foot. You could have texted instead of walking across half the city, he said, rubbing his forehead. I needed to see you in person, Claire said. You okay? Jonathan asked. I met someone at the cemetery, Claire said. Someone who recognized herself before the article is live. Jonathan froze. Already? Already. He's Saturday. Okay. Tell me everything. Claire told him about Anna, her trembling hands, her fractured childhood memory, the corner, the disorientation, the fear of saying a single sentence aloud. She didn't dramatize anything. She didn't speculate. She delivered the facts with the calm of someone who had lived them. Jonathan listened in full silence. When she finished, he leaned back and blew out a long breath. This is bigger than I thought, he said quietly. Claire studied him. You didn't think it was big before? Oh, I knew it was big, he said. I just didn't know it was already leaking through the seams. Claire sat across from him. The apartment smelled faintly of old coffee and highlighter ink. It felt like the inside of a newsroom, messy, alive, tense. I'm not afraid, she said. I know, Jonathan replied. That's what scares me. Claire tilted her head. Why? Because you've spent your whole life surviving something you didn't have language for, he said. Now people come to you try to fill in their own missing pieces, and you'll feel responsible for all of them. I'm not responsible for them, Claire said. Jonathan shook his head. You'll feel like you are, and that's dangerous. Not if I stay grounded. Grounded in what? Your trauma? Their trauma. Claire stared at him. Grounded in the truth. Nothing more. Jonathan rubbed his temples. I'm not doubting you. I'm just asking you to slow down. This is only the beginning. Yes, Claire said, and beginnings matter. She pulled the letter from her pocket and placed it on his table. He stared at it. Do we respond to her? Jonathan asked. No, Claire said. Not yet. We respond to everyone at once when the article goes live. Jonathan nodded. Safer. Claire hesitated. But I will prepare something for her. For Anna. For the others. A template. A map. A map of what? He asked. Claire met his eyes. A map of how I got out. Jonathan stared. Are you sure about that? He asked. Because once you share it, you can't take it back. Yes, Claire said. I'm sure. Jonathan looked at her a long moment, then stood and brought her a notebook and pen. Start it here, he said. Right where you would begin if you were explaining it to a stranger. Claire opened the notebook. Blank page. Smooth lines. Waiting to be filled. Her hand hovered over the first line. Then she began writing. Not about the thing in the hallway. Not about the scream she couldn't produce at 7 years old. Not about the shadow. She wrote, Step 1, you're not imagining it. Step 2, you survived. Step 3, you don't have to go back alone. Jonathan read over her shoulder. That's simple, he said. Yes, she said. And enough, he added. It has to be, Claire replied. I can't enter anyone's corridor, but I can name the door. She continued writing. Her handwriting was steady, neat, her breath even, her mind focused. Jonathan watched her for a moment, then moved toward the kitchen to make coffee. He didn't see the moment Claire stopped writing. Not because she hesitated, not because she wavered, because her phone vibrated again. Another email, another name she didn't recognize, another subject line with no text. Jonathan returned with 2 mugs, noticed her expression, and set them down. Another letter? He asked. No, Claire said. Another message. He exhaled. From who? Claire opened the email. There was a single sentence. I never told anyone, but I woke up outside once, on the roof, at night, and my mother said I was sleepwalking. Tell me if you believe me. Please. Claire stared. Jonathan whispered. Claire? She replied. Yes, I believe you. The article will explain why. You're not alone. She hit send. Jonathan stared at her. You didn't even hesitate. No, she said softly, because the world has been hesitating for them for 20 years. She picked up her pen again and wrote faster. The map was growing, and outside in small apartments and dim kitchens and quiet bedrooms across the city, people who had never met each other were starting to remember the same corner, the same hallway, the same silence. The story wasn't out yet, but it had already begun. Chapter 46. The lines that start to glow. Claire didn't return home that night. She stayed at Jonathan's apartment long after the sun fell, long after the traffic outside thinned into the muted hum of late-night taxis. The table between them had become a constellation of open notebooks, printed drafts, highlighted lines, and 2 empty mugs gone cold hours ago. Jonathan sat slouched on his couch, laptop open, reviewing new teaser placements for Monday's release. Claire sat at the table, writing. Not fast, not frantic, steady, purposeful, like she was laying down tracks for a train that had already started moving. By 1:13 a.m., she had 6 full handwritten pages. A beginning, a method, not a cure, but a map. Jonathan closed his laptop. We should get some sleep? Claire didn't look up. In a minute. You said that 40 minutes ago. I mean it this time. He sighed, stood, stretched. You can crash on the couch. Or the bed. I'll take the couch. I'm not sleeping yet. Jonathan rubbed his face. Claire, but she was still writing. Not obsessively, not in a dissociative state. Clear, awake, present. Jonathan walked to the window. From the street, Manhattan glowed with a kind of late-night electricity that always felt slightly unreal. Yellow streetlights, distant sirens, people on night shifts, people hiding from themselves, People who didn't realize their lives were days away from intersecting with a story that would make them gasp or recoil or remember. Something's happening, Jonathan said quietly. Claire didn't stop writing. Yes, this feels bigger than journalism. It is. He turned. Are you scared at all? Claire finished a sentence before answering. No. Jonathan studied her a long moment. Okay, that scares me. Claire finally looked up. I'm not fearless. I'm done being afraid of the wrong things. Jonathan sat across from her. And the right things? Claire's eyes softened. The right things? I'm afraid of silence, of people staying alone in it. That's what scares me now. Jonathan nodded slowly, absorbing that. Then we're doing something important. We are, she said. He hesitated. How long do you think this will last? The letters? The emails? Claire tapped her pen lightly against a notebook. For years, she said. Maybe longer. Jonathan leaned back. Jesus. It won't come all at once, Claire said. It'll come in waves. Each one triggered by something. An image in the story, a sentence they never said aloud, a memory they thought was fiction. And you'll answer all of them? I'll answer what I can, Claire said. The ones who really see themselves. And the ones who don't. Jonathan asked, the trolls? The skeptics? The ones trying to weaponize your story for attention. Claire took a long breath. I'll let silence answer them, she said. Jonathan smirked. Poetic. Accurate, Claire replied. This time, she'd close the notebook. Jonathan watched her push aside and rub her hands together slowly, as if shaking off static. I need air, she said. Jonathan grabbed his keys. I'm coming. They left the apartment and stepped into the cold, sharp night. The sidewalk glimmered with reflections of streetlights in shallow puddles. The city was quieter now, at least above ground. Claire walked beside him in silence, her coat pulled tight around her, her breath visible in the cold. Do you feel it? She asked after a moment. Jonathan frowned. Feel what? The shift, Claire said. It's like the city is holding something, waiting. Jonathan laughed softly. Maybe that's just publication nerves. No, Claire said. This is different. Jonathan didn't argue. He'd seen too much to assume she was imagining anything. They reached the corner. A bus rolled past. A taxi honked. A pair of teenagers sprinted across the street laughing. Ordinary things. Real things. Then a woman stepped out of a bodega, holding a plastic bag of groceries. She glanced at Claire, just a normal glance at first, then her face changed. Recognition washed through her features with startling clarity. She froze. Claire stopped walking. Jonathan looked between them. Do you know her? No, Claire said quietly. The woman opened her mouth, closed it, swallowed. You're her, aren't you? She whispered. Jonathan stiffened. Her who? The one from the article. The woman said. From the preview, the teaser. She pressed a trembling hand to her chest. The one who wrote about the silence after the scream. Claire stepped closer, gentle, calm. What's your name? Lila, the woman whispered. I don't want to bother you. When I saw your picture, I remembered something I haven't remembered in years. And I don't know what to do with it. She stood there on the sidewalk, breathing too fast, face pale beneath the neon flicker of the bodega sign. Claire said softly, You're not bothering me. Lila shook her head. I had a blackout. When I was 11, I woke up in my backyard. And her voice cracked. I wasn't wearing the clothes I went to sleep in. Jonathan inhaled sharply. Lila whispered, and last night I dreamed of a door. A dark one. I haven't dreamed of doors in years. Claire took her hand, slowly, gently. You're not alone. We're going to talk about this. Not here, not in the cold. But you're not alone. Lila burst into tears. Claire held her while Jonathan looked around, stunned at the scale of what was forming. 3 people in 2 days, before the story even published. Lila wiped her eyes. I don't want to remember, but I don't want to keep pretending either. You don't have to, Claire said. Not anymore. Lila nodded shakily. Will it get worse? When the story comes out. It'll get clearer, Claire said. Jonathan whispered, That's not the same thing. I know, Claire said. Lila hugged herself. Can I message you when it comes out? Claire smiled gently. Yes, message me. Lila nodded, then backed away toward the bodega. She stopped once, looked at Claire again, then disappeared back inside. Jonathan turned to Claire, shaken. 3 in 2 days. And the story hasn't even breathed. Claire's voice was steady. These people have been waiting a long time to breathe. Jonathan exhaled. How wide does this go, Claire? Claire looked down the street, where the city seemed to shimmer faintly against the cold. Wider than we think, she said. She turned and began walking. Jonathan followed, trying to catch up. What happens when the article goes live? He asked. Claire didn't hesitate. Lines will glow, she said, between people who thought they were alone, between corners they never spoke of, between nights they buried. Jonathan swallowed. And the shadow? Claire looked ahead. He can't follow me anymore, she said, but he's in their memories. And memories don't disappear because he stopped coming for me. Jonathan didn't respond. Claire took a long breath. We're not opening doors for them. We're lighting the hallway. Jonathan looked at her. You sure you're ready for that? Claire met his eyes. I've been ready since the night he let go. Chapter 47. The weight of what comes next. Claire didn't sleep, not because she was afraid, not because something stalked the edges of her mind, but because the city felt awake in a way she'd never sensed before, like thousands of tiny threads were tugging, loosening, remembering. She sat on Jonathan's couch with a blanket around her shoulders, her notebook open on her lap. Streetlight glow spilled into the blinds, striping the room in warm gold and shadow. The hum of the heater was steady, grounding. At 3:18 a.m., she finally stopped writing. Her hand ached. Her eyes burned. But the map was 5 pages deeper. Jonathan, half asleep on the other couch, stirred and mumbled, What time is it? Late, Claire said softly. Or early. Why aren't you out? He murmured, eyes half shut. Sleeping, I mean. Claire closed the notebook. Because more people are waking up. Jonathan rubbed his face and sat up. Did you get more emails? No, not yet. Then how do you know? Claire looked toward the window, feeling something she couldn't explain. Because there's a shift, she said. Something moving under the surface, like a tide changing direction. Jonathan frowned. You sound like Karr when she's being cryptic. I'm not being cryptic, Claire said. I'm being honest. He sighed. Okay, then tell me this. Does any part of this scare you, even a little? Claire thought about it. She thought about Anna in the cemetery, Lila outside the bodega, the photograph, the girl who had written Tell Me I'm Not the Only One. And she thought of herself at 7, frozen, unable to scream. Yes, she said quietly, but not in the way it used to. Jonathan watched her for a long moment. Then how? I'm afraid of failing them, Claire said, of not knowing how to support people who are only now realizing something broke when they were children. You don't have to fix them, Jonathan said. You just have to talk to them. Claire nodded. But talking means opening doors they've kept closed for a long time. And you think the article will blow those doors off their hinges? Yes, Claire said. Jonathan exhaled. Okay, then we need a plan. A plan for what? Claire asked. For the aftermath, he said. For the morning the article goes live. Your inbox. The messages. The people who show up. The ones who panic. The ones who lash out. The ones who spiral. Claire's stomach tightened. I know. Jonathan leaned forward. No, Claire, I mean a real plan. A boundary plan. A team plan. You can't carry this alone. You're not a hotline. I'm not trying to be, Claire said. I know, but they'll treat you like one. She didn't argue. He wasn't wrong. Jonathan stood and paced the room. We need 3 things, he said. First, a public response, ready to release the same morning. I'm writing it, Claire said. Second, a private framework for how you respond to individuals. Claire nodded. I'm writing that too. Good. And third, Jonathan rubbed the back of his neck. We need someone besides me. Someone who knows how to handle trauma. Karr, Claire said immediately. Jonathan stopped pacing. Will she agree? Yes, Claire said, because she wants us uncovered as much as I do. She just needs someone else to speak for the pieces science can't yet explain. Jonathan hesitated. Then Karr tomorrow. I will, Claire said. They fell quiet again. Jonathan sat back on the couch, shoulders sagging, exhaustion winning. You should try to sleep, Claire said. You first, Jonathan replied. But Claire didn't lie down. She stood, restless, across a small loft and opened the fire escape window. Cold air rushed in, clean and sharp. Jonathan shivered. You're letting winter into my apartment. I need air, Claire said. She stepped out onto the metal platform. The city stretched out below. Lights, windows, taxis. The faint glow of river water. A million separate lives stacked on top of one another, like pages of stories no one ever finished reading. Something trembled in the air. Not a hum, not the shadow. A ripple, as if someone somewhere had just remembered a piece of their childhood they weren't supposed to remember, as if a door had opened in a stranger's mind. Claire. Jonathan called softly from inside. She didn't turn. I think more are waking up, she whispered. Jonathan came to the window. How can you tell? She looked down at the streets, at the glow of living rooms behind distant glass, at the flicker of televisions, at the people walking through the night, unaware they were carrying stories older than they understood. Because it feels like the world is shifting its weight, Claire said. Like thousands of people are standing in a hallway they've never noticed before. Jonathan was quiet for a moment. Then, do you think the shadow will... No, Claire said before he could finish. He's not coming for me again. He can't. But the others... Whatever he was, Claire said, he existed in silence, in fear, in unspoken things. If people start speaking, if they name what happened, Jonathan swallowed. Maybe that changes his reach. Yes, Claire said. It limits him. The cold deepened. A siren wailed somewhere across the city. Jonathan finally stepped onto the fire escape with her, hands in his pockets. So, the morning after the article goes live, what do you think is going to happen? Claire watched as a light flicked on in an apartment across the street. A man stood in his kitchen, holding a cup of water, staring at nothing, staring at memory. Something tightened in her chest. Recognition. She whispered, people will remember corners. Jonathan inhaled sharply. And once they do, Claire continued, their lives will change. Forever. Jonathan looked at her, voice barely above a breath. And yours? Claire turned toward him. Mine already has. She opened her notebook again right there on the fire escape and wrote one more line under the map. Step 4. Speak it, out loud, to someone who can hear it, because silence was where the shadow lived, and speaking was the first strike against it. Chapter 48. The night before the noise. Jonathan finally fell asleep around 4:10 a.m. Not the deep, easy kind of sleep that comes after a long day, but the collapse of someone who pushed himself a few hours too far. His breathing evened out. His shoulders relaxed. His laptop screen dimmed beside him, the battery slowly dying. Claire didn't sleep. She paced, slowly, deliberately, not anxious, preparing. The loft was quiet except for the refrigerator hum and the distant echo of a garbage truck rattling down the block. She moved through the room as if mapping it, taking inventory of every object, every silence, every space where a message might land in the days ahead. She ended up at the window again. Outside, the city was beginning to transition from night to early dawn. Lights still on in some windows, others flickering out, shift workers heading home. The first joggers emerging wrapped in winter gear. Something in the air felt taut, stretched thin like a wire, not threatening, not ominous, just charged. Her phone vibrated. Claire checked it. expecting Jonathan's editor or Karr. Instead, it was an unknown number, no contact card, no thread history. The message preview showed only 2 words. Do you remember? Her pulse didn't spike, but her fingers tightened slightly around the phone. She opened it. A longer message appeared. I saw your preview. I don't know why it hit me the way it did, but I remember waking up under the dining table once. It was dark. I was alone. No one explained it. Do you remember anything like that? Claire typed back. Yes, more than once. You're not imagining it. Wait for Monday. Everything will make more sense. The typing bubble on the other side appeared, vanished, appeared again. Thank you. I thought I was the only one. Claire put the phone down slowly. Her chest tightened, not with fear, but with the realization of scale. 3 messages yesterday. 2 more tonight. A woman in person. A photograph. A letter. And now this. Claire. Jonathan's voice was a tired mumble from the couch. She turned. He pushed himself upright, rubbing his eyes. Did you sleep at all? No, Claire said. He groaned. Of course not. Come sit. She did. Not because she was tired, but because he needed her to. Jonathan blinked away the fog of sleep and studied her. You got another message, he guessed. Yes. Are they all like the others? Similar, she said. Different details. Same fracture. Jonathan exhaled. Then tomorrow is going to explode. Monday, Claire corrected. Yes, he said, but the fuse is already burning. Claire didn't deny it. Jonathan leaned his head back against the couch. I think we should talk to Karr today, before this gets out of control. I agree, Claire said. He raised an eyebrow. That was easy. I was going to call her anyway. Good. He sighed. Maybe she can help us build what did you call it, the map? Claire nodded. She'll help, Claire said. She wants a surface. She just doesn't want it sensationalized. And we don't either, Jonathan said. But once the public sees it, he didn't have to finish. The story wouldn't stay in their hands. Claire stood restless. Jonathan watched her pace. You know, he said softly, you keep saying you're not afraid, but the way you move right now, it feels like someone preparing for a battle. Claire paused. It's not a battle. No, Jonathan asked. She shook her head. It's a reckoning. With who? Not a who, Claire said. A silence. Jonathan nodded slowly. Then what happens when people speak? Claire looked at him. They change. He swallowed. And you? I already did. Jonathan ran a hand through his hair and stood. Okay, let's get breakfast. Coffee. Then we talk to Karr. Claire nodded, grabbed her coat. They stepped outside. The cold morning air bit their cheeks, crisp and bright. The city was waking, traffic starting to thicken. A delivery truck honked at a taxi. A cyclist cursed at a pothole. Life moving as if the world weren't quietly shifting beneath it. Jonathan shoved his hands into his pockets. So when you say people will change, what do you mean by that? They'll realize the corner isn't gone, Claire said. It's part of them, but it doesn't have to own them. Jonathan frowned. That sounds good. It is, Claire said, but it's hard. They walked in silence for a moment. Then Jonathan asked, what about the shadow, or the thing behind it, or whatever people will call it? He fed on silence, Claire said, on stillness, on the absence of voice. If enough people speak, she let the sentence hang. Jonathan stopped walking. You think speaking hurts him? Claire didn't correct him. Jonathan inhaled. Jesus. They kept walking until they reached a small bakery. Claire ordered a tea. Jonathan ordered a triple shot espresso that would have made a cardiologist cry. They sat by the window. People passed outside, mothers pushing strollers, students with backpacks, construction workers in neon jackets. Ordinary lives. And Claire wondered how many of them remembered corners. How many woke up somewhere else's children? How many had lived with a quiet dread they never voiced? Jonathan looked at her. Are you ready for tomorrow? He asked. No, Claire said honestly. But I'm here. Jonathan nodded. That's enough. Claire sipped her tea, warmth spreading through her chest. Her phone buzzed again. Another unknown number. Another message. She read it. I read your preview. I remember a shadow. I remember a hand. I don't want to remember more. What do I do? Claire closed her eyes for a moment. Then she typed, Start with this. You survived it. You're not alone. And tomorrow, you'll have the words you've been missing. She hit send. Jonathan watched her. Number 6, he said softly. In less than 2 days. She nodded. The world is already remembering. Claire said, and tomorrow, when the article went live, the remembering would begin in full. Chapter 49. The day before the door opens. Morning blurred into afternoon. Jonathan and Claire spent most of the day in motion, walking, talking, planning, adjusting. Everything felt stretched thin, like the hours were made of glass and the smallest pressure might crack them. They had breakfast, then stopped for coffee again, then ended up outside Dr. Karr's building just before noon. Ready? Jonathan asked. Yes, Claire said. But deep down she knew ready wasn't a real state anymore. It was a direction, and she was already walking toward it. Inside Karr's office, Karr didn't hide her surprise when they arrived together. Her eyes flicked from Claire to Jonathan, then back. You didn't make an appointment. There wasn't time, Claire said. The doctor studied her face for half a second, then opened the door wider. Come in. They sat. Claire in her usual chair, Jonathan in the corner guest seat. Karr clasped her hands. Something's happened. Claire handed her the photograph. The doctor's expression barely shifted, but something behind her eyes sharpened. Where did you get this? Karr asked. A stranger sent it to Jonathan, Claire said. And this one, Claire passed the letter. And these, she said, scrolling through the text messages on her phone. Karr read everything with her clinical stillness, absorbing every detail like she was cataloging evidence in a case she'd been working on for 20 years. Finally, she looked up. You're receiving them before publication? Yes, Claire said. That's earlier than I expected. Jonathan leaned forward. Earlier than we expected. Karr tapped the photograph with one finger. This is not the same entity you saw. I know, Claire said, but the posture is consistent. The orientation toward the child. The stillness. She examined the timestamp. And the year fits the cluster. What cluster? Jonathan asked. Karr hesitated. Claire's voice was low. Tell him. The doctor sighed and leaned back in her chair. The 15 cases I mentioned, they're not random. They form a pattern. Most occur between 1996 and 2004. Jonathan blinked. 8 years. Why those years? We don't know, Karr said. Could be reporting bias. Could be environmental. Could be cultural. Could be coincidence. And Claire? Jonathan asked. Karr nodded. She fits the timeline. Jonathan rubbed his forehead, and the people reaching out now would be in their late 20s or 30s, Karr said. Prime age for memories to resurface, often triggered by external stimuli, images, phrases, narratives. Like a teaser article, Jonathan murmured. Yes, Karr said. Like that. She turned to Claire. How many so far? 6 in 2 days, Claire said. Jonathan corrected her. 7. You didn't see the one from this morning. Karr exhaled slowly. Then you're about to experience a surge. Jonathan tensed. How big a surge? Karr didn't answer right away. She was calculating. Finally, dozens, maybe hundreds, over months, not days. Jonathan paled slightly. Hundreds of people with the same thing? No, Karr said. Not the same, but the same architecture. Claire nodded. The same corner, she said. Karr's gaze softened. The corner is what binds them. Jonathan leaned forward. Corner? Claire explained. It's what they remember. The corner of the room. The corner of the hallway. The corner of the closet. Always the same. A reference point, Karr added. Always peripheral. Always where the split begins. Jonathan shivered. Jesus. A new problem. Karr folded her hands. I need to ask you both a serious question. Jonathan tensed. Claire waited. When the article goes live, what exactly do you intend to do? Claire answered first. Respond. Guide. Listen. Karr's expression darkened. That's what concerns me. Jonathan frowned. Why? Because, Karr said, once you become the voice for this, you cannot step backward. You will be the first person people seek when they remember the unthinkable. You will be the lighthouse they swim toward. And lighthouses are lonely places. Claire didn't flinch. I'm not alone. Jonathan blinked, surprised. Karr looked at Jonathan. Are you prepared for that role? He swallowed. I don't know. You'll have to be, Karr said. She cannot shoulder this by herself. Jonathan looked at Claire, and Claire met his gaze. I'll do what I can, he said softly. Karr nodded. Good, because you're going to need structure. What kind? Claire asked. Karr pulled out a folder, thin but organized. Guidelines. Language that will prevent escalation. Phrases that won't reinfect the trauma. Boundaries. Templates. Jonathan raised his brows. You've done this before. Yes, Karr said, but never at this scale. She handed the folder to Claire. I want you to memorize the first page, she said. Tonight. Claire opened it. At the top, in Karr's neat handwriting. When they speak, mirror nothing. Anchor everything. Do not enter their memory. Do not interpret their imagery. Do not validate the shadow, only the survivor. Jonathan read over Claire's shoulder. That's chilling. It's necessary, Karr said. She looked directly at Claire. You survive because you reclaimed your voice. They will survive because they borrow yours. But if you ever try to step into their silence, you'll reopen your own. Claire inhaled slowly. I understand. Do you? Karr asked. Yes, Claire said. I understand the difference now. Karr nodded, satisfied. Then tomorrow, the doctor said, the world begins to speak, and we listen. Leaving the office, when they walked back into the hallway, Jonathan whispered, Claire, are you sure you're ready? She stopped walking, looked at him with steady eyes. I don't know if I'm ready, she said, but I'm willing. Jonathan swallowed. That's enough. They reached the elevator. Claire stepped inside. Jonathan followed. Before the doors closed, she said quietly, John, this is not a haunting. No, it's a return. He nodded. A return of what? Claire looked straight ahead. Memory. She said, the elevator doors shut with a soft, final click. Tomorrow, at 6 a.m., the article would go live, and the world, quiet for too long, would finally begin to answer. Chapter 50. The morning the silence broke. Claire woke at 5:42 a.m., her body alert before her mind fully caught up. She hadn't set an alarm. She hadn't needed one. Something in her simply knew. The loft was quiet. A faint gray light seeped through the blinds, soft and cold. Jonathan was still asleep on the couch opposite hers, one arm over his forehead, hair pointing in every direction. Claire sat up slowly, letting her eyes adjust. For the first time in years, she felt no dread in the early hours, only clarity. Today was the day. The article would go live at 6 a.m. A door would open, one she'd been waiting decades to name. She wrapped the blanket around her shoulders and walked to the window. Outside, the city was caught between night and morning. The streets mostly empty, the sky still heavy, a bus rumbling alone down the avenue. Her phone buzzed. A message from Jonathan's editor. It's cued. Publishing exactly at 6. Good luck. Claire exhaled. She moved to the small kitchen area, boiled water quietly, made herself tea, and sat at the table. The steam curled upward, dissolving into the dim air. Behind her, Jonathan stirred. Claire? His voice was thick with sleep. She didn't turn. Almost 6. Jonathan jerked upright. Oh, God. Okay, I'm awake. He stumbled to the table with his laptop. Still half asleep, but alert enough to know what was about to happen. Claire slid his mug of water across to him. He blinked at her. "You're calm." "Yes." "Too calm. That scares me." "It shouldn't," Claire said. "This isn't fear. It's readiness." Jonathan opened the newsroom dashboard. 5:55 a.m. They waited. The air inside the law felt unusually still, as if everything, city, world, memory, were pausing for a single inhale. 5:58 a.m. Jonathan whispered, "Here we go." 5:59 a.m. He refreshed the page. The dashboard blinked. A loading bar spun. Then the headline appeared in clean, bold letters. "The Silence After the Scream" by Moreno. Published. Today, 6 a.m. Jonathan leaned back, breath shaky. "It's live." Claire didn't move, but the air around her changed, subtle, deep, like the world had just lifted a weight it didn't know it carried. Then her phone vibrated. Once, twice, a third and fourth time. Then in bursts, 5 notifications, 10, 20. Jonathan looked at his own phone. "It's happening." Claire opened the first message. "I remember waking up in the hallway when I was little. I never told anyone. Thank you. The next, my mother said I sleepwalked. But I know I didn't. Your story, it's mine." Another, there was a corner. Always the same corner. "I thought it was a dream. It wasn't." Claire scrolled, her chest tightening, not with fear, but with recognition. Jonathan's laptop pinged with incoming messages from a newsroom's public inbox. He stared at the count increasing by the second. "Claire, these aren't trolls. These are real people. A lot of them. They were always there," she said softly. "They just didn't have words." He swallowed. "This is a flood." "No," Claire corrected. "It's an opening." She stood and walked back to the window. Below, the city was waking for real now. Lights flicking on one by one. Doors opening. People stepping outside with coffee cups and scarves pulled tight. In an apartment across the street, Claire saw a woman in a bathrobe reading the headline on her tablet. Her hand flew to her mouth. She sank into a chair, shoulders shaking. Claire whispered, "She remembers." Jonathan moved beside her, watching the windows, the streets, the people pausing mid-step, mid-breath, mid-thought. "This is bigger than anything we expected," he said. "It was always bigger," Claire replied. The silence just hit it. Another vibration. The newest message at the top of her phone. "I read your article. I remember corner. What I do now." Claire's expression didn't waver. She typed slowly, steadily. "You speak. You tell someone who can hear you. Start with me." "I'm here." She sent it. Jonathan watched her. "That's the first one." "Yes," Claire said. "One at a time." Outside, a man on the opposite fire escape read the article on his phone and sat down heavily, tears sliding down his face. His shoulders trembled, not with fear, but with relief. Jonathan looked at Claire. "Are you ready for all of this?" She kept watching the city. "No," she said honestly. Then she turned toward him. "But I'm ready for the first voice." "And that's enough." The city exhaled. The silence cracked open. And across windows and kitchens and phone screens, people who had never spoken a certain truth finally found the language they'd been waiting for. The morning the silence broke, the world began answering. Epilogue. The room with no corners. The messages didn't stop. They didn't slow. They didn't fade. In the days and weeks after the article went live, the world shifted in a quiet, steady way, like a tide rising not with violence, but with purpose. People who had never spoken about certain nights, certain hallways, certain corners, finally found the courage to say aloud what had lived unspoken inside them for decades. Claire answered what she could. Jonathan helped where he could. Dr. Karr built a framework for the ones who needed clinical support, turning her small office into something gently wider, gently louder. None of them were prepared, but all of them were willing. And that was enough. Claire's life changed, not in a dramatic, cinematic way, but in the slow, profound way that happens when someone stops running from their own past. She returned to her apartment. She returned to her work. She returned to her routines. But something inside her had shifted permanently. She no longer double-checked the corners of her bedroom. She no longer avoided the mirror in the hallway. She no longer stood frozen when the world grew quiet, because she was whole, and because the girl who once stood trembling in the dark no longer lived separate from her, but within her, steady and unafraid. One evening, about 3 weeks after the article, Claire walked to the river alone. It was cold enough that her breath hung white in the air. The city lights shimmered on the water, bending and breaking with the current. She leaned against a railing and listened to the quiet, a quiet that no longer meant danger, no longer meant memory breaking through, no longer meant something waiting for her in the dark. Just quiet, just peace. A woman jogging by slowed when she recognized Claire. "Sorry," the woman said, breathless. You're the one who wrote the article, right?" Claire nodded gently. "Yes." The woman swallowed hard. Then she whispered, "Thank you." Claire smiled. "You're welcome." The woman hesitated, then added, voice soft, "I remembered something when I read it. Something I didn't know how to name. I talked to my brother last week. He remembered it too. We never talked about it before. But we did, because of you." Claire felt her chest warm. "That was you," she said. "Not me?" The woman shook her head. "No, it started because someone else said it first." She jogged away before Claire could reply. Claire looked back out the river, her breath rising in soft white clouds. The world was still full of corners, still full of shadows, still full of memories people hadn't shared yet. But she wasn't afraid of corners anymore, because every corner was just a shape, a place where two walls met, a place where a child once froze. And walls, once named, were only walls, not monsters, not prisons, not doors that stayed locked forever, just parts of a room that could be understood, a room that could be changed, a room that could be rebuilt, a room with no corners at all, if the people inside it learned how to turn the lights on together. Claire closed her eyes and breathed deeply. For the first time since she was 7 years old, the darkness held no threat for her. It held possibility. She whispered, more to the night than to herself, "I made it out." Then she turned, hands in her pockets, and walked back toward the city, ready for the next voice, the next person waking from silence, the next memory searching for its name. Her story was not finished, but she was, and she was whole. If you enjoyed the story, consider subscribing to the Ink Tale channel for more audiobooks and dark tales. This was The Room Behind Her Eyes by Arthur Blackwood. The journey continues on the Ink Tale channel.